We're live.
All right, good morning, everyone. We're here on day 5, I believe it is. So we got a Special Agent Sanford now testifying. We had a lot of agents yesterday, so I think the government's case will probably wrap up today. I thought all the evidence would be in for the prosecution and defense by Friday. I think it probably could wrap up by probably tomorrow midday. And so I do think there's a good chance I'll go to the jury still this week. Jury instructions obviously take a long time to get through that, especially in a murder case. So that would take close to many hours as well. So, but I do think it could go to the jury still this week. There's that possibility. So, Charlie seems to have a little bit different look and demeanor each day. Some days seems more out of it. Other days he seems a little bit more perky, but he still has those dark rings under his eyes. I don't really know what that's for. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I think Donna's next. If they're going to do the sequential order, I do think Donna's probably going to be the next one. And so that'll be something that they'll probably do within days or weeks after this conviction. Got folks from Australia and Barcelona. Wow, that's cool. Yeah, this case does have worldwide attention. I think the biggest reason for it is not that this is another crime, but
taken of the jurors. Out of abundance of caution, if you can aim your lens away from the jury box, that will probably take care of any concerns about that. Please bring them in.
I saw Dan Markel's sister there. She's down from Canada. Yeah, so there's some people coming on meds adjustment, perhaps. Adrenaline fatigue, I heard. Now, Sigfredo, I don't think we're going to hear from Sigfredo. There's been some questions about whether there's going to be any flights out of the country, out of any other Adelsons. We'll get to that later here. It looks like he's about ready to. I would characterize the government right now as steamrolling the defense. They're absolutely crushing it. And it's stuff you cannot argue. It's not a he said, she said type of thing. It's you got a trail, you got a profile with all this type of who called whom when, the text, the locations, all those kind of details. And then the testimony that is buttressing that it sort of all fits in nicely. And so you really can't rebut it, right? So that's why no matter how much you try to impeach Katie, for example, you still got the Dolce Vita tape, which came in yesterday, which shows that Charlie's willing to flee the country and he's willing to kill someone that pestered him just for $5,000. And so it just goes to show how fabricated and farcical this theory that he was extorted through Katie is. So can I type my comments out? I can't do that from my computer here based on the software system, so I'd have to do it from my phone. And I'm not a good typer, and it's hard to. I mean, I did a little bit of that yesterday at the very end, but I guess I guess I can try on a few times. But you're not going to see me much on comments, but I will. Let me try that a little bit here and there. Thank you. Yeah. Thanks, Cynthia. And yeah, Amy Adler's not Charlie's ex. It was the current girlfriend of Dan Markel when he was murdered. So she is on the witness list. And I don't know if they're going to call her or not. I don't know if they're going to call Rob Adelson, the brother of Charlie, the younger brother, who's also on the witness list. But if they want to set some more of the scene of what Dan was going through, and to counter think about the narrative that Rashbaum has said that everything was really working out good. They're getting along well. People weren't hating on, the Adelsons weren't hating on Dan so much. And he just makes it sound like they sort of got over a rough time and things were working better despite the litigation. But it's that's not accurate. In fact, I'm surprised they didn't call Tamara Demko. If she would testify, she would say that Dan knew that he was about to catch Wendi in a trap, basically, for her false affidavits on their divorce proceedings. So it was really heating up, to use her words, and he was going to take Dan to the mat. I mean, Dan was taking Wendi to the mat. So it was very much the opposite of what defenses try to portray here. So I don't know if they're going to try to counter that. I don't think they have to win, obviously, but all right, let's get going here.
Good morning, members of the jury. We are going to continue at this time with the examination of Agent Sanford by the state. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue when you're ready.
Okay, so where we left off was the Dolce Vita recording. There was several examples given in that recording by the defendant about rental cars. Why was that significant to the case?
Significant because Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia rented 2 cars to come up here on 2 separate occasions and to come up here and commit the murder.
And were those facts publicly released at the time that the Dolce Vita recording was made?
No, they were not.
Okay, so the fact that a Prius was the suspect vehicle in this case was not out?
That was out. The fact that they had rented a car was not out publicly, but it was released that we were looking for a green Prius as the suspect vehicle.
All right, and in particular, have you reviewed any text messages to show that this defendant was aware that we were looking for a Prius?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so he received some information to that effect at some point?
That's correct, he did.
All right, was that information received prior to the Dolce Vita recording?
Yes, it was.
All right, was there any mention in the Dolce Vita recording, there was a lot of talk about blackmailing, but any in the context of Catherine McBanois being the blackmailer or having been the blackmailer over the past 2 years?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Does he say, you're a blackmailer, you're an extorter?
No, he does not.
This is just like what you've been doing to me.
Right, he did not.
All right, let's go to Demo B, please. Judge, I'd asked to publish Demo B at this point.
You may.
Yeah. All right, so if you could kind of walk us through how what we've heard so far on the wire demonstrates the structure of the conspiracy.
So it began with our undercover bumping into Donna Adelson, provided her with the article with the amount of $5,000 and a phone number on it. Then Donna Adelson immediately calls Charlie Adelson, tells him it's an ex-girlfriend. Charlie Adelson then calls Catherine McBanois.
Okay.
Then he goes and meets with Catherine.
All right, and Does it ever skip over Mr. Adelson? Does Donna ever call Catherine McBanois or the other way around?
Never.
Okay. All right, Judge, at this time I'd ask to publish call F on our exhibit.
You can proceed.
Oh, you're right. Yes, please. Thank you.
Hey, honey, how are you? I'm sitting watching the boys at their tennis tournament. They have been wonderful. That's awesome. Yeah, I was concerned because they think they don't even show the trouble that they're having fun, because, you know, there's 6 kids on the court, so, you know, about the same level, they're having fun with them. Great.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
That's just
So,
good.
how's the other going?
Good. We've been drinking coffee with friends. And,
Good.
actually,
Very good. Everything, yeah, everything's fun.
yeah, and then, just up and around with some relationship advice, so,
Oh, okay.
yeah. May come by and see me tomorrow, actually, too. Yeah, to go back to work. So I think she's gonna come, maybe to my office tomorrow or another office at the office. I gave her some good advice,
Yeah,
and she's just sleeping on it.
okay. Okay.
So,
Yeah.
relationships are not easy,
No, they're not. They're not.
so that's good. So everything's fine anyway. It's
No,
without a doubt.
you
It's
just,
fine. Yeah, no question in the world. I
okay.
would not,
Trust it.
no, I mean, I'll talk to you more about it, but,
Yeah,
I mean, if you want, you can always come into the office. Well, you're gonna be hanging out with Dad tomorrow, right?
yeah, tomorrow, yeah, what's tomorrow? Tomorrow, Thursday, yeah, tomorrow, yeah, we're gonna be doing a lot of stuff for the holidays, getting the dinner ready, a lot of recipes, a lot of cooking, and have those is a rough holiday to cook for, it's not an easy one, but, not like
Bringing 10 lobsters in a week complaints.
You're probably right, no, it's just like, well, it's only us.
So deep in the lobster talk. Okay. All right, so here Mr. Adelson indicates he just had coffee with a friend. Who is the friend?
Catherine McBanois.
Does he say the name Catherine McBanois or Katie to his mother in this call?
No, he doesn't.
In fact, does he say the name Katie to his mother ever on the wire in all these calls we're going to hear?
No, I don't believe so.
He says he gave some relationship advice. Did you hear any relationship advice being given on the Dolce Vita recording?
I didn't.
All right, he tells her everything is fine. Did you hear on the Dolce Vita recording Mr. Adelson threatening to possibly kill somebody else?
I did.
Publish G, please.
You may proceed.
This is the whole thing. Before you start it, we're still on April 20th, right? Oh, I guess we all have the sheet, but April 20th, G, do you have your sheet?
I do not.
Okay, I'll get you one.
That was the exhibit, I believe.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
April 20th,
Correct.
same day as the Dolce Vita,
Recording correct.
day after the bump.
Correct. Day
Okay.
after.
All right, publish G, please.
Yeah. I had, sorry about that, I had to schedule it for Monday. Yeah, so,
I hung out with my friend, and then she's gonna sleep on some stuff, and then she's gonna come tomorrow to either my office or Fantasy's office and tell me how it
No,
works.
that'll-
Yeah, how she
Yeah.
does that. So I'll talk to her tomorrow. I wish her the best of luck.
yeah. So,
Anyway.
you think she'll be okay? Is everything will be
Yeah,
good
yeah.
for her?
I told her, I mean, like I explained to you, with relationships, they don't know what to do with it. Like,
Right.
so she maybe wants to look.
Yeah. Well,
But that's-
that's how you want it. Yeah, no, it would be best for her. That's fine, you can. Fine. All right, Charlie, I love you
What
all.
are they? Yeah, you're welcome.
No. Hope and Dad has a good day at the office.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, because, I like him to have a good night's sleep. So,
Yeah.
you know, he works a long day,
But I'm totally not worried about it.
Wait a second, let's get honey, just put the girls on that. Give me a minute. Wait till she finishes and then you'll go on. You don't think so?
Yeah, no, without a doubt, it
Okay. So,
was nothing to worry about.
now,
No.
so you'll be up at the office, you'll be in our office all day tomorrow?
11 to probably by 3 I'll be gone.
Oh, really? I'm done for the day?
Well, then I get the fantasy off.
Oh, you're Santa. Gotcha.
Yeah. I hate this area, like Ives Dairy and 95.
Very crowded.
Oh my God, the traffic, to go from like, I mean, literally, for me to go from like, you know, up Biscayne to like, all the way to like 95,
Uh-huh.
the amount of time it takes me to go from my house to South Beach,
Well,
just east-west. It's
Yeah.
when you go to South Beach from Fort Lauderdale, or to be in Miami, you can go to the highway. I mean, it's so late, like 2 school days. So,
that's the swinging, and that's the, I'm thinking of how to handle. That's the root of these,
Sorry about the swings.
The old grandma. All right, I love you.
yeah, you probably feel it. I would worry about absolutely nothing.
Really.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's not.
Well, if your theory is correct, then you don't know that.
Well, listen, I mean, if you have to realize something, it does them no good.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, there's nothing, they're not gonna gain anything, you're still gonna be in the same situation. It's not like, listen, it's not like you've ever threatened anybody or hurt anybody, so.
No.
You know, and listen, the thing is this, is that they're not hiding who they are.
Right, not at all.
Not at all. So,
That's why I had that other supposition.
what is that?
That's why my thoughts were different.
Yeah, I mean, it's not really hidden who they are. And the whole thing is weird. I mean, the whole thing is very weird because it's the kind of thing that that can easily be traced. They can easily be caught. And they easily will have charges put against them for that. Honestly, extorting people is like up to 10 years in prison. Yeah, I don't know, why they would just make it so easy to, really stupid. It's not like a secret.
Yeah. No.
So, no, I think it's something that can be dealt with very,
Yeah.
it's not that bad.
Okay.
It could be a lot worse. Let me referenced it to you like that,
Yeah.
so.
All right, sweetie pie. I will talk to you, maybe tomorrow during the day or night. You'll let me know, if everything is good for the dinner.
Everything's fine, I'll come later, okay?
Okay, bye-bye. Love you.
All right, I would like to go to the next day, call H. When is that call made?
It's on 421 at 8:17 a.m.
All right. Could we hear call H, please?
Listen, I'm gonna tell you something right now, and I'm gonna make this very clear. I'm gonna make something very clear because you're talking belligerent bullshit. I'm gonna make something very clear, okay?
And I'm drunk. You haven't spoken to me about anything, and now you're gonna come at me?
Why? Because you don't know how to apologize because you were wrong, okay? This is the same thing that happened last time. Listen, I have a more pressing matter that I have to attend to, okay?
So you're secure, because you take care of everybody else. Where's my security? So when are you gonna step up for me? When is that gonna happen? Because I feel like everybody else gets the special attention, and they Katie, you go figure it out. You go figure it out. You figure out the case. You figure out life. You figure out your partner.
Katie, you're doing this again. This is the same shit. I've been here. I've never felt happier. We were so happy. We were so happy. Oh my God, Katie. All right, man. All right. Then fine. Then go. Whatever. Fine, go. If that's what you need to do to make yourself happy, then I'm not gonna hold you back.
Why do you have to go through back everything? After everything we went through, why does it have to go back to square one? Do you know how bad I feel? It's like, again, I feel like I'm being stabbed in the face.
Katie, listen.
It's always, no! I swear to God. It's just like, I should just go somewhere because it's like you're basically
Do that.
over.
Do that.
Give me over. You're gonna tell me I'm gonna make a phone call. Are you?
I'm not making that fucking phone call. Just
But you don't have
look, Katie, you're
I'm on edge, and I'm gonna be on work on edge again today. You don't think that the meaning that
not
you're seeing here?
I'm pretty sure somebody will come by the food, make you feel better.
Are you
Just
fucking
Katie,
serious?
listen. Listen. I just want you to fucking have a pussy between your legs and act like you have it. If you wanna fucking do what you wanna do it. I'm gonna take care of this fucking problem. I'm gonna take care of this fucking problem. And then
You're gonna take care of it, but you don't discuss anything with me. You're not even listening.
because it lets you know the better of the man.
No, you're making
Man, just stop talking on the phone, man. Bye.
That's why you can't.
Bye.
Who's the male voice on this phone call?
That's Sigfredo Garcia, also known as Tudo.
All right, doesn't sound like everything is going too fine on that end, huh?
No, not at all.
All right. Play call I, please.
Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah.
I don't remember if it was, I think just in case, I think like you have to pay for even for the balance of $65.70.
I have to pay for it?
Like, I think, you remember, like I wrote it down, the amount that you're supposed to put,
You can pay for
but
it?
I'm not sure if it's $60.57 or $65.07.
I'm trying to get a secured credit. Is there any way you could pay for it?
I'm just telling you, I don't remember if it's either one of those numbers.
Well, you're picking them up today, so.
Huh?
Now,
The what?
you're picking them up today, so you'll find out when you get there.
The amount that I gave you on a piece of paper, I don't know if it's $60.57 or $65.70.
Got it.
Okay? So there's no credit cards that I can use in his school. So it makes no sense. Got it?
Understood.
Okay, so what's the significance of $65.70?
6570 is the last four digits of the undercover's telephone number that was on the piece of paper that was given to Donna Adelson.
All right, so if Catherine McBanois is using code to convey that number to Garcia, he's not getting it, at least at
does-
first, right?
At first, he does not get it. He thinks she's talking about a real number till the end of the call.
All right, and the code that she's using is, I need $65.70 for something to do with the kids' school, right?
That's correct.
Okay, and he, as we mentioned, doesn't get the code, so he's thinking she's really asking for that.
Correct.
Does he appear to have $65.70 for the kids' school?
Apparently not.
And the 6570, that phone number, that was on the piece of paper that was handed to Donna, correct?
Correct.
And now Garcia's got it, yes?
Correct.
And how did that change hands?
Apparently, that night after Charlie met with Katie at the restaurant, she must have gone home and talked to, because they lived together, so she went home and talked to Sigfredo at home.
Okay, but on the wire, we don't have to guess because we're handing it to Donna, right?
Correct.
We know Charlie's got it after that, right? Because we hear him on Dolce giving it to Katie.
Correct. He gives it to Katie at the
And
restaurant.
we hear Katie, at least on this call, giving it to Garcia, yes?
Correct.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next call. Please call Jay.
Hey, what's up?
One of those cell phone right now. You're still having help from these people, right?
What's that?
You're still having help from these people?
Well, they came by on Monday.
No, you haven't heard from,
No, I'll put another call on to them.
I don't know, right?
No.
There's a problem with you.
Dude.
It's weird.
Yeah, really fucking weird. The other choice is, I would say postcard in anyway. It's got the pool, it's got the food, it's got music, it's lively or anyway. Just call them, I'll find out what it is, and I got you.
Oh, it's not bad.
Sorry, it's fine, I totally forgot about it. I not forgot, I just called it after. I'll put another call today, with some recommendations for it.
Yeah, but I was telling you before, I don't think that's also good here regardless of if you put investment.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
In-
Because there's that, I was looking at the properties, and then I was like, I was asking, I was like, oh, this is going to be a good investment, and he said, no, that's crazy, stupid, it's not like everything, for the price.
All right, now I got what you're saying.
But we are gonna look into a couple of things, a couple of properties regarding that and find out, what's going on. And then
Yeah.
I guess we'll go from there, because, you can't just jump into like, the place you don't even know.
You can't jump to a property you don't even know.
Exactly. Like,
If it's
if
either
you
the
can
property.
analyze it, how is the security gonna be, and, is it third class of security, or is it a lot more into it? So, I'm trying to do the research for that.
Find out, because usually when these properties come up, I mean, they announce it to everybody.
Exactly.
You can't be
But
that.
then I don't think that's the case, just I feel like there's, like it was posted incorrectly. And it's just that, some people buy it, some people don't.
Yeah.
So it's like, you go out and fish in there and let's see who buys it. But fishing,
Yeah.
you throw the chunk out, they're all gonna put on.
Yeah, instead of chum, a bunch of fish come and they want to jump on it. I mean, I kind of think that.
Yeah, but for the pricing, it's registered. So it's it's unfavorable.
Way too high for pricing, right?
Yeah, of course, that's crazy. Like, who pays that much?
Yeah.
I mean, if they really wanted to get something, like they would afford it, they could afford it,
Yeah, hang on 1 second. Danny's gonna ask me a question. Hey, go ahead. Sorry about this. This is an important call. What's up? Okay. Okay. But yeah, it's just crazy that it's so nice that you're in real estate now.
Yeah,
It's just so crazy that
like, it's giving me a lot more knowledge about everything, so.
Real estate's a great profession. I mean, honestly, it's one of those things, the sky's the limit. You get in with the right people and you start getting the right stuff and you do extremely well.
Yeah, I'm learning as I go. I mean, I'm thinking, I go home and do my research and stuff about things, and then I try to ask advice too, coming from somebody else's point of view. Like, okay, so if somebody offers us some more money, I start looking at the listings, I start looking at possible scenarios or locations of what it could be at, and then I hopefully I have a lead.
Was someone shocked that that listing came up?
Of course, especially if it's around.
Well, it's that amount in that location.
And it's hard. It's not an amount that somebody would just put out there, these are $1 million houses that probably.
Yeah.
It would have been that. So.
Yeah.
I just don't want any false, so it'll waste my time.
But you don't think alarm bells went off everywhere?
Not that I know of, because it's if the person was very interested about it and knew a lot about the property, then
Right.
it would have been a totally different story. It would have been a done deal and things would have been fine then. There's one or two scenarios which I'm still trying to figure out right now. Because I'm still new, you know, still trying to figure out how.
That's the thing is that property came with a full listing. Like, it came with.
Yeah, with all the information,
With all the
you get all
information.
of that stuff in MLS, you know, you get all the information and the demographics of everything.
So,
But then again, you can have a listing everywhere, everything's accessible.
yeah, I mean, it was crazy. It's like, I mean, it came with everything but pictures.
That's nice, good thing. We send out
Yeah.
pictures for everything.
Yeah, no, it was close to it. But anyway,
So let me find out first, regarding the property, and then we'll go from there.
to be very honest with you, I'm not very interested in buying property. I think you buy a property like that, this is the thing. You buy a property like that, it's like what you're talking about,
Mm-hmm.
it becomes a headache for life. Because
Yeah, but then it's
doesn't
like,
stop.
you don't wanna get stuck either in a situation where it's like, it's a false advertisement,
Oh, yeah.
and
It could
then,
it could be one of two things, and this is what happens when stuff doesn't hit the MLS post. Okay? And it's called like a pocket listing, meaning that someone did a list of real estate beforehand. But what ends up happening is that, okay, say you get that property, it's a great deal and everything. It becomes, if you get the wrong people in there, it becomes a problem for life. I've had this with other properties. It becomes lots of excuses, and then they move in, and then next thing you know, let's say even.
it's a big headache, then
Yeah,
every time somebody's gonna keep increasing the amount.
Exactly, and then what happens is they tell you, I wanna pay this for the rental property, or I wanna pay that for the rental property. And you're
Yeah,
like,
but how that's not the case, that's the problem, if that's not the case for the client, then, you know, that's what I'm saying, there's always false leads. You know,
Yeah.
there's people that like, oh, they're calling them, oh, yeah, well, no, okay, I don't really need it, and it's like, you can almost like look for nothing.
Well, I think it's without a question, it's one of the, false leads, someone just wasting your fucking time. Or get the wrong tenant in there with your rental property, and it goes ahead and it becomes, let's say even they move out, let's say they take a little vacation. Next thing you know, and you don't know, if you're not at the property all the time.
Of course.
And their little cousin, while they're on vacation, is like,
Moves in and-
it moves in, it's like, hey, guess who I am? You da-da-da-da-da, and then next thing you know, his friend shows up and says, hey, guess who I am? I need this, and then they're constantly breaking things, and they're constantly not that you're doing to fix things, and it becomes they will never, ever, it'll be like a leech that never leaves you.
Well, hopefully that's not the case. That's why I need to get everything clarified first. That's why I do all the background checks and everything, make sure like a person really does want it before I even go forth of, trying to look for property for them. Or else I'm going around and around and nothing.
I mean, that's why these things also are done with contracts. You gotta have a contract attorney look over them, and you buy them, and then after the property's bought, the property's bought. There's no like, oh, by the way, I know I agreed to pay you X, but I'm gonna come to the closing and I'll give you half. No, if you say you're gonna do something, you fucking do it. If you say you're gonna pay rent, you pay rent. If you say I'm gonna buy this building for $50,000 or whatever, or $1 million, or let's say you're gonna buy a building for $10 million. Okay, you're buying a building for $10 million. You don't show up at closing and go, hey, I decided I'm gonna give you $1 million.
Yeah.
And that's it. Like, you just get
I mean,
don't want to
we made
feel.
a couple of phone calls like last night to find out, if this was a good news, and then I'll find out more. Because like I said, I don't want anybody to take advantage of it, especially on you over here.
gotta look at the populace. It's good that you're in real estate, but just be careful, because I'm telling you, if you buy the wrong rental property, like the one that I had in Miramar, these people are such a fucking pain in the ass. They got nothing but excuses. But excuses. They fuck you over every chance they get. By the way, did I tell you I had to take everybody out of their law property? Everybody but that old guy Leonard.
Oh, you don't want to say?
That Miramar property.
Yeah, but the competition out there is
Competition's fierce. I mean, there's a lot of, I mean, you're hot, which helps. You're also bilingual, which helps. But you gotta hustle, but it's also you make the right connections, you know the right people.
exactly. How can you come in?
Bang. That's true.
I do. I have to make phone calls, especially people that I know that like really, you know, really help. I mean, always make a topic, especially somebody like I have one of these matters, and I swear I'm reaching out some of these phones, and it's like this can even be a good thing for me to purchase something because these people are investors.
Well, look around. Like I said, I mean, if you need someone to lend you money to help you out, I don't mind helping you out.
I don't know.
I mean, obviously there's a limit, but whatever can help you out. But I want to see you at some point. I just swam today, but I can get you that good luck bonsai tree if you want.
Oh, okay. That'd be good next time I think.
All right, so in this call, could we publish demo A, please? Oh, it is. Okay, we better do it. At the beginning portion that we listened to, there's a discussion about a trip. Is she asking him to buy her a trip, or is he offering to buy her a trip?
It appears that he was offering to buy her a trip.
All right, and what does she say about that? Doesn't have to be a quote, but
She basically says that's not what she was talking about.
that it's not a good idea, not a good investment.
Right, not a good investment.
Someone told her it wasn't a good investment to do
Correct.
that. So maybe not a great time for him to be buying her anything.
Correct.
Okay. She says that he is going to look into a couple properties. Does she ever say the name Sigfredo Garcia to Charlie Adelson?
Judge, objection, meeting in this sidebar, please.
Approach.
Yeah, this code is classic. The society page, I totally agree. And keep in mind, this is from the extortionist that he's having this conversation with somebody that he was, fearful that she's going to be part of this hit of a death or grievous bodily harm to him or other Adelsons if he doesn't give them the money. So keep in mind, the defense theory is that, yes, we paid $100,000 or roughly that after Dan was killed. So that in and of itself is so close to 100% proof of a confession. So the only little twist is that there was there was this threat that you had to pay us after the killing happened. So it just makes no sense. A total farce. There you see Ruth Markel, Dan's mother, the trauma she has to endure year after year, waiting and waiting and waiting for these hitmen to finally be prosecuted, and only one Adelson prosecuted so far. It's sad to see, but there's Dan's sister right there, sitting between her parents. Just imagine the pain and agony that they have. This affects them every day of their life. And then to have a double elimination by not only snuffing Dan's life out from him, but then have all those issues of denial of visitation and whatnot. The boys have never been to Canada. The boys have never seen their dad's gravesite. Do you really believe what Wendi said on the stand, that the boys say a prayer and include their dad morning and night and have a picture above their beds? I mean, that's something else.
Was the name Sigfredo Garcia said by Catherine Magbanua?
No.
And did Catherine Magbanua on the wire talk to anyone else about the situation other than this defendant and Sigfredo Garcia?
No, she didn't.
All right. When she talks about, I wanted to ask you about the lending money to buy a house. Does Catherine Magbanua demand money to assist her in buying a house, or does Charlie Adelson offer the money?
Charlie offered her the money.
We've heard testimony, which was depicted in this demonstrative exhibit, that tenant was code for blackmailer. In this call, if tenant is code for blackmailer, which one of the parties is explaining the potential problems with paying a blackmailer?
It's Charlie Adelson.
And he's explaining to her that the blackmailer may continue to come back or multiply or raise the rent, as it were?
That's correct.
Okay, let's move on to the next call. Please call Kay.
Sorry, what?
Kay.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Good, good. I'm actually running late to the office, so getting gas, and then I'll be in, what do you call it? I'll be at the office, and then I'm gonna go to Weston, and then, whatever time I get done with Weston. And then that was maybe here, it's not, I don't know.
What do you might get out late, is that what you're thinking?
I don't know what time I'll get out, you know, but I'll get back to see that as well, to grab dinner. But,
Yeah, just thought you might, wanna get a bite with you, but.
But if you want to, I'm happy to see it. I saw a lot of police everywhere, getting traffic tickets, so they should be careful.
Okay.
Um, But anyway, that's what I think it is, without a question for multiple reasons.
Really?
Multiple reasons.
Yeah.
So, I never got a chance to do the return that Macy's that he gave me the for yesterday. I just ran out of time.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna have to give you the
And
They
return
just
it.
keep it, I mean, it's not that valuable anyway.
Yeah.
So, but anyway, if Dad wants to see me, go to White, that's cool.
Yeah. Only if there's like a case, only if there's like, you know, I know you have those cases at the office that you want to talk to him about, so, you know.
If Dad wants to see me for dinner,
Uh-huh.
always have to see him for dinner. So
Okay.
it's up to him, and he can come by my house, and I'll go get something to eat with him.
Oh, that sounds like a plan. So why don't you let him know how you're doing as your second office, and then, you know, give him a heads up, and then maybe he'll come up and go out for a bite with you.
Yeah, but I'm gonna leave South Beach until after 7, traffic is horrible.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But you don't know what time you're gonna get out from this.
What's gonna be too late, I mean, I think if that comes over at 8, that'll be fine.
Oh, that's perfect, actually, because when he's taking, Wendi and some of the ladies and some others from national class and from class, it's her birthday today, the teacher. So they're taking her to Red Ginger for dinner. And then when he goes, so Wendi asked, can I bring the girls to her house and put it to sleep? Because she's gonna go straight from work, so she probably won't get out of, she probably won't get out of there for a while. So that would be good, Jack, to have dinner with you at least, and then, you know, and I can stay with the boys and put them to sleep.
Alright, fine, so, figure, tell Dad to leave Miami at 7:30.
At 7:30, okay, I'll tell him, that's perfect, then.
At any other time, honestly, you can hit traffic.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. That sounds good.
Alright.
All right, okay, see you later, love you, honey.
Alright, sounds good.
All right, and then we'll go straight into call L next.
Yeah,
Oh,
thanks for everything. Alright. What? Yes. Yeah, I leave at 7:30, I wouldn't leave before that.
okay.
Is Mom coming in?
No, she's with the boys, Wendy. Ben's teacher there, everybody wants to take her out for the birthday, so we're going over to Red Ginger. So Mom's over with, the boys at Wendy's house.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if I Thursday, I wouldn't leave before 7:30, the traffic is so bad after this one.
Okay.
You know where it is, right?
Yeah, it's on Bird Road. I just put it on Waze. It'll take me 25 minutes to get there.
Yeah, I would, leave at 7:30, otherwise I'm supposed to pull up to finish packing up.
Okay, all right, fine. So I'll see you there probably before 8.
Yeah, well, I try to aim for 8. If you come there before me, just get table.
Okay, sounds good. Okay.
Did a meeting occur at Matsuri restaurant?
Yes, it did.
Who was present at the meeting?
Charlie Adelson and Harvey Adelson.
And was that the meeting that was at least attempted to be intercepted by Special Agent Kendall
Yes, it was.
at the sushi bar?
It was, and also outside too.
Okay, and did some of the conversation at the sushi bar get captured on Agent Kendall's recording device?
It did.
And was that audio, the audio portion of that, clarified by the expert that we heard from yesterday, McElveen?
Yes.
And did you compile or review this thumb drive, States Exhibit 114, that contains the video as well as the enhanced audio that McElveen worked on?
Yes, I did.
All right, Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce States 114 into evidence.
Any objection?
Just our previous objection, Your Honor. And may I have one moment, Ms. Calvin?
Go ahead. One 14 will be admitted, no worthy prior objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. Permission to publish?
You may.
Okay, this will take us just a moment to switch gears here.
So far, I think the prosecution is doing a great job. I think that code chart worked beautifully. She's bringing all these terms out very well with Agent Sanford, who's done an outstanding job as well. All these law enforcement guys are really, really top notch.
Yeah, you can say it all day long. I can't even tell you the giant thing.
Could you start it over? Start it over.
Yeah, all day long.
Could you start it over? Because I appreciate you adjusting the volume, but let's just try again.
There is one. Yeah, you can say it all day long. I can't even tell you the giant thing. Yeah, all day long. Oh, I know that you talked to her. I was surprised they didn't come to me. One or the other. What? One or the other, but the one usually the weird voice. Yeah, it's only. That's what Katie agreed with. Yes, you're right. I think it's, I actually think it's. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh. No. There has to be some kind of factor on it. It makes sense, it really does. I didn't think they were that smart. I'll take it. 50% of people want to cooperate, obviously not. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
In terms of an undercover operation, what does the term mean to get made?
To get made means that they figure out that the undercover's a police officer.
After the clip that we just watched, is there any more relevant discussion to our investigation during their meal?
No.
All right, and then on our sheet, we've got the next event, I think. being the bump letter. Can you explain what that is?
We decided nobody was calling the number, nobody was calling the undercover, so we decided to send a letter to the Adelson residents purporting to be from the extortion person, the undercover agent.
And chronologically, is this when the letter would have been sent or mailed
Yes, on the
on the sheet?
I'm sorry, on the 23rd, yes.
Okay. I'll show you what I've marked as State 79. Recognize it?
Yes,
What is it?
this is the letter that was mailed to the Adelson residents.
All right, the icon.
Icon.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to introduce State 79.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
State 79 is admitted.
Can we publish that one? Permission to publish, Your Honor? So as far as where the letter was mailed, this is the actual photo of the actual envelope.
Correct.
Contents, would you mind just reading that for us?
My phone is not ringing, so you don't care about Tato and what he did for you. He knows he is fucked, and so soon, so will you.
All right, I want to skip ahead to April 25th and draw your attention to call M. Up to this point, call M, has anyone called the undercover number yet?
No.
All right, publish call M, please.
One moment, Your Honor.
Takes a second to,
That's fine. Thank you. You're good. Thank you.
okay.
Yeah.
Hey, you on your way?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna be at the icon, which is when you come over 395. It's right there in the, you know what the building the icon is, right?
That's all the way in South Beach, right? Like,
Yeah. When you come over,
like it's a lot of traffic out there. You can go a little bit more north, or just go north anyway.
I will. I'm standing outside. I was talking to my parents about it.
Huh?
I just talked to my parents about my day. I was standing up. No, I was talking to my parents about my day.
Oh, okay. Well,
So that's-
just like I had to just like jet out of my
Yeah.
own house, like it's
I-
not like, you know,
where-
you can worry about me every single 2 seconds. So
Of course, but I'd rather, where are you now?
I'm on 15.
Alright, just do me this one favor, just come down here.
Okay, is everything okay?
Yeah, I just want you to come down here so I can see it. We're already in the car. It's on the icon is on the corner of 5th and Alton. It's that big building when as soon as you're on Alton and you cross over 5th on your right hand side.
Okay, can it be anywhere else besides that?
I can get my car and start trying to find you, but then we gotta drive and park, and I'd rather you just come over here.
I know, but that is like a part of South Beach, like, that's stupid for me to go all the way down there.
You're all right, okay. I'll get my car in I'll get in 5 minutes, I'll start heading this way, and I'll get my car, and then I'll meet you somewhere in like 15 minutes. I still need to talk to my parents for another 5 minutes, and then I'm gonna leave there, and then I'm gonna come to wherever you are. But just still keep heading south. What's your cross street? Alright, 82nd?
Yeah, I can, Deciphering home, when you get in the car.
Okay, I'll give you a call and see where you are, and I'll start heading over.
Get it when I call you through WhatsApp?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I'll put my ringer, I don't know, let me see if my phone is on vibrate. Is in my shirt. Okay.
All right, so it sounds like, sorry.
I'm sorry, start again.
I will. Sounds like they're planning a meeting. Did a meeting occur after this phone call?
Yes.
And was that a meeting that you were able to record through some means with undercover agents?
No,
Why not?
because we didn't know about the meeting until this phone call happened, and we realized they were already on the way, and we couldn't get down there in time.
Okay, and didn't know the location. It's a
Correct.
moving target, right?
Correct.
Okay. All right, I think we can skip N.
You want to say, sorry?
I want to go to the next day, April 26, 2016. And play call O, please.
Hello?
What's going on?
I don't know if you talk to you, about something, but, did you learn that you get an extra money or something for his culture?
Of course, just don't worry about them, they're fine. You got more than you got everything you need to.
Alright,
Okay?
that's me to talk to you about.
That sounds personal, I don't know, what you need to talk to me about.
What do you call me?
I mean, your son's asking about you, so I'm gonna have to set up a conference for something to you.
What?
Well, your son
Well,
wants to
yeah,
find
obviously, I
something.
have to call.
Yeah, you can call me. Call me back. Or if anything, I'll drop them off to your mom or something like that. You want them
What are
off?
you talking about?
You can hang out.
No, don't involve my mom in anything.
You call my mom. You call my mom and check on shit. My mom said that you call her, she's.
Okay. Is the next item we have on here a text message?
Yes, correct.
And how is it you're able to get text messaging on the wire?
From the wire, we also get not only audio calls, but we also get text messages if they're sent through regular text messaging through the
All right.
carrier.
What if it's sent through WhatsApp or some other type of application?
We do not get that.
All right, so this next text was sent through regular iPhone message,
I believe it was regular text message, I
text
believe.
message. Okay, could we look at P, please? It's okay, don't worry about signing in. Okay, great. All right, so this is from who to who? From who to whom? From whom to who?
It's from,
I'll get emails about that.
It's from Catherine McManua to Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay. All right, and then Q, please. Does he say who the homie is?
This is from Sigfredo, and he does not say who the homie is.
All right, I'm gonna go to call R next. Publish call R, please.
Good morning.
Hey, how are you?
Good, how are you, honey?
Good. Hey, what's going on?
Not a whole lot. Picking up some things in the house. I was, Vicki sent me the hours, so I'm working on everybody's salary for tomorrow. Other than that, everything is good. I'm glad you feel better.
Good. You feel better after what I told you last night.
Significantly.
Yeah. It makes sense. It makes 1,000% sense.
Yeah, so I know it does.
That's what it is. No, that's what it is.
Anything today, those sort of things we get taken care of.
Oh, yeah.
And once they are, would you let me know?
Yeah, no.
Please.
Well, so it's a work on the appointment today. Right. Set it up. I mean, it's not like it's 9 a.m. It's like, I got a conference call. Yeah. I got to call the patient. So anyway,
Yeah.
Like this, can I tell you something? The more I think about it too, when someone writes, "You don't care," you know what that sounds like? A girl.
Yeah, because that's the
You don't care.
Yeah.
That's exactly how they sound. You don't care. Well, I've never met the person, so I don't care about people I've never met.
No. Have you ever gotten a note from a girl or a girl saying to you, you don't care?
That's the person they say. That's
Yeah.
the person they say. You don't care. Well, guess what? I don't care about anyone I've never met.
Yeah, it's true.
So that's what it was, and that's why you had like a mediation where someone comes in and they're like, "Oh, right, just doing my job." But that explains it all.
I think so too.
Yeah. They want the same person. Right. Without a doubt. It's not, listen, I actually do know how these things are done, and that was the same thing that I said, it's not done yet.
Right. No, that's what you explained.
No, it's 48 hours.
Just enough.
Let me take this call over. I'll be right back.
Go, okay. Right.
Okay, so the discussion of "you don't care," was that language that was used in the letter that was sent to the Adelsons?
It was.
All right, on to call S, please.
Hey, honey.
Hey.
Hi. Quick question. Did you ever check that phone number I gave you last night?
Yeah, everything's fine. Was the dad took the day off?
Dad did not feel well, actually. He didn't go to bed until 5:30. So instead at 5:30, I got up actually at 6:30, and he said, "Well, look at me," and I said, "No problem." I told the girl that he didn't feel well. His patients are all being seen Wednesday, Thursday, and
Hang on 1 second. Hang on 1 second.
sure.
Yeah. Okay, can you take an X-ray for me? Okay, I'll be there in 1 minute. Sorry, yeah.
So that was, he could not remember, and I said he didn't go to sleep.
Yeah, no, I mean,
He said, "It's not functional." But did you, we could have,
that's fine. Did you tell him what I told you yesterday? I mean, it's not.
100%.
I mean, does he agree? Does he agree
Yeah.
with what I said? I mean, it's not.
No, it sounds like it will be fun.
It's just about 1,000%. I know.
Yeah.
I know what you worry about is when you don't know.
Right.
So he's doing
No.
something.
No, but it sounds like this company usually fixes those bridges pretty quickly, so they should be there.
Not looking at it. Sounds like it's fucking nonsense, because I really don't want to come down there anymore. I need to distance myself from
Right.
it. I mean,
Okay.
just hear me out and listen to me.
I am.
Hear me out.
I am.
If you don't know who the person is, it's a much bigger problem. If you know who it is, it's very, very easy. Okay?
Right.
And you always, I mean, you guys are notorious for always getting worked up over everything throughout. As long as I've known you, it's always been, it's always been, everything's a big deal, that we get worked up about everything. Everything is a huge deal. And I'm just saying, like, this is no different, but I'm just telling you, like, stop. Because it's not anything more than nonsense.
Okay.
You know, I mean, just saying, like, you could worry about everything. I mean, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything to anybody. Somebody is fishing. Let them fish. They know too that you don't have nothing to do with anything. So it's not like, it's like me going to my next door neighbor and saying, hey, I know you're whatever. Like, okay, they look at me like I have 3 heads. I mean, that's pretty much the impression and that's the appropriate impression, because someone talks to you about something, you don't know what they're talking about, you go, I don't know what you're talking about. So somebody asks someone to talk to you, and you don't know what they're talking about, like, basically you get lost. And that's the truth. You don't know what you don't know. If you don't know something, you don't know something. Like this. There's not much you can do to help that person out, unfortunately. But it's not like you do know that person and you're not helping them. You don't know somebody, you don't know somebody. So, it's like someone coming to talk to me about someone who I don't know. I just said, here, I don't know who you're talking about, and I don't know. Sorry. So I'm just saying, but you get worked up. It's not done like that. It's not.
As long as you tell me that this is being taken care of.
It's being taken care of, but that's that I know it's being taken care of. But I know yourself all worked up and all fucking crazy, and it's that has to stop. I mean, I really don't want to,
Okay. Well, I did have to talk to you, didn't I?
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't that important that I contact you?
No, I know that that's not going to work.
Well, he said he was, but after we spoke last night, we never went to bed. That was the problem.
Oh, I see that you get yourself all worked up.
I know.
And it's always, I'm just saying, it's always, you're getting a little better in time, but I'm just saying, it's always, all worked up, and it's,
I'm trying.
I know where it's coming from. I know, but I
understand what you're saying. I totally understand.
And you don't realize, I mean, like, you probably watch too many movies. But it's not like, we'll get one of them, and then the other one will just start painting. Like, the stupidest thing I ever heard. It doesn't work like that.
Okay. You told me all this yesterday. I know. I understand what you said, and I got it. I got it. And today was a better day.
Well, that's great, but I'm just saying, it's not like, there's nothing, no, I mean, there really isn't. I mean, listen, someone wants to bother your nonsense with threats. I mean, it's not uncommon. And it's, when you get nonsense and threats, I mean, first of all, they don't give you a number. I mean, everything is so traceable. It doesn't, in a billion years, I mean, especially in electronics, is extremely traceable. The other thing is this, is that I'll let you on a secret. People, if someone doesn't want you to know what they look like, they wear a hat, they wear glasses, they put on a beard, they listen, for $5 at the costume store, you can buy an Abraham Lincoln beard. You put that on. Yeah. And you wear glasses and a hat like everybody else on South Beach, because it's really sunny outside. So someone will come over wearing a hat and glasses and talk to you. So you can't see 3/4 of their face. And they walk around with a big fluffy hat and glasses and come by. Like, no. That's not, that is not how it's done. Yeah. Okay. No, if someone asks someone to go, it's either a complete nonsense, which it is, but somebody asks someone, can you go there and tell them something? And that's like the guy with, that's basically what it is. All right, I'll go there and I'll tell them something. Right? And that's why something is done like that. Otherwise, it's not, You know, listen, you didn't do anything. You didn't do anything to anybody. You didn't do anything to whoever these people are. They're not going to go through the amount of planning and stress and logistics and risk, because something can always happen. I mean, like, even the best laid plans, I mean, even the best laid plans, you could have, you know, there could be an off-duty officer taking his dog for a walk. Just happen to come around the corner, this just happens, something happens to happen. You know, or somebody goes to do something and has to his turn, they tear their knee. You know, they're laying on the floor with a torn ACL. Like, there's a lot of risk when somebody does something. There's a million and one things. So to do that, what's the reason? There is no reason. And that's why there's nothing that, you know, it's nothing that you have to worry about. And it is being looked into.
Yeah, that's all I wanted.
Yeah, I mean, but it's not like, you know, trust me. I mean, you'll probably get a heart attack from things before that happens to you. So, I mean, if you're saying like that's probably more likely. So I'm just letting you know, but I can't like.
No, I don't, but I don't believe me, I don't want you to, I won't, I'll only let you know if it's something very important that I need to tell you.
I know, but I'm just saying it's.
And I thought that was important enough that I needed to speak with you.
Yes, I spent my whole fucking night down there last night, I get it.
Believe me, I know.
You know, I mean,
I want you to go home and have some peace tonight, so please just.
Okay, no, I was really planning on going down there and talking to you again. I'm just saying, like, it's utter nonsense.
Okay.
And I can tell you this.
Great, that's great.
When the first thing somebody says is you don't care, that is a girl's fight.
Yeah, I didn't even, honestly, I didn't even remember what the note was.
The first thing it said was you don't care.
Okay.
You obviously do not care about something. That means that the girl is fighting. That's it. People don't write letters. I mean, people don't write letters. People don't show their faces. People don't give you cell phone numbers. Like, it's not done like that. It's somebody just messing around.
Yeah.
Fishing.
I got you, Tom.
I mean, I'm just saying, look, you have to understand, if somebody was going to do something, nobody would show their face. Nobody would give you a cell phone number. Nobody would write something and put it in the mail. See what I'm saying? Each one of those is a huge mistake into itself. When somebody does something, someone gives you a visit, you won't be able to identify their face, and you'll be given 48 hours. That's the visit.
Yeah.
Not someone, like, not hiding out in the open. Not in a million years of not.
Next, I'd like to play Call T, please.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on?
Well, I don't know what the fuck, like, for some reason, I know you were, like, telling me something about for the client, but I got a mixed up with the number. And I'm calling both numbers, but nobody's picking up, so I need to figure out because, or else I could set up, with the realtors for the property.
Well, they sound like a really good client if they're gonna rent the place. I actually have the number at home.
Okay, I have, I need it, that.
Well, I can Okay, we
Like,
should
I'm
look
supposed to,
at
but
that.
it's the thing is like, I tried to, remember it, and like, I just couldn't, like, I've been calling so many people today, so it's like, it's been.
I'm gonna be home in probably 2 hours, and I can get you the number then. Hopefully they haven't like listed other properties yet.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's no way at all you can get the number to him
let me,
before I get out of work.
well, let me do this. Let me see if I can get the number. I got the number at home in my desk.
Okay.
But let me see if the number may be from other place, okay?
Okay.
Alright, I'll call you right.
Call you, please. This one's gonna be you.
Hey, you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Okay. Do you remember the number that was written on that paper the other day? Because I have it at home.
And Jones.
Okay. The gentleman just called me asking for it because they thought they remembered it, but evidently they remembered it wrong. So I'm gonna have to get, okay, I got the paper at my house, so don't worry about it, but, you didn't write the number down anywhere.
No, I gave you money for that with the end of it.
I know, I thought you maybe wrote the number down.
I didn't.
Alright, because they're calling me now for the number, and I have to take a look at my house. Alright, I'll get it done in a few hours.
Okay.
Yeah, bye.
Yeah.
Call V.
Hello?
Hey, okay, I just called it. They don't have the number either. It's at home, and I'm not gonna be able to give it to you until I get home.
So we put your mission to like, kind of like, what's the game, so we try to get the agent for showing, that's why.
I know, that's why I was like, take it, write the number down.
I know, but it's like, I'm so good at like memorizing shit, like I do this all day. Like I have like 1,000 numbers on my phone now, and then now when somebody calls me back, I don't remember who it is, so I'm gonna speak every person's number.
Yeah.
I don't have a landline in my job, I have to use my cell phone.
That's why you gotta put in your contact list, you don't lose your contact.
No, I can't do that, there's so many random people calling my phone, there's like some clients that don't even wanna like, do it one day they wanna see property, and another day, oh no, it's okay, because they wanna do somebody else.
Yeah. I'm in Miami Lakes right now. I'm not gonna see what's on the get out of here, hang on 1 second.
And then you can't even remember?
Hey, come on, like, my age, I'm up there, I what I had for breakfast. The only reason I remember is because they ate the same thing every day. Hey, do you know what time the last patient is? That Undercover? I'm done? Why did someone tell me? Wait, that guy that came from the other office? It's all done. Okay, beautiful, thank you. We'll get out here before traffic is. All right.
Yeah.
I can get the number in 30 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
Call W, please.
Hello?
Hey,
Hello?
how you doing? How you doing, Papa? Hey, Cookie.
I think I remember one of the listings that I had to tell you?
Yeah.
One of the properties?
Yeah.
What was that? I don't know, the same case that you call, because I have to set it up.
Yeah, and I tried to read some listings there each time.
Okay, it's, I believe it's 305.
Okay.
712.
Okay.
5570.
6570?
Mm-hmm. Cause I also, I had like two numbers.
I know, you got that dyslexia. I get it. So the listing for the places,
Is it 305-712, 6570?
5570.
Well, no. Here, it's a few minutes. It's a 305,
Mm-hmm.
712,
Mm-hmm.
6570.
These are one of the ones that I tried. Well, I'll reach out to you again.
Alright, you just wanted me to tell you, like,
Alright, so
alright. Can you call back later?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Was the number being relayed in this call, we just heard the correct number for the undercover?
Yes, it was.
As of this point, has anybody called the undercover yet?
No, still have not called him.
All right, let's go to the next day, April 27th, 2016, and publish call X, please.
You spoke to my secretary?
I did.
No.
So she picks up the phone. First of all, she sounds exactly like she's on the phone.
She sounded like me?
What now?
She sounded like me?
And look, for a second, she picks up the phone and goes, she's in the bathroom. And I thought that was like some kind of code for something or other. She's like, she's in the bathroom. And I'm like, is she in the toilet or is she in the bathroom? I'm like, that's like a bitch. I'm like, what's she trying to tell me? I'm thinking like, has she been, I was like, asked her, has she flushed? Or is she still floating? I want to flush.
Why is it a whole bathroom scene?
I want to flush.
No, she wasn't flushed. Okay.
So I'm fucking
I was
thinking,
gonna-
I thought this was like code. I'm like, Katie, is she flushed or is she in the bathroom?
Oh my God, it's too funny.
And then I'm like, I was about to tell her, well, call me back when she's flushed.
Stop, my nerves are doing that.
I made it clear I want the problem flushed.
Yeah.
So hey, are you going to the Keys this weekend?
I don't think so.
Because if you were, I was excited to come by on tomorrow. I'll tell you to go to my garage and I'll leave something for you.
No.
I was going to leave a coupon. I was going to leave a gift card and with the tree.
With a coupon?
What's that?
With a coupon?
Well, it's a gift card that you could use in any hotel.
Oh, cool.
So I was kind of thinking, if you did want to go away for the weekend, it would be nice to have a gift card and a little tree planted at your house.
All right.
Yeah, that's if you're going to go away and like take a deep breath. Enjoy the
Yeah, I'm gonna take a deep breath every day.
Oh, I think mom needs vacation with daddy. So why don't you guys go on a vacation, leave the fucking kids at home, smoke a big fat fucking joint, and have a cocktail, call it a day. So wake up and just fish.
I just think you are what are you doing?
What's that?
Some people like you work.
Nah,
I see that.
I'm fucking driving 14 Lucy today.
Ew, that's a long drive.
Fucking far.
How long does it take? How long does it
Like
take?
80 something nonstop. It's an hour and a half.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy. How many patients do you have?
It's honestly exciting. I do an office and have another whole search, kind of bullshit until half the day. I like the secretary goes tonight. And I have lost a bunch of offices at my 4
can
Well,
she's family.
figure your shit out, and if I were you, I would go to some dishes, smoke a joint, and have a cocktail. Because that fixes everything.
There's always everything. Hallelujah.
And find Jesus.
Because you find Jesus and when you find him, you come and take care of me.
I'm looking for it. I got so excited the other day, but then it was hasty.
She's like, he's Jewish.
Dude, I'm your third favorite. Hey, am I your third favorite cheese fiddle?
You are my third favorite.
You, number one, you are.
Hello, it's number one,
Jesus.
Jesus, and then it's Drake,
Great.
and then it's
And then Charles.
yeah. You've always been here, number three.
I'm always behind Drake. Because big
Behind
T.I.
Drake.
is nice. Because big T.I. is nice.
Yes,
That's number four.
probably he knows how much I'm in love with him.
I know.
He hasn't, he had a baby already.
Yeah, reality show that.
Are you serious? He's
Yeah,
been had that show for years. What's
uh,
wrong with you?
stop.
You're right. You don't like to watch BET. Oh, do they even have BET still? I don't know, man. You need to watch something. You see this.
I'll look for him.
Okay, listen. And lemonade. Google it. Beyonce, lemonade. Google now.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Oh, you still
I got
got
hot
it?
sauce. I got hot sauce in my bag.
You got hot sauce in your bag?
Yep.
Oh my God, no. No way, people do still understand. Okay, bye.
Does it feel like a lot of tension or an aggressive relationship between these two on this call?
No, not at all.
The gift card that could be used at any hotel, was Ms. Magbanowa demanding that from Mr. Adelson, or was he volunteering it?
No, he volunteered it.
And did it, when he says mama needs a vacation with daddy, is there any evidence that indicates that Mr. Adelson was planning to go on this trip with Catherine Magbanowa?
No.
What was the status of their relationships at this point, if you know?
They were not dating anymore. They were just friends because she was currently living with Sigfredo Garcia.
Publish call Y, please. Actually, I think we can skip Y. Let's go to the next day, April 28th, 2016. Do we have another bump on that day?
Yes, we do.
Could you tell us about that one, please?
Still no one had called the undercover back, called him at all. So we had the undercover agent call the Adelson Institute and ask for Donna Adelson.
All right, Judge, that call is contained on State's Exhibit 107, which is in evidence. Permission to publish that call at this time?
You may.
Got it.
Good morning, thank you for calling my Adelson's office. This is Becky, can you help you?
Yes, good morning. May I speak to Mrs. Donna Adelson?
May I let her know who's calling?
Sammy?
Sammy from,
I met her last week, and I gave her some paperwork.
you met her last week and you gave her some paperwork regarding,
She knows what it's about. It's important paperwork.
oh, okay. And your name is Sammy?
Yes.
Do you have another phone number you can be reached?
My number is 305 712 6570.
Okay, because she's not available right now, but I can have her maybe give you a call back.
Okay, just tell her it's very important. We need to find out immediately what she thinks about the paperwork.
Okay, I certainly will.
I met her last week. Yes, thank you so much.
All right, have a good day.
All right, you too.
you'll switch back to the other exhibit, we could publish call Z next.
Morning, George.
Hey, how are you?
Hey, are you in an office or home?
No, I'm driving to an office now. What's up?
Well, Erica called me this morning, and this guy was on the road. The office, so Erica called me, and she said, I didn't normally bother you with this. She said, I have the sales call or what, but somebody called this morning, and he said his name was Sammy, and he said he's been very important papers last week, and he hasn't heard from you. And he wants you to call him back, and here's the number. So,
Okay.
so I, want to verify the number, with the correct number that I told you. So, obviously, I'm not going to call the number. I said, this is just be a sales call. Just hit star 67 before you call the number, and then they won't know the number you're calling from. I said, oh, okay, I'll write that down. What's your suggestion?
The odd thing is this, is that that's the same number you gave me, right?
I don't know, because I gave you the number, I never kept it, you kept it.
Tell me what the number was.
305,
Right.
712,
Right.
6570.
6570.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. No, it's someone, the odd thing is that 712, 6570. Yeah, that's the same number, and it was called, and no one picked up.
Maybe that's because,
Okay, so someone called today?
They called the office, and Erica called me, she said, I hope I'm not bothering you, it's probably a sales call.
Yeah, I think let me tell you something. I'm looking into it right now.
Yeah, I think that you were, I just wanted to verify the number.
I know, and that's, the odd thing is that no one will be picked up. I mean,
Yeah, we'll pick it up.
so let me do this. Let me call somebody,
Yeah.
but I wouldn't want trust her, I tell you. I wouldn't worry at all.
Okay. I just wanted
And
to tell you.
I'll tell you why, especially because, what do we call it? Especially because I know that you know who it is. So let me call someone and take care of it now, okay?
Thank you, Sharon.
All right.
Thank you.
What happens immediately after this phone call?
I believe he calls Catherine McManua, if I'm not mistaken.
All
I'm
right.
sorry, a lady calls?
I believe he calls Catherine McManua, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, and does that call go to voicemail?
Yes.
Okay. And was a voicemail message left?
I don't believe it was. I don't
Okay, and then
recall.
did he call back and call AA?
That's correct.
All right, and that one goes to voicemail as well?
Correct.
Okay, publish AA, please.
You have reached the voicemail box of 78656411312.
Hey, it's me, reporter calling.
All right, and after, so we've got 2 calls to Catherine McBanoa, one where he leaves a voice message. Are there 2 more unanswered calls sort of in rapid succession with that?
Yes,
All right, and then we go to BB, is that right?
that's correct, I believe.
Is this where she returns the call?
Yes, she returns the call to,
Okay, publish BB, please. Ready for a morning break is a good time for me, just let me know.
Members of the jury, well, before you publish, members of the jury, does anyone need a break? Please raise your hands. Very well, we'll take it now. We'll have a 10-minute break.
I need.
Well, as you can see here, this is quite the scrambling around by the Adelsons here, just from that little bump. And so it's so obvious to anybody on the jury and to you all seeing this as well, that they're scrambling because they're guilty. Their murder plot was becoming unraveled. They didn't know who this person was. The chummy relationship, as one of the commenters noted, they were actually flirtatious. And so there's no indication there's any kind of extortion here. So it's really a theatrical type of story here. I mean, it's so bad you wouldn't even come up with a storyline like this in a movie. You know, a lot of crimes they make movies out of. This one here is such a joke about how how their story plan was to create this extortion defense, and so it's not going to fly. There was a question on whether this other cousin of Charlie's maybe could testify to the extortion. We haven't heard what he's going to say to anything about this, but perhaps he's going to say, yeah, Charlie told me he was under an extortion, and nobody's going to believe that on the jury. So he never warned his family. His family's there to corroborate this as well. And I think, again, the jury is noting the elephant in the room. It's like, where is Harvey and Donna? And hearing all this conversation about how they're trying to figure out what to do about this $5,000 demand. And it totally has Donna involved. Harvey's also been involved in this afterwards. So it was a family affair. It was a family hit job. And I think what was great about this trial, from seeing new evidence, is that if you recall that Donna, when she was traveling down from, I believe it was Gainesville at a rest area, going to the bathroom, she wanted to secretly tell Charlie about some great idea she had for Harvey's birthday, his 70th birthday coming up in July. So that I believe was like the scheme. Then it was like, we really need to get this murder plot off the ground and executed. So I think it's very clear that Donna was the one that was demanding this has to happen, and then Charlie was the one having to execute it. But they also had to enlist the help of Wendi, and I'm sure Harvey was involved in the planning because they wanted to make sure they left no stone unturned. I mean, that's the way smart people act. They act under counsel of others. You don't do anything one off and just solo on something this critical. So they would have put all their heads together, and it's pretty obvious. And you didn't see Harvey freaking out after the fact, like, I told you guys you shouldn't have done this. Why did you do this behind my back? I mean, you hear none of that. So in any event, the 650, funny how they're talking in code. I mean, it's like, why would you talk in code like this unless you're worried about law enforcement eavesdropping in on you? So, and the only people worrying about eavesdropping like that is the criminals. So it's so abundantly clear. And so I'm extremely confident. And yeah, I saw Debbie Martin, you did post a comment like, can they sue for sitting on this information for so long? I mean, I do think it's absolutely astounding that the government prosecutors have sat on this case for so long, and it makes no sense whatsoever. They've taken cases that have less evidence against the defendant to trial. There was a doctor there in the same judicial jurisdiction that had a murder happen after Dan Markel's murder. I think it was around 2017, and they took that to trial in like less than a year and a half. He was accused of drowning his wife. So you got a similar situation here. You got a medical professional. In this case, it was a doctor. It wasn't a dentist, but it was a doctor that killed his wife by having her drowned in their swimming pool. And it was really, from what I had seen of it, it wasn't a whole lot of details that I was able to go into like this one. But George even admitted, you can see her on YouTube talking about the case, and she looks like she was sort of surprised she won the case. So no one's going to be surprised that they win the case here against Charlie, and no one's going to be surprised you win one against the other Adelsons as well. So that's why it's just sort of befuddling and just really sad to see. And in that case, I don't think there's any children involved. So anytime there's children involved, and they're living with the folks that killed the victim, and you got parental alienation, extermination. Then you have grandparent elimination as well of sorts, to the best she could. That would just move this right up to the top of the hopper of let's crank these things out, and I would want to get them arrested all at once. If this was my case, in any of the times I've been a prosecutor, so Tallahassee is a unique, different flavor, obviously, and no one's holding their feet to the fire there, but they're finally getting off the ground and getting this one done against Charlie. So I look forward to the upcoming arrest, because the evidence here demands the verdict of guilty for these parties, and it's just a matter of presenting it to a jury. And this is something that I think the jurors here, that I would expect them to poll the jurors here once this trial concludes and say, would you also have convicted the other Adelsons if they were sitting at the defendant's table as co-conspirators? So I think the answer to that is going to be abundantly clear. So that also will, I think, do them, encourage them to prosecute more of them. I just hope they don't do it one at a time. This one at a time strategy, I think, is just very, very, very much making it actually more difficult, not only for these folks to get behind bars and off the streets, but I think also from a strategy standpoint, it's harder to prosecute when you have one at a time, because it doesn't force them to flip on each other. And I've said that before on this channel. The best way to go after co-conspirators is to get them to flip against each other. So even though they're family members here, I think you could get some flips. And I think what might likely happen is, I think Charlie's probably thinking this too, is if I go down, however long his mom and dad have left, and it's just him and Wendi, it's game over for Wendi, because I believe he would jump at the chance to flip on her to try to lessen his sentence. And I think he's going to realize, the prison is such a place for him to be in danger for his life. Every day, every night, he's going to be wondering, could this be my last day? It's going to be that kind of a threat, I believe. So, yeah, there's going to be a lot of twists and turns in the events here. So, I'll take a break now, and we'll come back here in about 5 minutes.
bring in the jurors.
Okay, sorry, I was on a call I had to take. Oh, thanks, Trevor. That's nice. Yeah. Yeah, there's sort of sitting there, I guess. I'm not hearing what's going on from John, so it doesn't look like anybody's talking per se that I can tell. Can anybody tell if they're talking? I don't know if we have a sound problem from the courthouse or what. Ben, can you tell us? Ben is running the software eCam for us to be able to do this. So let me try dialing him up and see if he can tell us if they're having sound problems from the broadcast there from the courtroom. All right, I wasn't able to get hold of Ben, so it doesn't look like the witness is talking, so it looks like they're just on a regular break. Thanks, Jane, that's sweet of you. Let me look down here. Yeah, I think they're waiting on the jury, so thanks, Eileen. So they're still on a break. Yeah, paper thin. I think the state used a lot of resources. I think the graphics is what really is so impressive and would have taken quite a bit of time. I don't know how much time based on the expert they have, but it's truly top-notch expertise on graphics that I've never seen in a trial before. So yeah, jury picks up on that when Charlie's laughing. I guess they're out of the courtroom right now, but Charlie's demeanor is just bizarre, and I don't know how he's able to how he's thinking he's going to be able to just basically act this way and have a jury like him. So there's the likability factor is very important for me as a trial attorney, for not only my victim, if I'm a prosecutor, but if I'm a defense attorney, you got to have the likability factor there to just humanize your client, get the jury to like your client. Because if your client is not liked and they come across arrogant or snarky, or they act like they're running the show and they're acting like a maestro, that's just terrible for their case. The juries pick up on that, and they're going to be. It actually lowers the burden of proof, I would say, for your opposing side, whatever side you're on. So this is all subjective, the way people make impressions on somebody. So. State's doing fine. They're crushing it, Julia.
Everyone can be seated. You may continue with publishing the next call.
Thank you, Judge. The next call is BB.
What happened?
Somebody called my dad's office today looking for him, saying that they dropped off some paperwork to him, and there was a phone number on there, and it's actually the person Erica, and then Erica called my mom up because she's like, normally I wouldn't call you up, but I got a strange phone call.
Where's the phone number that they're calling from, though?
I can ask Erica, but Erica said a guy by the name of Sammy called the office this morning saying that I left some paperwork with Dr. Adelson last week, and I left the number on there, and he needs to call me at that number.
No, somebody's like fucking pulling your bones and shit.
Well, this is the third.
Call the number. Call the number. They don't fucking call on my fucking phone.
There's someone who wants to be called back. Let's put it that way. Do you still have the number?
Yeah, well, obviously that number, nobody picks me up. That's not a working number. It's like a Gmail number.
Nobody's pulling the leg. I'm just asking you to find out who the fuck it is.
It's like,
Yeah.
get that number that's off of the thing, off of the number, off of the freaking, caller ID.
At the office?
Yeah, obviously. Cause this is like a fucking bullshit game.
Well, they're not coming out on foot, they're not writing letters, and they're not calling the office because they have nothing better to do.
Well, I don't know what to tell you because I called that number myself.
Okay, well, let's call that number again and find out what the fuck's going on.
And nobody picks up. And you just tried another number and left a message.
Okay, well, I'm
trying to get whoever's threatening your family and helping you guys out. And trying to help you guys out, but it's like if they don't pick up, then what the fuck? It's like it's a fucking joke.
I understand, but they fucking called this morning and they're waiting for the phone call. That's what I'm telling you. And since it's 3 times.
The number or whatever that is that's calling you or your family.
305.
Whatever it is.
6570. You have to.
Exactly. That number is obviously it's like a non-working number.
Okay, can you find out?
Okay, and it's like, what I don't know how to understand. It's either somebody's pulling your phone, somebody is just harassing you, or somebody's trying to get something out of you.
Okay. Find out who the fuck it is, because the other phone call is going to be the FBI. I'm telling you. Well, I'm telling you, and then when they do catch the person, they're going to be asking lots of questions about who Katie is.
We already spoke about this. It's like not even like a fucking joke anymore, because obviously it's like somebody's fucking harassing you guys, or somebody's harassing and using my name, and it's like,
Okay.
I like that.
Think it through. Find out who the fuck it is. That's all I'm asking.
No, I'm gonna go straight on my fucking cell phone, because it's fucking bullshit. It's fucking, somebody's trying to fucking pinpoint some bullshit, like it's getting aggravating.
Yeah, it is. All I'm saying is find out who the fuck it is and tell them to stop playing it. I don't know who you have to talk to, but it needs to be nipped in the bud.
No, man, I'm gonna handle this shit myself, bro. This is some fucking bullshit. I'm gonna handle it my motherfucking self. Well, shit, my motherfucking number. They fucking, if Erica wants to call back and I go, is this the right number? Okay, I have your fucking, whatever fucking shit taken care of. Okay, because this is fucking bullshit. That's correct, bro. I'm about to go to that fucking FBI. I'm fucking getting irate with this shit already. It's either the FBI fucking playing games or fucking whatever it is, because I'm fucking getting pissed.
Alright, we'll find out. All I'm saying is.
Give a wrong phone number. Maybe you're an idiot. You give a fucking wrong number. Get the fucking number to fucking call, because I'm gonna call them.
Okay.
And the fucking type to me, I don't even fucking give a shit about all this fucking bullshit, whatever shit anymore. I'm pissed the fuck off. Like, I'm gonna fucking go to the cops right now.
Okay, well, either you go to the cops or we go to the cops.
Exactly.
We'll find out.
We're both gonna fucking go to the cops, because this is fucking bullshit.
We'll find out who the fuck this is. Because this person evidently knows you and knows your family. They know me and they know my family. So.
You don't think that fucking scares the shit out of me? Like somebody's fucking saying my name out loud or whatever?
If someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. If someone's messing with me, they're messing with you. It's one and the same. So what I'm saying is, find out who the fuck.
That number doesn't fucking work. If you can get a hold, you go to different offices, call them on the fucking number. See if that fucking number works. Bottom line. Because I tried myself and that shit does not work.
Kate, call them, find out who the fuck it is now. Trust me on this. Find out who the fuck it is.
Get the number, listen to me, and get the number, and something wrong with this thing, because there were people. I'm not going to your parents, you go fucking FBI, we're all fucking doing this thing, and fucking go, and fucking report whoever's around you. That's it.
Kate, you have to get back to it. You have the number I gave you the other day.
I have the fucking number. I have
Okay,
told
good.
you.
Call it.
Listen, I called the number. This is not a working number.
Good.
Get the number that calls your fucking office. Listen to me for once.
I will. You're going to call Erica.
Fucking A, bro. I'm gonna fucking fuck up
I'm going to call my mom and have my mom call
Get
the
that
office.
fucking number. Because some
Which number?
fucking parents, that number they call it, and that's not a working number. It's either somebody's singing, somebody's typing into some shit, and somebody's just trying to fucking aggravate somebody.
Okay, let me repeat this to you. Do you want me to have Erica go on the caller ID and look to see what number that was that called?
Yes, number. Obviously, they're calling from somewhere else, and it's not the number that you say. How about you call and find that out?
Okay, do me a favor. Try that number I gave you the other day, and I'm gonna call my mom and tell her to call Erica and ask her to look it up on the caller ID. Okay? But call,
Whatever it is.
All right. Tension's rising a little bit.
A little bit.
Okay, let's go to CC, please.
Hey, Charlie.
hey mom, do me a favor. Does Erica have caller ID at the office?
Yes.
There is no caller ID.
No.
Is there a way of looking up what number it was that called? I thought we always had that caller ID thing in the office up front.
We did, and it stopped working, so they just dumped it. It was not working properly.
Okay, if that number was a non-working number, I'm gonna have someone try to call it again and find out maybe it's working now, okay?
Yes.
Alright, I'll call you as soon as I hear something.
Thank you, Charlie.
I'll call you within an hour, okay?
Okay.
All right, DD, please.
Yeah.
Okay, there is no caller ID at the office. Call the fucking number that I gave you the other day. I know it was not working the other day when you called. Call it again.
If it's very important, then that will be a working number, okay?
Exactly. So call it again.
So somebody
and-
gave you a fucking wrong number, because it's like
Hey.
you have an email fucking number. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you, I'm in the fucking office and I'm standing outside the fucking screen, okay?
Call that number.
Whatever it is either somebody's fucking with your family, fucking with my family, or fucking setting somebody up.
Okay.
And I don't think that fucking day. And you know what? You're thinking. You're not thinking. You're not thinking.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
You want to call my fucking phone?
What's that?
You want to call for my fucking phone?
I can care less from where you call from. I'm just saying.
Exactly. My God, bro.
All I'm saying is, I don't give a
And the
fuck.
number's been called 100 times.
Okay,
You got a winning
call it.
number. If you go ahead. No. You go ahead and you fucking find a fucking phone and you call. And find out what the fuck is going on. If they pick up. Because they're obviously not, it's not a working number. You find another phone and you go call. Whatever setup this bullshit is, if somebody's like trying to think for fucking some shit and just fucking throwing out names or whatever, or for all
Okay.
you know, fucking someone's already fucking listening to everything.
Okay, well, there's nothing, but they can listen to whatever conversation they want. I'll call from the office, and then from there, I'll call you.
Exactly. All right, let me know then.
Okay, the only,
Okay, does somebody call the undercover next?
Yes.
All right, who calls the undercover?
Charlie Adelson does.
All right. That's called FF. Could we publish that one?
Hola, diga. Hello, diga.
Hi, who's this?
Who's this?
Someone's been calling my family and trying to figure out who this is.
In reference to what, man?
Someone by the name of Sandy called.
Yeah, that's me, man.
All right, what's going on?
Well, what's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to the dentist. I said, why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady.
I don't know Tato.
You know Tato?
No.
You know Katie and Tuco? They've been taken care of since family problem was taken care of up north.
I don't know.
I was. You don't? Well, this is going away, my friend. Because let me tell you something. I was at Broward with Tato, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody was taking care of him. Nobody was taking care of his family. Family was taking care of Katie and Tuco, and nothing's been taken care of with Tato. So we know what's going on. If Tato needs to be taken care of, do the right thing. The lady already has the paperwork, she knows what I'm talking about. We know Katie, we know Tuco, we know he's been taken care of.
All right, let me look into things.
No more fucking around, man. No more fucking around. This ain't going away. You guys need to do the right thing for Tato. That's my brother, man. That's my brother, and he needs to be taken care of. His family needs to be taken care of, just like Katie and Tuco have been taken care of.
I've never met these people, but let me call you back, okay?
That's bullshit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what the fuck is going on. This ain't going away. Take care of Tato just like you take care of Katie and Tuco, man.
Are you able to tell the jury whether the defendant hit star 67? I guess you can hit that before dialing the number to camouflage your own number.
Yes, I believe he did.
Okay, and that was somehow reflected on the wire?
On the wire, yes, it has dialed digits.
All right, and after this call was made, do we have 3 unanswered calls from the defendant to Catherine Magbanua?
That sounds right.
All right, and is he the first, is she the first person he calls after he hangs up with the undercover?
Yes.
All right, at some point, does she call back?
Yes, she does.
Okay, publishing called GG.
Give me 2 minutes. Hang on a second. I called the number, the lady like 30 times, and then somebody picked up. And it sounded like it was, who is this? And I said, I'm returning the call. And he's like, what is this in reference to? So the guy that called my office this morning, must be Simon. So I said, someone by the name of Simon, what's the call this morning? And I go, what's this about? He's like, who are you? I go, that's not important. What do you need? You there?
Yeah.
So I said, it's not important who I am. I said, what can I do to help you out? I said, what do you need? And he put this and that. He's like, Tuco, whatever the fuck his name is. He's like, someone did a really big favor for you and was there for you. And and I'm Tuco's brother. And I was with him in Broward. So I don't know if this guy's from Broward or whatever. He's like, I was with him down in Broward. and he hasn't been taken care of, his family hasn't been taken care of. He's like, it's fucking bullshit. He's like, and he as he's, I'm letting him talk, as he's talking, I'm hearing a little bit of a New York accent. You know, as he's trying to, you know, when he picks up the phone, he didn't sound like a tough guy when he picked up the phone, but it was like, as he was talking to me, like, the tough guy routine sounded like it was coming out. So he's like, listen, he's like, I know you guys took care of and taking care of GD and Tudo, and you're taking care of their family. Now he needs to be taken care of. And I was with him in Broward, and he's done a big favor for me. And I go, sir, you know, I don't, you know, he goes, I know you've been giving money to KD and Tudo and taking care of their family. I go, no money's been given. I said, I don't even know who these people are, and I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, who are you? I'm like, listen, I'm important. I said, I don't know what you're talking about. No one's paying anybody. And he's like, well, listen, man, this shit's not fucking going away. You better fucking do the right thing. It's not going away.
Oh, so they're saying bad words?
What's that?
So they're saying bad words?
He may have said bad. He may have cursed. But he left it as he was listening. He made it like this shit or whatever it is. This shit's not going away. And you need to help to those family, whatever his name is, family out the way you're helping out Katie and Tuco. And go, nobody, I don't know who you're talking about, and I don't know what I can do for you. I said, you know, he says, well, it's not going away. And he says, do the right thing. You gotta help him out. Which, when I first did,
like, who are you? Number one.
he told me he's his brother. I didn't do nothing to get through his real thing. And I was being really polite to him. Like, hold on a second. You got it. Okay, give me 2 minutes and I'll be right there. I was being really polite.
Okay, because he's a brother from Broward?
No, he says, I know him from Broward. Or I saw him down in Broward. So I don't know if, like, this guy that they're talking about was incarcerated in Broward, or held in Broward, or whatever. The guy A referenced Broward. B referenced Katie and Tuco.
So the same name again.
Yeah, so your name and some other guy's name, but I don't even fucking know. You know, so he was saying he was talking about Tuco, which I don't fucking know who that is, so that's two people I don't know. And he's talking about your family, saying your family's being helped out, which I don't fucking know. I mean, other than the hours I give you to go up on the office on the weekend and take care of you.
Right, exactly.
But that's, I help you out. You fucking put the money on the weekend, but you go up.
And this is a 3-to-1 leave house?
Yep. And he left it where.
And you bring a long time?
I want to say it was like on the 7th or 8th, right in that takes off. And he left it.
A long time.
Yeah, no, I was almost like, and he was asking me, like, who is it? He was, listen, I need that paper to a lady. He was, who are you? I said, don't worry about it. And I'm trying to find out what's going on. So, you know, this person is on the assumption that I'm helping.
Is there a friend in Broward, or is there a brother from Broward?
He said he was this guy, this guy who's evidently told my mom was incarcerated, his brother. And he's saying that he has not been paid, and his family has not been taken care of, and this is not going away. And I'm like, I mean, I don't help, I just give charity out. Like, you come in my office.
Yeah, like, you could be like, like 13 people threatening you and mentioning names, and, you know what I mean?
He sounded, honestly, he didn't sound Latin, and he sounded like, just, you know, there's a little bit of New York accent to his toughness. So, yeah, didn't threaten me at all. Did not threaten me at all. He just let me know this is not going away. And he's like, you need to take care of him, you need to do the right thing. He was there for you. And I'm like, I don't know. He goes, I don't know who this person is. I said, let me call you back later. That's how I left it with him. I said, sir, I don't know who this guy is you're talking about, but let me give you a call back later, okay? He's like, okay, do the right thing. Which, do the right thing. Do the right thing. It sounds like a fucking cop that's fishing, that's or an investigator, or someone's playing games. But I don't, he's coming up with a lot of fucking details, and I don't know if know these details, because I don't know who the people's names are talking about. I mean, you may be in the wrong king, and that ain't even know like it's on that.
Exactly. Just one, a little quick recap, just because I don't want to say, you know, like how did like the conversation start?
Rang, he goes, who is this? He goes, hello? I go, hi. He goes, who is this? And I go, I'm returning a phone call. He goes, what is this in reference to? So I
That's the
said,
exact word?
yep. He goes, what is this in reference to?
Reference. Wow, this is very educated word.
No, he was well spoken when I'm all mad. I said, what is this in reference to? So I said, I'm returning a call that Simon, I'm returning a message that Simon left this morning.
That was the name, Simon?
That was the name, and he called up my office and spoke to Erickson and said, listen, I gave a piece of paper to Mrs. Adelson last week with a number on it, tell her to call me, and this is Simon.
Okay.
So I said, okay. I said, I'm returning a message from Simon. So then he knew that it was a reference to this fucking nonsense. So I said, you know, what I told him. I said, you know, I go, he goes, well, I know that your family, the family, money. He kept referencing that, like, we're giving all this money to a fucking family, like, and referencing, there's two names, Tudo and Tuco or whatever, that told me I'm giving money to you and some other dude and your family. I don't know these people, never met them. So it's really interesting.
Is his brother to the person that he's saying that's incarcerated?
Yeah, he's saying he's his brother is incarcerated.
And he's saying from Broward.
He said he referenced something with him in Broward. So I don't know if this guy incarcerated in Broward County, is he from Broward? I don't know who these people are. But I don't like the reference and your family, and who, I don't know who the dude is that you're with, or if they're just making up names, or if we should just go to the FBI and say, you know what, let's play phone tag.
Exactly.
So I don't, you know what I'm saying? I don't want
to. It should have been like, while you're doing all this, right? Number one, I don't know what the fuck he was talking about.
Well, he never said he was in a hurry, and he was, you know, I just wanted him to keep talking. That's why I wanted
to get a feeling of who the person is.
Yeah, because he wasn't like, you know, he was wanting to know who I was now at the time point. And but when he left, he was I gave him money, he has not been paid, his family hasn't been paid, it's fucking long, and they're like, it's wrong, and he goes, this ain't going away. He's like, do the right thing, take care of it, and he helps people out. I'm like, I don't know, I don't know him. I don't know him. You know, my family.
He's out or what?
I think, you know,
to be a patient? You run across so many people every day.
Listen, in 2 seconds, you read something in the newspaper, and you Google last name, and in 3 minutes, the homeless man today has technology to know where you live, where you work.
Because there's now they're calling me, and I was in the end, okay, let me find out what referencing all of this, but I will call that number.
They're picking it up, whether you want to call it, or if you have a friend that you can convince to tell someone, like, stop the shit.
305-712-5570, correct?
55, yeah, 305-712-5570. Okay. They need to know that I'm not, it's fucking stupid what they're doing. Okay. I'm not paying anything to
yeah, no.
The only thing I want to do is collect my reward from the FBI if I know.
Of course, no. I want these people to go down so that they freaking, like, threatened.
Dude, you know what kind of vacation I could get with that money?
Exactly.
I need my vacation.
Let me go to the line.
Alright, I'll talk to you later. Call me later.
Alright.
call, I should have asked you after that call, both parties are threatening to call the FBI.
That's correct.
Has anybody called any law enforcement to report any of this?
No.
Okay, and in this call, we're hearing about several things. A rendition of the phone call to the Undercover. And Mr. Adelson says, supposedly I'm giving money to you and these two other guys. Anywhere on here or elsewhere does he say, who have you been telling about all the money you've been extorting out of me over the last 2 years?
No, it's not mentioned at all.
What does Magbanua do after they hang up from this call?
She calls Sigfredo Garcia.
Okay, I think it's actually a text next. HH.
Oh, sorry. Yes, it is
Publish.
a text first.
Can we publish that, please? All right, and then a call from her to Garcia next. Is that right?
Correct, at 1:22 p.m.
All right, let's publish that, please.
They have meetings on Thursdays, and then I have my own meeting in the conference room. Ay. Okay. I have more information for you. And when I got a call this morning, like, I couldn't even take it. Then I had to step out of my meeting, because I just heard about it, and I was like, because I got a call back to back to back. So, hold on, give me 1 second. Oh, my blog, hold on. What was I gonna tell you? Okay, so this person contacted his office. Hello? Whatever, supposedly he said his name is Simon, okay? Contacted the office saying, oh, whatever, has given papers to, this person there. Obviously, somebody's doing their, whatever they're doing, they're threatening. And like, they're very, very close to reporting already. Whatever it is, it's getting assist because my name's involved. And it just gets better. So I'm like, you know what, I should just tell me everything on the phone right now because I don't have time. I'm fucking working, like, what is it? Like, I wanna handle this and I wanna handle this like right now. So, it's okay to call the office. I was like, look, I tried to contact that number, it's like not a working number. They're like, I was like, why don't you go ahead and start 67 and go call a freaking number. And then, whatever, that person did it. They go, okay, I'm returning a phone call. And then the person goes, who are you? And they're like, doesn't matter. I'm returning a phone call regarding something of a paper or whatever. And they're like, okay, well, we know you've been helping now. They said my name and your name. And I,
Is it Katie?
yes. Their name, they even something in mouth, and he's like, I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. I don't even know. I don't even know if you're the right person to talk about. For all I know, it could be another KD or whatever. And I was like, okay, what else do they say? They're like, oh, well, they're a brother of this other person that's supposedly incarcerated, and they're a brother of them, and then they know him from Broward. I don't know if they were together in Broward and he got out, or whatever the case was, and he's like, but this time he needs help. Do the right thing. Like, he's like, we know for a fact that you're helping out there. I'm like, helping who out? Yeah, I worked for you before, like, that's it. I was like, well, that's not helping me out, is he working for you? And I was like, I don't know what they're talking about. So, but they said, do the right thing. His name is supposedly Simon. They're a brother of the person that's incarcerated, and they said that name. And I was like, no, this needs to stop. Like, this needs to stop. Because somebody's harassing me, somebody's harassing your family, and they're putting my name and then and that's her other person's name. It's getting too detailed. It's somebody that's, for sure.
Yeah.
For sure. He said that the person had, like, he's trying to get him to talk more. He's like, the person has, like, maybe a New York accent. Some of the words was a little bit, like, he wasn't threatening at all. He was just saying, it's time for you to help out this person and their family, because he needs it, because we know that you're helping out.
What family? The person, what family?
Sato and his family, because they need it. And then before and he goes, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. And the person goes, well, do the right thing.
You tell them, well, listen, we gotta keep harassing you when we have to talk cops.
That's what I said. I was like, why did you just say that? Oh, no, the person said this is not gonna end. Do the right thing.
Did you get information? Where do you
Get
want
the
to
phone
be?
number. Get the phone number.
That number, that you can give me our numbers.
No. 305-712-6570. They picked up. Because I was getting tired of it. I don't know what was happening or whatever.
712-6570.
No. 305-712-6570.
That's what I
What the
said.
fuck this is, things to stop. There's obviously somebody. They're putting my name, they're putting your name, they're putting, and they're harassing families. Okay? Are you going to work for him?
712-6760.
No.
Just text it to me, man. Text it to me.
No, I don't want to. 712-6570.
Fine.
All right, JJ, please.
Hello?
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 Yeah. Oh, the fucking phone again. I was gonna call from my phone and then something I want to talk about. I was gonna call from my phone, bro, and I was gonna get rid of my phone. So I gotta talk to my office.
No, I was in my house, but like, or block it. Don't look on your office, it's your office, you know what I mean? Don't look on your phone.
No, I'm not calling from my office. I'm calling from my phone. I'm trying to fucking take on the possible.
No, but not that. This is what you're saying. You're somebody, you're the first one to put through your son. Not yours. The first.
Oh,
Okay?
KK, please.
Oh, 305, 712-6570. You sure that's the number, right?
One more time. 305.
712-6570. So fucking Puerto Rican, answer the shit, I don't know who the fuck. I'm trying to call him again, bro. But that nigga's just fucking, I'm gonna call him, it's a real fucking person, I call him from my fucking phone. It's in the local. Alright,
Remember the other one? You did that one?
I don't know, man, I don't know. sounds like fucking, it does the message sounds like a New Yorker nigga.
Yes.
They're going to Google, I'm busy, actually, she called me back. Darling, like what?
That's what answering machine says?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I swear to God.
Shut up.
Swear to God, don't forget to keep the puto, I'm busy. Llámame para atrás. Oh, I got time. Darling. Like, what the fuck? It's like, yo, are you stupid, bro? Are you some kind of fucking moron?
That's what they told you?
No, that's what the answering machine says when you call the number. No one answers the phone.
That's weird.
That's odd. That's what I said.
Very.
I really fucking know. If I'm stupid, I have to use the number and pretend to be that stupid and I really think they're that stupid.
That's what in New York and.
New York, Puerto Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Puerto Rico.
Broward.
That's your phone number. How's that from?
No, but I'm saying, you said that.
Maybe not.
It's like,
It sounds like, I don't know, man. I don't know. Alright.
Did Garcia call the undercover?
We believe so. There was a hang-up call.
All right. Did he leave a message?
No.
Did he ever actually talk to the undercover?
No.
Was there a outgoing voicemail similar or fitting the description, the colorful description that we got?
Yes.
All right. Okay, let's play LL, please.
Hello? Hello?
Hey.
Hey. Hello?
So, yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Hold on.
Okay, so,
Hold on, give me 2 seconds, let me just log on. Thank you. Okay. So, weird, I called the number, right? And like the answering machine, there's like something in the answering machine now, like, what the fuck? Like, some girl, like, talking on the answering machine, and said more than me, you said. Like, I don't understand it. I don't get it.
so it's just an answering machine, no one spoke to you?
No. Like, they pick up.
And like, were they talking on?
And then my answering machine, all of a sudden, I don't know, like, because I can't hardly remember this, so I had to find out for me, you know? And it was like, they said, I don't know if they said their name was whatever, like, Google or Taco or whatever, shit they said on the answering machine. All of a sudden. Now it has an answering machine. Like a voicemail, I mean.
What does the voicemail say?
Yeah, like, I don't know, let me find out, because it's like I can't, like, just talk at work, and then I couldn't hear the time. You get me?
When you call, do you call with the call block?
Huh? Yeah.
Do you call?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. No matter what phone you're using, it's still, you know?
Well, it doesn't show who's calling you.
I know how to block a call.
Right.
That's the point, but it's like.
Star 67. So I did that, rang 7 times. I'll be there in 1 minute. Without Tylenol, Vicodin is acetaminophen, it's ibuprofen, it's not Tylenol. Yeah. Okay.
You know, it's like fucking lady. Get the fuck out the way, stupid ass.
Yeah, I would do this. I would, I used to just call again later.
Yeah, listen, you know what? With all this crank calling, I'm gonna call from every fucking bloody phone and fucking leaving a message in everybody's fucking phone. From everybody's phone. Wanna play games? Wanna play games?
Really fucking up because they
It's me,
picked up on
it's
stuff.
over you.
And they called, and I mean, the only thought in my head is, so I've got one thing, maybe you could find out, or I'm gonna wait a couple days, and then I may call the person back, because the person was, when they answered the phone at first, they weren't that ghetto, and as they started talking to me, they started talking more tough, but it was more of like I could hear a New York accent in there. And it
Yeah,
sounded like
the voicemail sounds New York, but I gotta find out what's going on. But I'm saying, I'm gonna call from somebody else's phone, because I don't want my phone, because you know, I use this phone for work.
right. And the thing is,
it's like somebody crank calling me.
right, listen, one thing is it's either maybe that person will want to meet someone and talk to them about what their issue is, or I want to ask the
No,
person.
they're gonna have an issue because, you don't just go threatening people, throwing out names.
Well, they're saying that I'm helping a Katie, or not me, but my family's helping a Katie and her family, and some other guy that's name began with a T, and I'm like, dude, I've never met any of these people. He goes, well, you're not, but the family has been, and they've been helping him out, her and her family, and.
You haven't met, but then they're, like, it makes no sense to talk to
But he's
someone
like, if he asked me who I was, and I was like, none of your business. So I was almost, in hindsight, what I should have said was, because because this is a big family and there's lots of cousins.
Yeah.
Who in my, because the Adelson family is a big family.
Yeah.
So what I should have said to the guys, who in my family, who in the Adelson family owes somebody money? Give me the name.
Yeah, of course.
Give me the name, and then I will go to that person in that family and say, who did you not pay? I want to know the name. I want to know the name. The only name they keep throwing out is that this Adelson family is helping out Katie and some guy named T and their family, and this guy needs your help, and it's not right. And he's like, this problem's not going away. He goes, this is not going away. He's not
Okay, that's
fucked up and
bad
not helping.
right there. That's
Right,
fucked
I'm like-
up that you're not helping. Like, who the fuck are you? Or the fucking, like, who are you?
Listen, that's like me calling someone up and being like, yeah, I know you sold JFK. You didn't pay me. Okay, well, guess what? You didn't sell
It's
JFK.
the wrong example. Like, what does that have to do with anything? I've
Well,
said it.
my
You
point
told
is
me
that-
example, example.
Well,
I don't get it.
because JFK died in 1963, and you weren't born then. My point is that I had nothing to do with any of this craziness. I want to know who in my family owes somebody money, because I'm going to go to that person and say, what's going on? And that's that's the next conversation I have with this person is going to be me, if it comes to it, me saying, who owes money? If someone owes money, you got to give me a name. Not
Yeah, exactly.
Tell
You
me
need
who
specifics.
my family
Where do
is.
you want to
My
be?
mom,
Who are you?
my mom doesn't know who any of these people are. My dad
I want to
doesn't know
know
who any of these
whoever
people
this
are.
fucking person is trying to fucking say shit or do whatever it is to your family, trying to harass your family. Like, it's getting me mad. So
Well, I
fucking
don't know why they keep bringing up, people who I've never met.
Exactly. That's why it's like, who are you? Number one, okay, you need something. Who are you then? What's your real name? What's your address? Who do you have a problem with?
Yeah, who in my family owes you money? And don't say the last name, because I'm gonna go to that person and tell them, if you owe this person money, what is it about, number one? And then I'm gonna tell them, go pay them. But you gotta tell me who to go talk to, not like, oh, somebody with the last name Adelson. Well, guess what, that's like saying someone with the last name
Calling
of Rodriguez.
and shit, like, what is
Yeah,
that?
someone with the last name Rodriguez, so it's like, well, give me the fucking first name, and I will go talk to, if it was my brother who was behind it, I'm gonna fucking find out. I mean, fine, if it was my brother, I'll try to make it reward money. My brother's a piece of shit. So I'm saying, like, give me the name of who owes your friend's family money. And this guy said to me, he said, listen, I was with him up in Broward, I knew everything that went on.
I was up to him in Broward. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, something about
I was
Broward.
up to him in Broward doing what?
I don't know if some guy
A
he's
family
talking about.
member? But he said he's a
Well,
family member.
He said he
Of
was his
somebody
brother.
incarcerated.
No. He said it was that guy's Tuco or whatever, his brother. He said, I'm his brother. I was with him up in Broward when he told me what everything that happened. That's
Who
exactly what
was
he
up
said.
with him in Broward and told
I don't know what
him
he
that
was
happened?
I don't know if he was
Well,
in jail with him, visiting in jail, I don't know if he was.
He needs to like fucking, if people just can be fucking Googling shit or whatever it is.
Well, well, exactly, but the only reason I'm even bothering calling you is because they keep wanting to talk about you. Or if I was the wrong person, then I feel even horrible. But this person doesn't matter, like, they're still harassing my fucking family, and I want it to stop. I mean, when you meet someone face to face on the street, when you send them a letter, and then when you start calling their office, the next call is to the FBI.
Exactly. No,
And-
I agree.
and
I
my thing
prefer
is
to
this.
go there myself.
I don't want anyone to go to jail, because you know what, people get mad when they go to jail and they feel like they have to get somebody back. Same reason when my jet ski got stolen, I don't even care who fucking stole it.
Okay. Next, we've got a text MM. Who is this to and who is it from?
It's to Catherine McBanoa from Sigfredo Garcia.
Did he call 3 times to the undercover? Do we know?
No, we don't believe so. He only received one missed call.
Okay. Next, we have NN Magbanoa to the defendant. Can we publish NN, please?
Hello?
Hello?
Hey, what's going on?
Hey. Call that number 3 times. The first time, like, you left a message in Spanish. And then for some reason, like, that voicemail says, puto, you know, puto is very like a bitch. Like, oh, it's a puto. Like, why would you have that as your voicemail?
In Spanish, it was puto?
No, puto. Puto is like, puto in my language is a food, it's like a food. But supposedly that voicemail that they have set up, the guy says puto, what sounds like puto.
And then what does he say on the voicemail?
Like it's something in Spanish. And you read puto, whatever, and it's in Spanish. So he left a message in Spanish saying, where the fuck this is? You can fucking call me and stop threatening my fucking family. And then I was just trying,
Yeah.
but they don't pick up. So now somebody either spooked because what the fuck is going on? Or, I don't know.
All right. Well, that's good. Good, the person's gonna.
Like, all the things are like running in my head because it's like, with the names that you're saying, I'm like, maybe it's like somebody trying to like be, like, you know, try to be in an apartment or something or whatever. Like, you know, there were so many things like going on.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing too.
But then it's like, yeah, but then, you know, these people you can trust and you can't. But then it's like, I don't know. I honestly, like, it's like aggravating me.
It is
Hold
looking
on,
at
I'm on the
this.
phone, don't talk to me. If I'm on the phone, don't talk to me. Be quiet.
It was someone reading the newspaper and playing games. But like I said,
Name of the wrong person.
yeah, and I don't know how the fuck they got your name, but they didn't use a last name, so if they,
Exactly, it could be anybody.
it could have been another Katie and another Taco, or whoever the fuck they said, I don't remember the name. But the point is that they need to stop.
No, exactly. Well,
Look, I'm on the phone. Okay, I don't care, but I'm on the phone right now. Don't talk to me right now.
I'm boiling so right now, like, you don't understand. Like, it's pissing me off, like, pick up the fucking phone. Like, now, you don't want to pick up the phone? When you're stressed, so you don't want to pick up the phone. So it's one of two things.
Yeah, no, I got you with that. And I just, fucking call it,
Basically, you said, hey, you're messing with my family, and if you don't stop, we're not a problem. In Spanish. So whoever it is, they're gonna have a problem with us no matter what.
you have a problem with me.
So what?
Maybe you have a problem with me too. I mean,
Exactly.
listen, we want
Whoever
to go.
it is, they're gonna have a problem with either one of us, or even if, like, if I'm using or not.
Dude, you're coming up to my fucking mom on the street, then you're sending letters to their house, and you're fucking calling my dad's office,
The office.
leaving messages like, that's
No,
3
like-
times, like,
Like,
no.
no, he was living. My friend told my friend, and I was like, look, can you do me this favor? Because it's like, I'm not a guy, and I don't know if it's me they're talking about. And then he's like, that's some fucked up shit.
Yeah.
And it's like, don't worry, no matter what, like, whatever it is, like, I'm gonna handle it. For that.
Yeah. Well, I feel better. I definitely feel better. I apologize for not going to getting a Hallmark card, but I got a little something, so. Traffic
I'm
lights.
just, it's like right now, I'm about to go to like 15, like, I'm taking a Zoom class, and I'm on X, like, you don't understand, like, I wanna punch somebody in the face so bad.
Picture
Like,
yourself.
one thing is, like, when somebody's, I understand it, and I feel for your parents, and I
Come
feel
to
for
me,
them.
don't come
That's what-
to my parents, like
Exactly.
my parents
That's
are
what I'm
fucking
saying.
old, like dude,
Like,
it's
what are you
just,
doing these threats? That's why, like my friend was still in that part, I was like, you better understand, like, imagine, like, somebody doing this to my mom, doing this to your mom, and that's when he had gone angry. He was like, look, I don't know what it is, I don't wanna get into anybody's business, you know, but if they did mention your name, I don't like that, and it's gonna be handled. And that fact that nobody's picking up the phone now is like frustrating me. But
and
it's like,
there was no voicemail before, now there is.
now there is. Their next phone call is gonna be the freaking, it's not gonna be good either way. No matter what way it ends, it's not gonna be good for whoever is messing around.
No. I mean, that's it. And listen, I don't want some.
I don't want any problems. Imagine, like, look at this, I'm taking up somebody else's, you know? Like, I don't even know what the hell is going on.
And listen, the last thing I want to do is have some guy, the last thing I want to do is have some guy who's trying to extort money, go to jail, and then feel like he's sitting in jail because of me. Like, no, like, fucking just leave us alone. I'm not looking to send people to jail. That's not how I live life. I just need to, but it's gonna happen if this guy keeps doing that. The police will get involved, we'll get in trouble, don't want.
Of course, you know, that's right. It's like, you should be calling somebody's business. What's wrong with people?
Well, you can't be sending letters, you can't be showing up on the street, you can't
Exactly.
be, like, when I'm gonna, you know, or it could be someone like thinking like, oh, but the fact that this is it. The next step also, what I'm thinking is in a couple of days, I'll tell the person, hey, give me a name of someone in this family that owes you money, because I'm gonna go pay them a visit. Give me a name. Is it my brother? Is it Robert? Like,
And I'll take care of it.
yeah, and I will see If someone owes somebody money, they will pay, but you gotta give me a name because you're talking to the wrong people.
Imagine,
And frankly,
other people speaking.
yeah, I mean,
Well, who are you?
hey, I have cousins. I've got a huge family.
I gotta get in there, like, you can, you know, there's sponges, they hear everything, and I'm very.
Do you want me to try to meet up with you, or do you want me to just leave it for you to pick up tomorrow?
Yeah, if you can.
You want me to try and meet up with you?
I want to if you can, but if you can't, you know, I'll call you when I get out of here.
Okay, I was just gonna work out.
Yeah, I know
Tell me,
what I'm trying to do because, like, I can't, I have to go on and do it, like, I can't.
go work out and call me, and then
And I'm
I'll
not going to work out, imagine.
do what?
And I'm not even going to work out, and I'm gym. I'm really, hold your sister's hand, hold your sister's hand. Take the jacket, hold on, one side. Don't ever let her walk on your top, you know that. You know better than that. Okay.
Alright, hit me up.
It's okay, baby.
Meet you, or you'll pick it up tomorrow.
Okay, we'll do. I'll call you in
Okay.
like an hour, this is like an hour time.
Okay, call me in an hour. Bye.
Next, we have OO.
Before we publish all 40 minutes, we want to be quick.
No, sir, I've got 3 segments picked out for a total of 20-ish minutes.
Please continue.
Hey, what's going on?
How are you doing?
Good, good. Just, working out.
Okay. Is it a load at your place?
Yeah.
So, what's happening this afternoon? Anything?
No,
Nothing.
no. But I did, I'd rather not talk to him.
Yeah, okay, so, tomorrow I was gonna tell you that, actually Dad is in step with it right now. We're almost finished, but she came up with a golden suggestion. I was calling her that tomorrow, my birthday, that we had, I got a ticket to go to Las Vegas to the wine, festival. And so we have tickets, I think it's supposed to be from 7:30 to 10:30 at night, and so those 6 to 10 Street on Las Vegas.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so, so then he said I should bring the kids to the courthouse on our way because, he won't get there at any time that I should actually, we're going during the parking, like parking by the Riverside Hotel, I think they said, and parking, by, in the garage by the Tecano.
Mm-hmm. That and just park the park.
Verify that. Yeah, I know. I thought there was something. and like a procedure,
Yeah, no, I mean, nothing, I'm about.
Hard to make a check. Down or over like that. Texting.
I mean,
The trouble with the feed is across all channels, not just ours.
All right, thanks, Ben.
two wives and he was married 6 grandchildren. So I'll tell you, nothing new. I'll tell you. I'm about 9% sure. I'm 99. That's. I'll tell you why. And I made it. Oh. You seem surprised. I mean, really? I go, yeah. I'm like, people are. It took the route to take care of. I'm taking care. That's when someone. Fight after school. I mean, listen. Shit's on the carpeting. Your ass, like, I'm like, you gonna smack it? Everything. Once was their threat. You know what I'm saying?
Here at Law and Crime Network, they have a better
You don't
feed.
need it.
Switch.
Ben's going over to Law and Crime Network, so he's saying there's a better feed. So stand by, please.
Right. Even in like your health or your anything like that. That. And it makes complete sense given the timeline. That's what I think. 2 years later, I mean, you have to understand. We want, and listen. If I had any information, I would help out. I don't have any. But you gotta understand. Without a question, I would be beyond shocked if the family doesn't hire their own private investigators. Okay. I would be beyond shocked. What is it? They have to, they're not going to knock on a door and go, hey, this? Oh, okay. Just thought I'd stop by and ask. You have to come up with a plan that's gonna stir the pot so that if there is something going on, what are they looking to achieve? What are they looking to, you gotta say to yourself, what are they looking to get out of doing this nonsense? If it's money, I'll be shocked, because that money is you go to someone and you tell them what you're going to do to them. And you give them 48 hours, and you tell them where to meet somebody, who's going to drop it off, and if there's any nonsense, this is what he's going to happen to. That's it. And if you get one of us, you can get one of us, but someone else will take you out. Like it's done with such precision and being ruthless. Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. What happens is it squeezes somebody, and they don't have a choice to think straight, and they just go in and give you the money. You know what I'm saying? Like, even if you're innocent, it's like someone saying to me, listen, I'm going to the board of dentistry tomorrow, unless you walk in your back office and write me that check. I am the board of dentistry tonight when I go home and filing my complaint, and I will sue you. I promise you, if you don't write that check back. It puts you on the fence real quick. Lady whose mom wanted the whole case, I got to refund what she spent, and she goes, I want the money. And I said, I agreed that I would give you the or whatever failed. She goes, oh, but now that yeah, she goes, no, I want the money for absolutely everything. I already spoke to my attorney. There will be a lawsuit or complaint filed before the end of this week if I'm not able to pick up that check. Do you understand? Work was fine. So we'll have to work, or have to work to. What do you think I did? I wrote the check. So, but that's myself. People aren't looking for a check. They're not. What do they want you to do? What's the one thing they want? There's nothing wrong with truth. I got it, but they don't know that. So what do you think the one thing they want? They want everybody to start talking. They want you to hand deliver yourself. If they think you know something, but they want you to hand deliver yourself and start talking as much as you can. And when you walk in, because otherwise, if they were to just come to you tomorrow and say, they get the same result. But I'm saying, if the cops were to come to you tomorrow and say, Donna, come down, we need to talk to you. You'd be like, I don't need this aggravation. If your business card, if you or hear of any, I absolutely will. Right? But if you go ahead and you make it seem like, you're being extorted or blackmailed or anything like that, then what are you going to do? You're going to run down there and start talking. Exactly. What's that? These are not. This is not someone who started. This is not someone who started yesterday. This is not someone who's dumb. This is someone who's smart. And a lot of times this is what goes on. When someone comes, but it's real odd that it's a year. The amount of time that's happened is insane. I mean, it would be like having a dental office and be like, that case from 4 years ago, let me turn it over to collection. It's 4 years ago. How do you not realize that you weren't paying on a big case that you did 4 years ago? I mean, none of it makes any sense. I mean, that's why I think it's more that with notice the lack of threats. I mean, there's no threat. soon will be fucked. Like, what does that mean? Is it someone's going to write a bad review on Google tomorrow? You know, I mean, it's almost like they were afraid to say that they're going to break your leg. Like, almost like they can't go in that. They can't do. If they do that, they're going to cross lines that they themselves can't cross. You know what I'm saying?
I just hope they don't go and bother them.
Well, what they do, I mean, listen, if they bored, they're not far from just going to the police, and when you go to the police too. I mean, and that's the other thing too, is like,
Dad, he said, we don't say anything, but the last thing we want to do is have her.
well, I don't want to scare her.
I don't
I
either.
know. She was one, she's finally over being scared,
Right.
and
If she heard this, she would be beside herself.
absolutely. And you know the thing with this, Mom, is that everybody handles every situation differently. It's like somebody has a death in the family, and if they don't act devastated, well, does it mean that they have to be responsible for it? No. I mean, everybody handles differently. I mean, some people, you know, it's like fight or flight. I mean, some people are confrontational, some people have a nice day, some people just turn their back and walk away, some people, you know, you get, you know, and none, and who's to say what's right and who's to say what's wrong?
Everybody's different.
You know, there is nothing,
But that's what, my original feeling was today with me, but that's what we got to protect Wendy.
yeah, I don't want Wendy to then get shot and now then worry about her safety.
Right.
So,
That's why it's different from her, I don't want her to be upset. And, you know, hopefully what it is, what it is, is just,
well, it's funny. I called Katie and I said to her, listen, I said, you're the only Katie I know. You know, I know of other Katies, you know, but I've known you a long time. I don't know if they keep referencing you or. And I told her, I said, if I'm wrong and if they're referencing somebody else, if it is a common last name or common first name, I said, they didn't tell me the last name. And I said, if you're the wrong person, then I feel horrible that they're trying to bring you into this or whatever. But she told me she had somebody call, and the voicemail wasn't set up before, and then she called a couple. She called actually. She locked her number. She called a couple, and then it was on. And then it was a voicemail, and it was a spam. So she has a friend of hers who left a message for that person. And that person said, I think it was a guy that she had called him. I think. I don't know for sure. Basically, you need to stop running, or you're going to be having a very, 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 and person to give them a call. That's kind of the message I got this afternoon.
Mm-hmm.
And call back if they have a little work. That's what I heard this afternoon.
mm-hmm.
So definitely, when I spoke to the person, New York accent.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it's not. And then that person is the same voice on the voicemail. So I think somebody playing games and fishing, because it's the same guy, and it's not, and the person's doing an awful hiding who they you gotta remember something too. Somebody's gonna do something. They don't, they come to you, they're gonna come to you with hat and glass. They don't want you to see who they are. You know, the whole thing that I told you before, it doesn't have to, if you look at, there's 15 different things from the language, the fact that there's no threats, the fact that the person's devices that they can easily be traced to, the fact that the person's language makes sense to me, was do the right thing. That is not that to do the right thing. There's a school speech. Do the right thing. And the person wasn't angry with us. I mean, they were pretty calm talking to him. I was real nice to them, and I said, listen, I'm trying to figure out what's going on. What's this about? But I don't, yeah, that's one just what we did with the police.
Okay. Let me let you go work out.
I thought you'd find that interesting.
Couple questions to follow up on that one, Judge. So here in this call 00, we hear the defendant finally saying the name Katie to Donna, right?
Yes.
And is that in the context of maybe this is the wrong Katie?
Yes, it was.
Are there any conversations where the defendant and Donna are discussing how this Katie is the one that's been extorting them for over 2 years?
No, not at all.
No further questions about that call, Your Honor.
Very well. Members of the jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point. Once again, I'm going to remind you, do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not watch any news reports or seek any information about this matter. We will resume with the testimony of Agent Sanford after the lunch break. Please report back by 1:20, and we will get started at 1:30.
Okay, so we'll be on an hour and a 15-minute lunch break, so I'll take questions here for a few minutes. Just a few observations also, so if you have any questions, put a cue there by your question, and we'll go from there. It's pretty obvious the maestro has no idea what to do. Look how he's been scrambling around. We've heard several hours now of conversations of panic, and he has no idea how to handle this. And he was really trying to.
We'll go into recess. Please be back at 1:20 as well.
Yes, Your Honor.
And look at how that screaming was going on between him and Katie. Well, I should say mostly Katie doing the yelling at him. But she was in a full panic attack mode because she didn't know what to do about this number she was supposed to call. And Charlie's putting all the heat on her to do the dirty work for him. And that's really something that I thought was surprising. I was like, he's going to trust her to fix this. And it's just like such a bumbling mess. And for him to ask her to try to fix it was really a poor judgment on him. And obviously it took him to actually make the call himself. And then look how scared he was talking. He tried to play stupid and stuff like that. But you know what he didn't say, and I would argue this if I was a prosecutor, he never said anything about, what are you talking about, this taking care of this family problem up north? He never asked about it. And think about it, Donna never asked about it either. So they know this had to do with the family problem up north. And there's only one family problem up north, isn't it? So it's very abundantly clear. This is, it's a sloppy mess. It's very abundantly clear. This is exactly what happened according to the state's contention in their prosecution here. And he also said, "Don't threaten my family." Charlie said that to the agent. You remember him saying something to that effect. So I think he got the F word in there too. And so he's obviously not going to let anybody try to extort him. He's just worried about the fact if it's law enforcement, that's the thing he's worried about. But he's already slipped up on the Dolce Vita. He's already talked about, we got to kill this guy. Either you do it or I'm going to do it. And then think about also, I saw some comments also supporting this notion that he said to Katie that if someone's messing with you, they're going to be messing with me, and vice versa. So that's why it shows that she was never an extortion agent against him. So it just again shows us this complete farce, complete made up concoction of some ridiculous defense. Yeah, he doesn't sound like a gangsta. He sounds like a coward. So I totally agree with that. Full family affair, right? Karina Joy says, Carl, can you guess as to why Charlie hired a white-collar insurance fraud attorney to represent his capital murder case? Well, I think Donna was the one really calling the shots. It was Donna and Harvey's attorney first. And my guess is maybe they had known about him through some other circles, maybe Jewish circles or something like that in the community down there. So a lot of times people want to go with the attorney that they feel most comfortable with personally, rather than going with somebody that's the most expert in that area. So, yeah, as I understand it, he's never done a murder case or violent crime or anything like that. So Medicare fraud is really what he's been doing defense work on, and insurance fraud kind of stuff like that. So those are a totally different paper drill kind of case. And so there's a completely different type flavor to a murder case like this. And it's more dealing with motions and hate. Like somebody said, this is like, it puts a new meaning to hate crime. Here you got not just one person hating on Dan Markel, but all of them. And then they hate the other Markels enough to deny visitation. So it's just really a very, very nasty, sick thing that's going on towards the Markels and the two boys for Dan Markel. Well, I see a lot of comments about people, they noticed how Charlie was laughing when they were reading out the names that Donna was calling Dan. That is like so cringeworthy moment for a defense. I guarantee you some of the jurors picked up on that. They'll probably talk about that in jury deliberations room. I mentioned earlier about somebody commented that Charlie was flirting basically with Katie on these phone calls, and as the agent pointed out through questioning from Georgia, there was no tension or aggression between these parties. He's treating her like the best friend, his total co-conspirator for this thing. And what I was starting to say earlier before we got cut out, because they're starting this session, was the plan was in the works, I believe, from as soon as early November, because think about, Katie said that around when it was at Halloween, on Halloween, Katie was asked by Charlie, do you know anybody that can put some hurt or damage on people? And that was, I believe, she was being groomed from the get-go to be able to find somebody like that. If she would have said, no, I don't know anybody like that, what are you talking about? He probably would have dumped her right after that. So same thing with Jeff Lacoste. He started going out with Wendi in November of 2013. So I think both these guys are set up to be the conduit for hitmen, and also the fall guy for the person that's going to be set up to be falsely accused for the murder of Dan Markel. So I think that's how calculating and deep and sinister this plan went. And I want to state that Harvey and Donna, when they die, for those of you that might have missed it, I can't remember if I've finished that thought, but I think when Donna and Harvey do die, if they die before Charlie, I think that they would have probably the most likely chance then to find Charlie willing to flip on Wendi, because then he doesn't have to say anything against folks that wouldn't be alive. So the question is, it's going to be sort of like a jockeying of what's going to happen first. But is the threat going to happen first for Charlie in prison with Aryan Nation or other folks that get to him and threaten an extortion and do an extortion on him? So I think, I think there is a lot of questions about whether the Adelsons will flee the country or not. I was on the local radio station there in Tallahassee this morning, and that was one of the questions the host there, Preston Scott, asked me about do I think that the Adelsons are going to flee the country, and do you think, is there anything that restricts them from doing so? There was a comment here whether someone was saying they thought there was going to be like a hold on their passports or something like that. I don't know if that's the case. I think it was Andy. He said that they're monitoring probably the Adelsons as well. I don't know that they are if they haven't been prosecuted yet and are not under investigation. So I hope they are. You would think they should be, but whether they actually do so or not, I don't know. Look how they've taken so long to prosecute Charlie. So I generally find the prosecution is more slow of foot than they are really able to do a real professional style extraction of the evidence and the presentation of it. But I will say what they have now for what the FBI got out of the wiretaps and the phone conversations, as well as the who called whom when, based on the search warrants for the cell phone companies, and also all the cell phone tower records to show where they're at and all that kind of stuff. That really helped put this case together. So I mean, from a forensic evidence standpoint of digital evidence, this has been like a brilliant textbook type of presentation by the prosecution. So I'm really impressed. And as I've said before, the graphics that they've presented and how they flowed this out with the witnesses, it's just you can't get any better than this. It made it so much smoother. We're getting so much along faster here. The jury's not being bored, and actually some of the most boring evidence, which is the phone records and who called whom when, that could be really boring, and jurors can get checked out with that. So what they did is they showed the faces of the parties involved. They showed arrows to show when the calls were made, and all that kind of stuff really made it fascinating. And I think you kept the jury's attention as good as you could, because it was sort of like almost like a movie type story rolling out. Can Charlie get prison and then flip on Wendi alone? Karina Joy asks, or would the prosecution require everyone on one? It all depends how aggressive they are as a prosecutor. I think they could come in there and say, "Hey, we're willing to talk to you and we're willing to cut a deal, but you gotta come clean on everybody's involvement, or else we're not going to cut a deal." Or they may say, "Look, your parents are older. We'll agree to grant them, lesser sentences than first-degree murder." And so it all depends what the prosecutor wants to do and how bad they want to get Wendi, I guess. And so if Wendy's their main target, which I think she is, along with Donna, then maybe they cut a bigger deal for a bigger break for Harvey. But once Charlie gives up Wendi, which I think if he's alive, he will do that at some point. And he's just thinking right now that he's going to be able to walk out of there. So think about it. He's been in prison for a year and a half, and he's thinking he's going to walk out of that courtroom in that suit. But what's going to hit him is he's going to wind up going right back in the cell and have to turn those suits back in to the jailers. As a matter of fact, says what's behind Charlie smiling and smirking. We got some doctors that have been on the channel. They think it could be drugs, or maybe he has attention deficit, or mixed in with some of that kind of stuff as well. So I think that it's a combination of things, but whatever he's doing, it comes across really bad to the jury. And he just comes across like he's above everybody that's either a witness or a juror there. And I know that there was a couple jurors that were really across like they were disgusted when they heard about the issue of him thinking a 37-year-old female, even if they're attractive. And I think he said like a Victoria's Secret model, that if you got 2 kids, that's baggage that no reasonable guy that's going to want to take somebody like that over somebody that's 25 or whatever with no kids. So that was really I guess a slam on those any single females on the jury that have children as well. So what a dig, and that's the kind of stuff that's going to bury you. And we have not heard as much about how much Wendi had hated Tallahassee other than from Jeff Lacoste. So we don't know who else would have said that, but I think the book, if they would have tied in more, the book of how she hated Tallahassee. at how much of a botch plan this was, and as much as they try to keep her out of it, I think this is affecting her life, and she said that when she was on the stand, this affected her adversely. So, but she's not coming clean either. She's not pointing the finger at her family, and she's not agreeing to visitation. Because think about it: if you were her, and your family did this behind your back, supposedly, then you would want to be maximizing the time your boys have with the Markels in Canada. You'd send them up there, you'd go on trips. You should certainly afford it. You saw how much money they have in the banks and whatnot. So to do not take them to their father's grave, and to not have them actively involved with the boys, and to not be helicoptering over the boys. Keep in mind that these two boys are 13 and 14. Never once have they been alone with any other Markel person. You're telling me the boys aren't going to get creeped out by that at some point and realize, why was mom or grandma constantly around us when we're around grandma Markel or our aunt Shelley? So I don't think they really have much of a connection, because they're not free to have that connection and whatnot with their Markel family members. The RN asks, how can Charlie's own mother just sit by and watch him go down for this alone? Yeah, I mean, that's something that the juries are looking at. And I mean, look how much we heard the word Donna mentioned in this case, and especially today, and how much we've heard her voice today. So the jurors are sitting there going, well, where's Donna? We see what she looks like. They've flashed enough pictures of her face up on the screen. But where is she? Why isn't she defending her son here? And especially if she doesn't get called ever as a witness. And they may be thinking back, well, we heard on the list of witnesses, we don't remember anything about Donna Adelson. Although the prosecution mentioned it, they did mention Donna and Harvey. I don't know why, because they had done an agreement beforehand not to use her. So I don't know if they just forgot to scratch it off the list or what. But JTM says they are book smart criminals, not street smart criminals. Yeah, I mean, there's no such thing really in my mind as a smart criminal. Smart criminals, it's never worth it to do the crime. So why you'd want to do that and risk that over not doing an honorable job is beyond comprehension. And the society page says that Donna doesn't know lawyers. She doesn't know. She does know about gastritis, however. Yeah, she's got a bunch of GI problems going on that we know about during the time of these wiretaps. But what we don't know is what her current health is, and obviously this kind of pressure on your mind does affect your physical health as well. So another reason why there's just not closure on this with Charlie, where he says, you know what, I just want to get this over with. I want to confess, get it off as a burdening, because it's like an 800-pound gorilla when you have this kind of guilt on you. Diana T. Carl, do you think some of these phone calls may lift some of the weight off Wendi, as the family was toxic and overprotective, and she didn't know that the plan and a possible defense if she's indicted? If you just looked at these right now, what the prosecution evidence has shown so far, I can see where someone could believe that. But if you look at the actual evidence, and some of it I presented on Survivor, I think we're up to 92 indicators. Those indicators are sort of like the wiretaps and all this other digital data. They really paint a clear picture of involvement. So yeah, so far they would probably not have the kind of enough evidence to convict her, but it wouldn't take much more. And well, I guess they do have her going by the scene there and stuff like that. Yeah, so I mean, she's almost all the way there, if not completely close to the crossing the line of beyond a reasonable doubt. So it definitely looks like a total family affair. And I think the jurors realize these guys are smart enough to know we don't want to include Wendi on all these calls. We got to keep her quiet. And look at how Donna said, no. When Charlie said, does this have to do with Wendi at all? When the bump happened, and she called them up to try to covertly describe what happened. So obviously that was part of the game plan. Yeah, maestros, they don't do their own dirty work. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. So I would say that this shows that this was very sloppy. They had no backup plan for how this goes down, and he was willing to pay $100,000 to somebody to kill his ex-brother-in-law, the father of his nephews, and look who he hired to do it. People that are living paycheck to paycheck. They're broke. Katie doesn't really have a stable job. But one of the things I've seen from crimes is that maestros always hire people that are broken, that are struggling, that have a lot of issues in their lives that they're trying to overcome. They've never gotten ahead really, and they may never really get ahead in society. They're always just struggling to survive, seriously. And so they know how to pick them, and they're emotionally got issues as well, mentally got issues as well. And so those are the ones that do all their dirty work from what I've seen. And that's typical in this case as well. So, but for $100,000, I mean, they could have hired some real professional hitmen to do it. So Charlie thought that he was going to do it the cheaper way, and it would be something that is going to be, in his mind, the perfect murder, and no one's ever going to trace him. So look how wrong he was. We got all this digital forensic video. They got proof of where the car came from. They signed for it in their own names on the rental car receipts. The rental car, of all things, had a GPS tracker. So I think they probably decided, let's not go to Hertz because they probably have it tracked better, those kind of national car rentals. But yet this car had an actual GPS on it. And who'd have thought that? But this guy probably figures a small mom and pop rental car place like that, they probably have a lot of folks that don't turn their car in. So they wanted to have more like a tracker where they know how to find their cars. So Katie Kool-Aid, he said all jurors very attentive. So yeah, I totally get that. They're locked in their seats and they're taking this all in. Yeah, I mean, I do think they should go after Wendi within days. They probably won't do it that quick, but they need to, and they need to regroup. They probably need some weeks to regather and re-strategize how they're gonna do this. I would hope they'd arrest them both at the same time. Let me see here. Do we know if Charlie has any kind of relationship with Child? I don't know. And Donna, I think I heard Donna does, but I don't know about that. That's not really something I've focused on. Do I think I'll arrest them all at the same time? I would hope they do. I would be very disappointed if they don't, but at the rate they're going, at least if they get one after the other. Yeah, in the military, we call it this first, second, third, fourth, etc. order of effects, and which is the same thing as like consequences. So that's a military term we use. So yeah, they did not lay out the second, third, fourth order effects of what happens if one of the hitmen gets caught because they're on surveillance camera, that kind of thing. So very, very, very foolish, reckless crime here. And you really can't think out a good murder. There's not a good, perfect murder that I think they could have came up with. And like, say, how evil is that? Yeah, Andy School, wild horses wouldn't stop you from being behind your son. Yeah, that's really, I'm trying to think, have I ever seen, Katie didn't have any family there. And of course, her family is probably down in South Florida area, but still no family there. I guess it does happen. I just can't think about it. I know if I had a client up there, I'd be wanting a lot of jurors to know, hey, this guy has a lot of support. He's well loved. He's very much a valued member of society, and they can't bring in character when it's to say anything good about Charlie. They're stuck with his bad character. All this stuff coming out. Yeah, that's a key takeaway too. If they had evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. Exactly. Carrie B. Carl, what do you think about the text between Charlie and Wendi about Harvey's birthday gift? Charlie says he's working on it. Yeah, he's working on it. And Wendi says, I know you'll come through for me. Yeah, that's a good point. I guess I was thinking that was from Donna, but if that was from Charlie to Wendi, and they had this conversation about the birthday gift, I think that's another dagger against Wendi. So yeah, that's very good. Yeah, that's another thing, James Salata. I think that the IRS, as soon as Charlie said, "Is it the IRS?" to his mom when she told him about the bump, I think right there with all this cash flowing around, stacks and stacks of it. I mean, what are they doing? I mean, they got a number of rental units and stuff like that. So I don't, just really weird. Like I say, there's a lot of stuff that happens where law enforcement is just sort of clueless. Why wouldn't they do some kind of audit at least, right? Yeah, Luis couldn't even manage his checking account, and he was broke within like 4 months again, just struggling to get by. I mean, they're in South Miami. That's very expensive, right? So just getting by on low wage jobs and stuff like that. Consciousness of guilt, definitely. All right, with that, I'm going to go ahead and sign us off here for lunch. The court starts back up at 1:30 Eastern time, so I'll jump on right before then. Thank you much.
everyone can be seated. Ms. Kappelman, you may continue with your examination.
Your Honor. Okay, I think we're on RR.
Hey. Hey, what's up? Your phone was weird. It was like, it was doing a dial tone. Yeah, it was weird. I tried picking it up.
You can't break down on us now, Dugan. We're almost to the finish line.
Start over, please.
Hey. Hey. Your phone was weird. It was like, it was doing a dial tone. Yeah, I tried picking it up. It was there. If you want to say, okay. No, I was just going to tell you that it's something. I was going to do it. I said you what? Work. That's good. Boring thing. Huh? Boring. Yeah. Sometimes boring is a good thing. Yeah. Listen, I thought really hard. I didn't know what a married man with kids wants for his birthday. So I thought if I was married and I had kids, what would I want for my birthday? A fucking dildo? Exactly. How did you do? But I forgot to get, I didn't have time to get a card from Hallmark to say exactly what I wanted to say, so. I mean, you're never good at expressing yourself anyway. I never get to myself anyway. But anyway, I think I hit the nail on the head with the birthday present. I think I hit it out of the park. Wow. So natural. What was I gonna say? Like,
One moment. Please pause it, Ms. Dugan. Silence the devices. Please check your devices, place them on silent or turn them off. Please continue.
Oh, okay, because like, I didn't know I needed to know. No. I'm gonna hear him stop. This is like golden for me. So tell me, how far are you from the house? Like right now. Are you there now? I want to. Okay. Call me after you open it. So that, the number enter, okay. Take your shirt off. Take your shirt off, read the number. Take your shirt off so you can read the number that you wrote down. Oh, you're so stupid. It's so stupid. You know? Wouldn't it be easier to just write it on your hand if you want to get address or the number? Fucking idiot. He's just so weird. I don't know, man. Sometimes, I don't know. Some people think I like. Oh my God,
because it's so fucking hot. It was a great beach day. I could have just jumped on your boat.
Can take it anytime. Honestly. Yeah, FYI also,
No, I'm gonna buy my own, okay? I don't need anybody to hand me down. It's yours. Yours is yours. You know, I don't wanna mess with anything.
do you want me to sell you my boat?
Okay. I look for one then.
Mine's probably not fancy enough anyway. But it's better.
Man, you know what? I really wish you.
The birthday gift for a married man with kids. What is Sigfredo Garcia's birthday?
I believe it's like April 27th.
And on what date was this call RR placed?
It was on 4/29/16.
All right, so his birthday was 2 days prior.
Correct.
Okay, I want to skip ahead to May 4th of 2016. Did we have another bump on that date?
We did.
Okay, tell us about that.
That one was a text message from the Undercover to Donna Adelson.
Publish that message. I'm sorry?
I don't think it's in there. I'm not objecting to it.
This wasn't in it? Oh, it is, because it's on the wire disk.
Okay.
Like, all the text. Okay. Sorry, Judge. Sausage being made. Okay, so if you'll read this text for us. This was sent from the Undercover to Donna Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead.
So you don't take me serious. You think I'm playing. You have some puta call me to see if I'm for real. If you think what Katie, baby daddy did for you can't come back, you're fucking crazy. I want the money now or I'm going after the 100K.
Okay, could we play SS, please? Is $100,000 significant in this case?
Yes.
Why is that?
That's what was on the flyer about a reward.
I'm sorry?
That's what was on the flyer regarding a reward.
All right, so not the flyer that we've seen in this case, but something that was put out to the public?
It was, and I believe it was also on the same flyer that was handed to her by the Undercover.
Meaning it was mentioned in that article, or?
I believe so.
Okay, I understand. Okay.
What I do is I organize a meeting for them. I a freaking job and but I didn't even open it. Because since I wanted to shoot, like I wasn't gonna.
You see what was in there at all?
Oh, what the fuck did you put in there?
Where's that bag?
I haven't opened it.
Where's it?
It's in my purse, I think. Like in my old place, I put it like in another guy.
So you haven't opened up the public's bags?
No. Why?
There's a.
I'll open it later. Carry me, bro.
No, it's not like I put a fucking hamster in there.
Oh, please, yeah, I don't want them to die.
I got him a guinea pig for his birthday.
Uh-huh.
He's been in there for 3 weeks in your trunk.
You're an asshole. Okay, I gotta get him.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. It was supposed to be a birthday present for somebody. If you know it's his birthday.
And his birthday is still going on, so.
Okay, well, would it be okay if you told him it was for me, or do you think that's a bad idea?
I don't know.
Well, take a look and then you can tell me. Open the button thing. There's a very nice gift card in there.
Okay.
It's not
You're fucking weirdo.
I know.
You know, because he told me, oh my god, that felt so bad. Like he's like, bro, like, cause my mom always gets him a present, right? And he took us out, like, he was just him out for dinner and shit, whatever. My mom always does that, like, for him. And he told me, he was like, oh, maybe you ever get me a present, cause I knew he'd get him a present. I said, nobody ever gets me a present. I'm like, well, you're not 10 years old anymore, like, get over it.
All right, let's move on to TT, please.
So, he's got the drugs, he's fine. Let him get started on it. And it is, if you don't think it'll cost anything, you can tell him this is from me when you open up the present.
Okay.
Remember the person
You're
who said,
scaring me. I'm gonna open it now before, I don't know, because you're scaring me.
was it in your car or is it your house?
It's in my house. But I hid it.
Well, go fucking look what's in there and tell me if it's okay for his birthday present. Alright?
Where's my birthday present?
You get nothing. Alright, I'll talk to you later.
I got you tickets to the concert. I know. Thank you. I have to say thank you.
Where's Lambert? It's not your birthday then. Wait, you wait first.
Whatever. Yeah, it's my
I
birthday.
would feel better.
It's your other goddaughter. It's your goddaughter's birthday then the month.
Yeah. I can't all these people that want me to adopt them.
No, well, you already know my kids.
I got like 60-year-old women in offices asking, saying, "Where's your kids?" I got on that day. They go, "You adopt me." I'll send you the Father's Day card. Fucking amazing. I got Scotty wants to be adopted. I got like 8 people that want to be adopted.
I want to be adopted. You don't want to adopt me. Adopt my kids.
I give you a little love.
You're the godfather.
All right.
Maybe approach, Your Honor.
Approach.
I'm not sure if Georgia's rested here from presenting further wiretaps, or she may have some more after this. So apparently this is a chance for Rashbaum to do his cross. Let's see what his objection is, what the judge says. Charlie, again, notice he constantly has his right arm, elbows resting on the table. He's covering up his face. That's a very bad posture for a defendant to have, because he's trying to block the jury from seeing him. And as body language is so much a way to communicate, his body language is in a shutdown mode. I don't want you to see what's really going on with my face, my eyes, all that kind of stuff. So he's definitely wondering and pondering how this thing's going, but I think in his mind he keeps telling himself it's going good, it's going good. We can do this, because any critical review with an attorney over this kind of evidence would have to generate a discussion. I would imagine that, are you willing to plead guilty? And it may just be simple that, do you want to plead guilty? The guy says no, and that's all there is to it. So I think attorneys are better for their client if they actually do that rigorous cross-examination, confront them as loud and as aggressive as you need to try to get them to do the right thing and basically save their hide, because you can spend all this money, you can go to this trial, and in the end, it's not going to get you anything with this strong evidence.
Okay, Judge, we are going to replay the first few seconds of the portion we played of that previous call. Which was... Yeah. Just back it up to maybe like 4:30. Okay.
Anyway, so where we're at,
Wait, but don't you...
directly and say what you did. Anyway, so where we're at,
Wait, but look, you didn't even want me. I was like, should I try when I'm off? And then she's like, no, I think you should. And I was like, I'm not going to do it.
you're not gonna hurt with a lot of someone.
Exactly.
So instead of like taking 500, you may take a little less, and then just give it to him twice, but definitely give him it as soon as you get it in him, and then give it to him
Does
again.
it have a flavor? Did they ask you?
No, it's like, no, they don't have flavor, but it's, you give him a fucking teaspoon and be like, fucking swallow it.
I know. This is the biggest baby about it. All right. I know.
Swallow it or fucking smack his ass. We're always gonna be pain. If you listen, if it really hurts him, we'll fucking swallow it.
I know. But the thing I don't understand is like it comes in words, like you'll lie.
Yeah, no, it's abscess.
And then
Listen to me. It is abscess. You're there. There's a clear abscess there. So I would do that, and then also give them an ibuprofen. Take an ibuprofen, grind it up, and put it with some applesauce on a spoon, and let them take it that way.
so give them like the liquid.
Give them the liquid, and then.
No, but I'm saying like I've been giving them Tylenol. I just have an Motrin, so I'm gonna get another bottle of Motrin because I didn't finish.
Just give them Motrin, not Tylenol. Either way. But the ibuprofen, the Motrin with the amoxicillin, I'll be feeling so much better tomorrow.
Okay.
But it really takes, you have to have it in your system for 24 hours for it to really.
Checked on him and I was like, this is not good.
No. All right.
Okay. Benadryl.
You can always, I hate doing it, but you can always take a quarter of your bar
I know.
and break it, and then break it into
If
another
I
quarter.
had, I swear that's another thing. If I had, I would.
Like you would, the whole family would be on fucking Bennett. Why don't you just blow some weed in his face? No, I'm kidding.
No, who are you?
I'm kidding. I'm
Who are
kidding.
you?
But no, but I got he's got the drugs. He's fine. Let him get started on it, and it is. If you don't think it'll cause anything, you can tell him it was from me. When you open up the present.
Okay.
Remember the person
You're
who said.
scaring me. I'm gonna put down. I'm gonna go. Yeah. I'm gonna open it now before. I don't know. Because you're scaring me.
Was it in your car or is it your house?
It's in my house. But I hid it.
Well, go fucking look what's in there, and tell me if it's okay for his birthday present. All right.
What's my birthday present?
You get nothing. All right, I'll talk to you later. Dude, I got you tickets to the concert.
I know. Thank you. I'd like to thank you.
Where's my birthday? It's not your birthday today. Wait, you wait first.
Whatever. Yeah, it's not your birthday.
I would feel better.
It's your other goddaughter. It's your goddaughter's birthday, then the one.
got all these people that want me to adopt them.
No, well, you already know my kids.
I got like 60-year-old women in offices saying, "Where's your kid?" And they don't have it. And they go, "Can you adopt me?" I'll give you a Father's Day card. Fucking amazing. I got Scotty wants to be adopted. I got like 8 people that want to be adopted.
I want to be adopted. You don't want to adopt me. Adopt my kids.
I give you a little love.
You're the godfather.
All right.
Okay, I think we can move on now to UU.
Go ahead and get their money lent and they'll be paid back.
It's very interesting.
So that's really how people make a lot of money, is using other people's money to make it.
Oh, sure. It's a good way to do it.
So we'll see. I mean, Alex says if you have a good track record of 2 years, it will not be a problem raising capital at all. So that's what.
Oh, that's good stuff. So are you on your way now to the gym?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So is everything else okay?
Yeah.
And you're just saying this.
Just saying.
Yeah, I figured that you got. Did you see somebody today, or was it?
No, it's different, but I'll see you on Sunday, we'll talk.
You don't want to come down and see me tonight?
No.
Was it bad, or was it?
No, just, see you Sunday. So,
I know, because I could kind of talk to you, but like, when I talk to you and you're not giving like appropriate responses.
yeah.
Like my stories, it just seems like it's other, like,
yeah.
Did someone bother Wendi?
Not yet.
Or do you think they will?
I don't know.
Well, I
Sunday, we'll talk.
Well, I think it's important that you see me before Sunday.
Well, where exactly are you going to be tomorrow? That is off tomorrow, so maybe we get a chance to use it. Sounds like it's very busy day.
Well, I'm meeting Doug in the afternoon. I haven't texted, I haven't texted Adam yet. I'm supposed to meet him at some point. But I can set up a meeting with him at any time. I mean, do you want to come up to my house in the morning, or?
That might be a good idea.
Because I'll tell you what, I don't want to wait.
Yeah, I agree.
And then you wait, and something that could have been nipped in the bud early becomes something that doesn't get nipped in the bud early, and then it snowballs out of control.
Yeah, so maybe tomorrow, we're up early. So once we got, we can maybe for breakfast or something around. You want to meet Charlie for breakfast, Charlie? Yeah. You want us to come to you, right?
Well, traffic is, I could, let me find out.
Check your schedule and then we'll work something out, okay?
Yeah, let me do that, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Sounds good. Let's discuss that one too, check your schedule.
I think it's just better that things get nipped in the bud early.
Yeah.
I don't know why you wouldn't just call and let me know.
There's reasons. Let me talk to you tomorrow. You figure out your schedule. We're free until we have to pick up the kids, so we'll work around.
So it's apparent some other contact has occurred. Is this timing of this call consistent with that being from the text bump that we saw a few moments ago?
Yes, it's the same day, the afternoon of when it happened.
And the text bump indicates, I want the money now or I'm going after the 100K, right?
Correct.
The 100K, you said it was a reward. A reward for what?
Reward for information leading to the investigation leading to the arrest of the killer for Dan Markel.
And at any time, does Donna or anyone in this case text the undercover and say, do that?
No, they didn't.
Go get the reward, solve the case.
Nope, they did not.
All right, so let's go to the next day. What did we decide about skipping VV and we're going to WW.
Hey, Charlie.
Hey, Howard.
Good, honey. How are you doing?
Good. I'm coming across the bridge now.
Oh, okay. Okay, wonderful.
Do you want to the apartment or do you want to come down?
You know what? We'll meet you outside and then we can walk to the pool area.
All right, sounds good.
Okay?
All right. I'll see you soon.
Okay, then, love you. Bye.
X.
Ma'am.
Hello?
No.
Hey.
I put the page outside and she can open it.
For what?
I put the page outside. I'm talking to my sister Sue from the other one. She called me out of the group.
Oh, you're gone?
Yeah. Put the tape up there and sweep you up. What's up? It's on. No, we're going to do it.
Yeah. Not that old, so, but I don't even know.
Can you get on the hook, please?
No, I'm saying like a call, so.
You got a call?
Yeah, I'm like, well, I don't know. I'm talking to my parents, I was like, okay.
So, you first?
Yeah, so I'm gonna see, I was working on, I don't know. So I'll call you when I get my parents, I was like, okay. So like I was calling you, to see what you're into. And so you started ringing, like you got it.
Software.
When I text you just, it was all back to me, after the second time. Okay?
No.
Before XX, I missed an item on our sheet, meeting at pool. What does that refer to?
Charlie Adelson met with his parents at the Icon. We tried to cover it, sent some agents in to try to record, but they could not get close enough to them.
Where did the meeting occur?
It occurred like in the pool area inside the Icon.
All right, so the three of them sat down at the pool area and had a chat or something
Yeah,
else?
apparently they were in a private pool area inside the building. They were in the pool area by themselves talking.
Okay. All right, sorry I missed that. Let's jump forward to why.
Hey, let me call you in a little bit, okay? I may just call you from the landline. I'm at my friend Adam's place in Miami. Go down to the Gables, so I'll probably call you from the landline. Ready? Okay. Yeah, I'll call you in a little bit.
All right, ZZ, please.
Hey, no, like trying to find my son is like, I don't even know where he is.
Just look for the
Oh,
kid on the
really?
monkey bars.
Yeah, probably him, right? Okay, just give me a quick recap because, what exactly on the text?
And I'm not asking you to do anything about it
Mm-hmm.
at all.
Oh, hi, baby. Right, come on. Yes, you gotta go to an appointment. Go ahead.
But the person said, so you don't take me serious. And you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Listen.
Yeah, the person says, so you don't take me serious, and you have some puta calling me up, Katie's baby daddy. So, and then it was like, so you don't know what, so you don't, or something, and then there was something about it was done for you. And then there was something about, like, you don't respect what was done for you or something like that.
You don't respect?
Or you don't, no, you don't, it was like 20 words. It started off and so you don't take them serious. And then it was, you have some.
He said on the phone.
Okay.
Go, tell me.
Yeah,
I'm listening.
so you don't take them serious, and you have some puta call me up, Katie's baby daddy. You don't appreciate what was done for you or something like that.
All right.
And then that was it. That was it. It just ended.
All right.
But it came from that same number. The person didn't block the number they're texting from.
Yeah, no, we already got to that. We got to that
Yeah.
point already. All right, gotcha.
So don't do anything. And I have a feeling, it's one of two things. And I could care less. I just want the person to stop harassing me.
Go on the phone. Okay, gotcha.
But evidently, if you're, whoever called, the person to give a shit.
No, I had a friend that called, but.
Yeah, whoever it was that called, this person texted my mom at 2 o'clock in the morning, could really give a shit.
Now he's referencing.
He referenced, the only person's name he referenced in the text was Katie's baby daddy.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, she's that. Hey, this daddy.
Yeah,
No, everybody has a baby daddy.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, so the weird thing is, whoever it is, could really give a shit about what was said to him. Because he has no problem continuing to send text messages from that number.
That's the part that really boggles my mind.
Yep. So don't do anything.
Not afraid, obviously. Somebody that's
No,
fishing
no.
or something.
Somebody
That can get all of this information. This is, I mean, the personal phone calls, a text, somebody, like it's a lot.
Okay, but this is my one fear. Nobody can protect somebody all the time. If it's a 1% chance that it is a bad guy who did something bad. You know, I worried about my dad's safety going into an office where.
No, I get you, bro. You don't gotta like.
And that's what.
Walk out of me, like, sure.
So,
and like, go, like, no.
Yeah, that's what,
right?
you know.
And whoever it is, if they're referencing to me, you don't think I'm scared?
Yeah, and whoever it is, like, whoever called, the person got this
But it's like,
he called him a poop dog.
That becomes even more of like, okay,
Yeah.
what are you dealing with now? What are you dealing now? Like, is it somebody that's waiting for you to be like, hey, like, I'll give you money, like, or like somebody's trying to like mess with you, like, you know what I mean? Like, read between the lines. It becomes much more of like, damn, this is a fetish. Like, what is going on?
And then if they do, they're throwing a lot of information out that I don't know. So which is crazy. The question is, where did they get it from? And why don't they just go collect the reward, whoever has the information?
Exactly. All right. We're saying the same thing repetitively, and it's getting to the point where it's like,
so don't do anything. I just don't. It's just aggravation. That's all. I just want my family left alone. Yeah. That's my day. Hopefully I have a day off, so I can hang out with everybody, deal with nonsense.
Right.
So.
Right. Like, I try to remember so many, and it's so hard because you throw in so many other details behind it that it's like when I have to like think it out of my head, like I'm all over the place because like you just talk so much more of what's not necessary.
No, I know. I would do that. I would go off on tangents and shit. I just listen. You're just my friend. That's the only reason why I'm going to do it.
I know, it's pissing me out because it's like, I don't even know, like, you know, I'm trying to help you out and figure out like, what the hell is going on. So,
I wish I knew what was going on with all these fucking crazy people out there. I mean,
goodbye, everyone.
Alright, good luck with his endo appointment.
I'm gonna call him because I don't like to do anything. So,
Alright, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, next we have a text, AAA. Can we publish that, please? And if you'll tell us about this text.
This text is from Catherine McBanwa to Sigfredo Garcia.
What does it say?
It says, "Call me if you can step out of the office for a second."
Okay. Play BBB, please.
hello?
Yeah.
Are you at home?
I'll definitely take care of it. Can you pick up anything?
Yeah, I'm home.
Yeah,
But it was such a mission to go get him. Hello?
Yeah.
Are you at home?
Yeah.
What do you call? One of my friends just called me and was saying like, remember when I had asked you like to do me a favor because somebody's harassing one of my friends on me?
Yeah.
Or like, they texted yesterday at 2 o'clock in the morning, not giving a shit, not blocking their number, with the same freaking number that I had, given to help me out or whatever, saying, obviously you're not taking me seriously. you have a puta calling who is his baby daddy, and I was like, what are they talking about? Like, he's like, my friend is telling me, like, I don't even know if it's you or whoever. I mean, just some of like these guys that have gone out with, like, plenty of kids. I have a lot of kids friends. Like, I don't know who the hell it is. And, you don't appreciate what was done for you or something, and this is not going to stop. What's so funny is, how does somebody know your voice? Or even if they're talking about it, you could be a completely different person for all I know, you know?
Yeah.
They're asking me because it's like, it seems, like, you know, because I told them, like, help them, you know, like, I was like, oh yeah, I'll try to help you out. But it's funny how it just happened late last night at 2 o'clock in the morning. It's like somebody got hit.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, 100%.
And they're not supposed to use that number because their parents will definitely need, you know, they have to how much more should they get around. Anybody should go through that. And it's funny, like, how do you get, you know, it's just calling his mom, like, not calling anybody else, but like, yeah, you can look it up or whatever, but it's pretty great. I mean, your number.
Yeah, it is pretty great.
So, I just don't like, you know, the fact that my name is being thrown out and baby daddies are being thrown out. Like, what is all that?
Yeah, I know nothing about it. So, I'll definitely take care of it. Did you pick up anything?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
But it was such a mission to go get him.
Okay, so we were on May 5th. Let's go to May 6th. On May 6th, does Donna Adelson call the undercover?
Yes.
How many times does she call the undercover?
I believe maybe 3 times.
Okay, does she leave a voicemail one time?
I believe so.
How many times does she actually have a conversation with the undercover?
Just once.
All right, and Judge, that call is on State's Exhibit 107. Move to publish that call at this time.
You may.
Hello?
This is Mrs. Adelson. Is this, Sammy? Okay, my grandchildren had my phone before, so,
Senora Adelson?
I'm Mrs. Adelson.
Yes.
Yeah, my grandchildren had my phone before, so that's, and I just saw that you called.
Oh, okay.
I
You left a message on my voicemail.
right, I did.
Yeah.
This is my problem. You approached me on Alton Road. You handed me an article from the newspaper about my ex-son-in-law. You told me I need to call you and help your friend who was in prison. Now, at the time you did that, I didn't understand what you were talking about. I didn't call you back. Then you mail me a threatening letter. Then you send me a text message to my phone that says I'm not taking you seriously. So I am taking you seriously. And I really want you to listen to me.
I'm listening.
I have to tell you, I mean, this is important. I have been so stressed out. I have spoken to 10 or 12 people who are close friends of mine, telling them about this and basically picking their brains and asking them what I should do, because I don't know your friend who is in jail. You mentioned a name. I don't even know his name. I never spoke to him. I don't know what he looks like. I've never met him. I'm sorry your friend's in jail, but I don't know what that has to do with me.
You know exactly what it has to do with. You know exactly what. Listen to me carefully. Listen to me. Listen to me. You just got to listen to me.
You need to ask your friend like what their name is something, because I know there's a big reward out there, and if you need money for your friends, that's the way to get it. I mean, I'm asking you nicely. I don't know who he is. I am out of the loop. It is not me. If I can help, I would help. I mean, that's what.
Just like I told you, listen to me. Just like I told you that day, we know that your family had a problem up north. We know that problem was taken care of like about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. And we know that Katie has been taken care of and has been taken care of. Now my brother in jail, we were in Broward together. He told me the whole thing, and he hasn't been taken care of. You know. Now, all that's being asked for is $5K. That's all we're asking for is for $5K. And he told me everything, and I know everything. I know who's involved. I know everything, and I'll get the $100K for myself.
You know,
all I ask is to send the $5K. Everybody knows what's going on.
I don't, you know, you're saying everyone knows. I know I lost my ex-son-in-law. I did not have anything to do with it. That's why I said, ask him what. That's what my brother Tato told me. He told me everything when we were in jail. He told me everything and who was involved. I know everything. Well, I don't. That's the problem. I am telling you, it's not me. It's not me. I have had 1 year of aggravation, 1.5 years of aggravation over this. My daughter, my grandchildren. It is not me. And when I asked my friends, what do they think? They said, well, this person needs to get a description of you because of what you look like, or it's not me. I don't know who caused this. It wasn't me. I mean, I don't know. I'll tell you, just like that day when I talked to you, this is not going away. This is not going to go away because Tato told me everything. He wasn't being taken care of. He needed the $5K. Sent $5K. That's all we were asking for. Don't do that. I don't know who Tato is. You don't understand. We know you don't know who Tato is, but you know who Katie is. And you know the contacts Katie has. And she has, listen to me, let's stop fucking around. Let's stop fucking around. Okay? You know who Katie is. And you know that Katie has somebody that knows Tato. And they took care of a problem for you people. That's just the bottom line. The bottom line is you know who the fuck Katie is. Look, I'm no more in the midst of, no, I'm not fucking around with it. You know who Katie is. You know that they took care of Katie and her people. Nobody's taking care of Tato. I know you don't know who Tato is. No, but we know who all of you are. And this ain't going away. You know what? So I can give you you want send the $5K? Here's what you need to do. You need to go and... Don't tell me what to do. I know what to do and I'm doing it. You're looking for money. Get $100,000 or whatever whatever the reward is. It isn't me. You have got the wrong person. That's why I said ask your friend, Jordana Adelson. Yes, I am. Yes, I am. Well, I know. We know who's involved in all this. Yes, this is not making any sense. I mean, if you want the money, you should get it from the police. They can give you a whole lot more than you're asking me for money for someone. I can't do this. I have had too much stress and too much aggravation from this, and I don't know what you are talking about. I just don't know. I just don't know. Good. I think you should talk to Katie. Talk to people that are involved in this. You'll know. You know what's going on. That's why I'm. You can tell me. Senora Adelson, you can tell me all you fucking want, but I know you know. Because I heard when I was locked up in Broward with my brother Tato, he told me everything.
everything. He told me everything.
Well, then
I just wanted to take care of him because fucking Katie was being taken care of with her fucking pooper.
I just think instead of asking me, you should get the money from the police. There's a lot of money out there, and I know if you think you know who this is, then go ahead and do it, because I know it isn't me. I know it isn't me. And I can't take this kind of level of stress. I just can't. I know I didn't do anything.
You talk to people, you talk to the right people, you talk to people, you make this 5K come to me. That's all I need. Just do it and get it to me. Do it and get it to me.
I'll pull you
Bye.
back.
Okay, so here we have Donna making the call.
Correct.
And she refers the undercover to get the reward, to the police to get the reward, right?
Yes.
And then does she also report these incidents and what's been happening to law enforcement at that time?
No, ma'am.
Does anybody report these incidents and what's been happening and the stalking and harassment that's been going on? Does anybody report that to law enforcement?
No, not at all.
Do we have any evidence that Donna Adelson recorded that call with the undercover?
Yes.
Okay, let's go to CCC, please.
Charlie, how are you?
Good, what's going on?
Good. Well, we just finished with dinner. We drove through Blackwell back to his hotel in Miami, and we just got back to the icon. So we can go for just a little walk along the marina, and then we're going to go upstairs.
Right, I just stepped away, I was having, dinner with you on my phone.
Okay. I'll let you go right back.
I will.
To tell you that I did have that handpiece now.
Okay, great.
So it's what?
What's your question? Any more nonsense from the patient?
Yeah, that's why, you know, those things always get aggravating, but I try not to let that bother me.
Was it that?
Oh, no, and I did, I loaded that new app too. You'll have to show it to you. I think you'll really be interested.
Okay, so you had, how long of the talk did you have?
8
minutes?
Yeah.
You talked to the patient for 8 minutes?
Yeah.
And they were nice?
Well, not really. You know.
Did they give any threats or anything, or?
No.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I thought it was very interesting, but I definitely want you to, you know, I'll tell you about the patient tomorrow, but I wanted to make sure I got that stuff to you. So, is that too early for you?
It kinda is. I mean,
Yeah,
I can do it if you want. It's fine.
The latest, I know, I could do it at 9, but that would be the latest, but then we have to get up to Boca and back to Fort Lauderdale. It's tight time frame, that's the only reason, and then I know you were leaving at 11.
What time do you have to be at Boca?
About 10.
And when do you come back to Fort Lauderdale?
By, I think it's 12, I think it has to be by 12 or 12:30.
Okay, I was gonna take the boat out at 12:30. If you want, I could wait a little bit.
So, you know what, I thought you were leaving at 11, that was the problem.
No, I was going to, I'll leave at 12:31 and I'll wait for you. How's that sound?
So you know what, I'll give you a call when we're leaving Boca, how's that? So it'll be definitely after 11. Yeah, I do actually, yeah, but I'll call you from, Boca, when we're on the. What do you think?
Were they real talkative or?
Very.
Really?
call you from then, so that way I can, make sure that the time is good for you, and that's when I will, I'll get to see you, okay?
Okay, that's awesome. That's actually all very, 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 very good news.
Yeah, it is.
Because, that's an excellent time.
Yeah. So you go, enjoy your evening, say hello to June for me, and I will give you a call before we leave.
Can I tell you something? Remember that lady I had to get that, Barbara?
That's my name?
Not to name names, but I had it right check for $22,000. Barbara's daughter. Yeah. The daughter, when she got on the phone with me, she was so to the point, and it was a threat, and it said, if you don't by Thursday, return the check, I'm going to my attorney, we're filing a suit, and we're going to court next year.
Yeah.
That's it. So which way is it going to be? It was literally, she spoke for 20 seconds. So, I mean, that's, anyway, so it's good that they're trying to get
Okay.
So I'm working, she's outside of Johnny B's.
Oh, go ahead.
But I will do this. I will wait, take the boat out, even if my friends are here when you're here. What I'll do is I'll go sit in the car with you and we'll talk and go over the case as long as that has the models.
Yeah, I guess
Don't
it's all in the show you.
do not forget the tan pieces I can get.
No, I know. I got them all packed up ready. I will see you tomorrow. Love you.
Sounds good. Love you all.
Bye, sweetheart.
Okay, if we could go to the next day, May 7th, 2016. I'm sorry, that's the same day. We're going from 11. Have I gone to the next day? Yes. Okay, I'm sorry. DDD is what I'm trying to go to. Yeah.
Hello?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Good. I'm on a boat.
Are you with it?
I'm with a bunch of people, but I got a new CD that you can listen to next time I see you.
Okay.
So it's interesting, but it's 100%. 100%.
100% what?
It's a 100% record break. It makes you want to drop the mic.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah,
I
kind
can't
of
wait to hear it.
shit you want to play when you're just cruising along and you see a Vietnamese hot-bellied pig walking down the street.
Is it a long page?
It's like the track is over.
I thought you use a page.
The track's long.
I mean, you're old school, you know?
I know. It's just like a long single, 5 minutes long.
Oh, wow.
Lots of coffee.
Wow.
Yeah. 100%.
Did you already re-sing it aloud to yourself?
I heard
They
it.
can hear it? Uh-huh.
I heard the track many times. I'm going to record it. In the background.
Nice.
Oh my God! I didn't even tell you. One of my friends is hot belly pig.
How's the cutest what?
Hot belly pig.
Hot belly pig?
Yeah, you know what a pig is?
Are you serious?
Yeah, they got the cutest hot belly pig. So, anyway.
That's not good.
I know. I like dogs, not pigs.
Yeah. They're hard to maintain.
But anyway, I have
That's exactly.
as long as they're housebroken, they're not that bad.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
You can't hear because there's music behind you and there's like.
Sorry.
I can't wait to hear your pretty singles.
I know, it's playing in the background right now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, dropping like it's hot. It's gonna be like one of the funniest
Do you think
things
it's
here. I like ad-libbing it.
So do you think it's gonna make good hit?
Oh, I think it's fantastic.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think
You think it'll sell a lot?
I hope so. I dropped the mic.
Oh, we're like out. Like that?
26.
Well, one can hear it. One can hear it.
Go ahead and call these two, and I'll pay you on Monday.
Okay.
All right, I'll talk to you.
All right, then.
Is law enforcement commonly referred to as pigs?
Yes, that's correct.
And this was the last call that I included. Are there several more discussing how sure he is that it is in fact law enforcement after reviewing this call from that the mother made?
Yes.
Okay. And in this call, he says it's fantastic. Is there a lot of enthusiastic talk about that realization?
Yes, by him. Yes.
Could we show states 59, please?
Oh, okay.
All right. Anywhere on the wire did the defendant talk about the bump, the interactions with law enforcement, bumps, I should say, with anyone other than Catherine Magbanua or Donna Adelson?
Possibly just his father.
Okay. And what about Catherine Magbanua? Does she talk to anyone other than the defendant and Sigfredo Garcia about the bump or the bumps?
No, that's the only two.
Okay. And even after the 100,000% fantastic realization that this was just law enforcement fishing, does anybody go to law enforcement and report what had happened?
No, they don't.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. We meet again. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Your investigation revealed that Luis Rivera used burner phones in connection with this murder, right?
He used one during the murder, yes.
That he threw away, right?
We don't know what he did with the actual phone, but he quit using it after the murder.
Okay. Sigfredo used burner phones as well, right?
We're aware of him using one during the murder, too.
And you heard about on the wire that he was going to use a burner phone, right? He was going to go get a burner phone.
He talked about getting rid of his phone after he used it.
Right.
Correct.
And so did Catherine Magbanua, right?
I don't remember her saying she was going to get rid of the phone, no.
Do you recall Sigfredo Garcia telling Catherine Magbanua on the wires, we need to go get new phones?
They did go get new phones eventually after we interviewed them.
They went to Walmart to buy 2 phones, right?
Correct. After I interviewed Sigfredo and she was attempted to be interviewed. Correct.
After Sigfredo Garcia was arrested, Catherine McBanoa only used her, to your knowledge, her burner phone, right?
No, she still used both phones, but she used them in very limited capacity.
There's no evidence that Charlie Adelson ever used a burner phone, right?
Not that we were able to establish.
During the wires, he always used the same phone, correct? The cell phone.
Correct, with WhatsApp.
Fair enough. There's no evidence that he ever went and bought a burner phone, right?
I have not collected evidence of a burner phone. We did have witnesses that we interviewed make reference to him having more than one phone, but we never were able to establish that.
Never were able to corroborate that, right?
No.
And in fact, when he was arrested 8 years after the murder, 6 years after everyone else was arrested, he had the same phone number, right?
I believe he did.
He used that same phone number for more than a decade, right?
That's roughly correct, yes.
Okay. Now, the day before Sigfredo Garcia's arrest, law enforcement went to his place of work and tried to interview him, right?
That's correct, I did.
Did you say you did?
Yes, sir.
And you believe that he lied during the interview, obviously, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the same time that Sigfredo Garcia was being interviewed, other law enforcement went to the place where they were living, him and Katie, and knocked on the door and tried to interview her, right?
That's correct.
And she hid, right?
She did.
And you know she hid because you heard on the wires that she was making calls to a lot of people, right?
That's correct.
On all the people that she was calling on the wires, she never calls Charlie Adelson, right? When she's hiding.
While she's hiding, just during that hour-long scenario, I don't believe she did. But I was in Miami. I wasn't monitoring the wire then.
But you have put in all the wires here, so you've reviewed them, right?
Yes, long time ago.
And in reviewing the wires, will you take my representation that she called 3 people, and on the calls that you have reviewed and listened on the wires, it was obvious to her, in fact, she said it on the calls, that the police were outside her house, right?
Correct.
So if she testified before this jury that she had no idea the police were outside her house because they didn't announce themselves, that would be a lie, right?
I believe at the beginning she might not have known. By the end of it, I believe she did know, yes.
Okay. Fair to say at some point when she was hiding in the house, she knew that the FBI and the police, maybe not the FBI, but she knew that law enforcement were at her front door, right?
Yes, I believe she did.
The next day when Sigfredo Garcia was arrested the next day, right?
That's correct, the next evening.
And when he was arrested, Catherine McBanoa left her townhouse and with the kids and never came back, right?
No, that's incorrect.
That's incorrect. She went back to live in that townhouse?
No, she didn't live in that house the night after we conducted the interview of Sigfredo.
Okay. Then she left?
Yes.
Okay, and she never came back?
Correct.
Fair enough. Law enforcement didn't know where she was for a while, right?
Correct. She was keeping her phones off. We knew she was still in the state of Florida, but it would give us a brief indication, and then, yes, we didn't know where she was at all times, for sure, or exact location.
You were worried that she had fled, right?
I wasn't worried she fled the state. I knew she had turned her phone off and was eluding us.
Did Charlie Adelson turn off his phone after the arrest?
No, he just stopped using it for quite a significant period. Quit using it regularly, I should say.
Aren't there a lot of calls after the arrest between Charlie Adelson on his phone?
Of insignificance, just like work calls and things like that.
Fair enough.
Right.
But I want to make sure the jury understands he continued to use his phone, right?
He did, in a different capacity, in my opinion.
But he continued to use his phone, Special Agent, right?
Yes, sir, he did.
He didn't get a new phone.
Not that we know of.
He didn't change his number.
Correct.
He went to work.
Correct.
He didn't flee his house.
Not that we know of, no.
Well, when you arrested him 6 years later, was he in the same house?
He was that night, yes.
Okay. You say that night.
Or that morning.
Had he been living in that house pretty much continually for the next 6 years?
I'm aware that he had a couple of different houses. I'm not sure if I don't know if he stayed in that house all the time or not because I didn't keep tabs on him every day.
Okay, fair enough. But when you went to arrest him, you knew where to go, right?
We found him there, yes.
And you knew where to go because that was his main residence, right?
Correct. It was still his residence of some record.
That had been his residence for the entire time since 2014, correct? I'm not saying he didn't have other residences, but that was the place where he primarily lived, correct?
He still owned the house. I believe on his driver's license he had a different address. He changed it.
Okay. Now, it was made public, the arrest of Rivera and Sigfredo in May 2016, correct?
Correct. Right after his arrest, correct.
And Charlie Adelson didn't flee.
Not that I know of.
Well, you didn't have to go on a manhunt for him, right?
Not years later. We didn't look for him immediately right then.
There were news reports, 2020 primetime specials in September 2016. He didn't flee.
Correct. Not that I'm aware of.
There was a probable cause affidavit leaked to the media in September 2016. Are you aware of that?
I am aware of it, yes.
And that probable cause affidavit was over 20 pages long?
I don't recall. That sounds right.
It was very detailed?
It was.
Much of the evidence that came in this courtroom in the last week was in that report, right?
That's correct.
And it was against Charlie Adelson, right?
Some of it was, yes.
And when that was released, he didn't flee, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
Catherine McBanaway was arrested in October 2016, right?
Correct.
He didn't flee, right?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Sigfredo Garcia was convicted at trial in 2019. Charlie Adelson didn't flee, right?
That's correct.
The state announced its intention to retry Catherine McBanaway after the jury hung in 2019. Again, he didn't flee, right?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in the months leading up to her trial, he didn't flee, correct?
Correct.
Now, he did travel out of the country many times, right?
I believe so, yes.
And he traveled to some places where extradition is, at least we could say, difficult.
Could be.
Did he?
All right, not sure what I heard there. I just heard approach from the judge. I didn't hear any objection or anything, so maybe the judge wanted to reel in Rashbaum on his questioning on that issue. So it looks like his defenses are just what we sort of expected. It's taken too long. The evidence hasn't changed. Therefore, the prosecution have doubts. Therefore, you should have doubts. He's kept the same phone number, same address. He's just a normal, good.
Special agent, we were talking about the places he went to where extradition was tough. He always came back, right?
Yes.
Now, during the course of your investigation, did you review text messages between Katie and Charlie?
Yes.
And did you learn that Katie wanted a longer, deeper relationship with Charlie as time went on?
I don't know if I recall that. There was a lot of back and forth there.
Fair enough. Did you learn that Charlie didn't feel the same way?
I don't know if I recall that either.
Did you see text messages where he said, I don't want to get married, I don't want 2 kids, to that effect?
Possibly that. I mean, it's probably in there somewhere. There was a lot of back and forth between him and other females that I could be getting confused.
Do you recall him talking to a friend in text messages, talking about a trip he was going to take with Katie in the early to midsummer before the murder, where he told his friend it's the goodbye tour?
That sounds familiar.
Did you learn that Katie and Charlie broke up within weeks after the murder?
No, my understanding was possibly right around the time of the murder. I'm not sure the exact timing of it, though.
Fair enough. Now, we listened to a lot of calls. Katie lies to Charlie when she told him that she would call the undercover, right?
Correct.
She lied to Charlie when she told him that she called the undercover and there was no answer.
Correct.
She lied to Charlie when she told him that the undercover number was a non-working number, right?
Correct.
Non-working number would be like in the old days where it goes beep, right?
That's my understanding.
Okay. She lied to Charlie when she said she called the undercover and got an answering machine. When she called the undercover.
Correct. She was not the one to make the call. Correct.
She lied to Charlie when she said she left a threatening message. She left a threatening message.
Correct.
On the undercover's voicemail.
Correct.
By the way, Sigfredo Garcia may have called the voicemail, but he didn't leave any message, right?
No, that's correct. He did not.
He didn't leave a threatening message.
No.
Another lie by Katie to Charlie, correct?
Correct. Or by Sigfredo, one of the two.
After her conviction, Catherine McBanawa was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole, right?
Correct.
And about a month after she was sentenced, she decided she wanted to cooperate.
I don't know the timing of it.
Fair enough. At some point after her sentencing, she wanted to cooperate, right?
Correct.
And she met with law enforcement at least twice. You were there 2 times.
That's correct.
And you met for hours.
I wouldn't. The first time I think was probably less than an hour, around an hour. The second time I met with her was probably less than an hour.
If I told you the first time was 2 hours and 12 minutes, would you believe me?
That's what it shows us sitting in the room with her for 2 hours and 12 minutes?
That's what the notes say.
Okay. If that's what the video shows, then...
Fair enough. Nonetheless, you met with her twice.
Okay.
She was placed under oath.
Yes.
And we'll start with the first meeting. You believe she continued to lie.
Correct.
You even tried to stop the interview the first time, correct?
I didn't stop the interview. I tried to relay to her that, yeah, it was in her best interest to tell the truth.
You didn't believe her.
I didn't believe a lot of the...
Objection? Say that one more time.
Speculation, can't give opinions about other witnesses.
Sustained.
Were you frustrated?
Somewhat of some certain things I was, yes.
Was she telling you things? We'll go to your second interview of her. Were you frustrated in the second interview as well?
Yes, I was.
You didn't believe she was being... I'll withdraw. During her second interview, at one point, you said to her, what you are telling us just doesn't make sense. Do you recall telling her that?
That sounds about right.
And this wasn't her first trial when she testified, right? I mean, I know you didn't believe her then, but this was during her proffer.
Correct.
Proffers, right?
Yes.
This was just less than a year ago, right?
I don't remember the date, but that sounds right.
Now, the bump was an extortion, right?
It was a attempted extortion, correct, somewhat.
But what law enforcement didn't know is that an extortion had already happened, right?
Don't believe there was an extortion prior.
What law enforcement didn't understand is that the things said on the recording related to the fact that there had already been an earlier extortion.
I disagree.
Do you recall on the recordings, repeatedly, Charlie Adelson is talking about the characteristics of the person who did the bump?
Yes.
He's saying things like, he used his phone, he's not disguising himself, he's not giving 48 hours, he's not making a threat. Do you recall that?
I do.
Did it seem like he was comparing it to something else?
To me,
Yes.
it seemed like he was comparing it to a TV show.
Fair enough. Because you don't know what happened on July 18th, 2014, right?
July 18th, 2014?
You don't know what happened on the evening of July 18, 2014 in Charlie Adelson's house, right?
Oh, you're referring to the day of the murder. I know what happened on that day, but not that evening, no.
You don't know what happened in his house that night, right?
Correct.
During the bump, Charlie's way of calming his mom down, a co-conspirator, right? You consider her a co-conspirator.
I do, yes.
Charlie's way of calming down his mom, a co-conspirator, was telling her that he thought it was the police, right?
That was one way, yes.
So let me get this straight. Two people who have just done a murder prefer the bump to be a policeman rather than another co-conspirator or another bad guy.
Correct.
The only people who actually spoke to the undercover was Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, correct?
Correct.
And when they spoke to the undercover, they used their phones. Let me be more precise.
Okay.
When Charlie Adelson spoke to the undercover, he used his cell phone.
He used, yes, and he blocked his number when he called, yes.
He star 67 did.
Correct.
He used his cell phone though, correct?
I believe he did. I can't remember the exact
Fair.
dial digits that it came from.
Fair enough. Now, the calls that you put in, you can read the words, but there's some guessing as to the meaning, correct? Of what they're talking about?
It could be, yes.
And Dolce Vita, in particular, you can't hear a lot of what Katie Magbana was saying, correct?
It's hard to hear a lot of it, yes.
There's about 100 unintelligibles when she is speaking, correct?
Correct.
And there's a missing chunk of that meeting before the recording even starts, right?
Correct. They got in the vehicle first before they went into the restaurant.
And let's talk about them getting in that vehicle. So before they get to Dolce Vita, Charlie Adelson and Katie Magbana will meet in a car.
He pulls up and she comes out of her office and gets in the car, yes.
How long are they in that car for?
It's an approximation around 10, 15 minutes.
I think you're right. And you don't know what was said in that car, right?
No.
Now, During this bump, you all are listening on the wires, right?
Correct.
And no one's paying the money.
Correct.
And part of what you're hearing is that the threats aren't big enough.
No, I disagree with that.
Okay? Let me ask it this way.
Okay.
It starts with a bump on the street, right?
Right.
And we watched it. The gentleman who's playing Aladdin King, he's a little bit polite. Can we say that?
Correct.
He's the nicest Aladdin King I've ever seen in my life.
Correct. There's reasons.
The next event that happens is, well, there's a bunch of events, but let me tell you the next progression. Is a letter is delivered to Donna and Harvey Adelson's apartment.
Correct.
So now you've gone from the street to the apartment, right?
That's correct.
And the letter is a little more threatening.
A little bit.
And still no one pays.
Correct.
And then there's a couple calls to the office. There's a call to the office.
Correct.
Still no one pays.
Correct.
And then there's a text message that comes at like 2 or 3 in the morning to Donna Adelson, right?
Yes.
And the timing is kind of important, right?
It could be taken that way.
And the text message is definitely more threatening.
Yes.
Now, going to the wires very briefly. Don't worry, I'm not going to go over them all with you.
Thank you.
Do you recall some wires around April 26 where Katie and Sigfredo are fighting?
Of 16, yes.
And some wires that were not played in court. But do you recall that they were fighting about something completely different than this case?
Could have been.
They were fighting about a girl that Sigfredo found, that Katie found on Sigfredo's cell phone.
Sounds vaguely familiar.
With a tattoo.
I don't remember that part.
And do you recall that the day before, or 2 days before the letter, law enforcement sends the letter to Donna and Harvey Adelson, that Katie actually leaves the house. She leaves them.
I do recall her leaving the house at some point. I don't remember the timing, though.
And the call that Ms. Kappelman played for you, where they're fighting, Sigfredo in the beginning of the call thinks that she's talking about, like he says, you need to make an appointment to see your son. Recall that?
Yes.
And it's because she has just left the house the day before.
Sounds correct.
She's left him.
Correct.
And she says to him in the text message, listen, I got to talk to you about something else.
Yes.
You recall that?
I do.
And you recall that Charlie Adelson finds out that these two are having problems, and he freaks out.
I don't remember that. I remember him talking to her about their separation and trying to encourage her.
And he's encouraging her to get back together with him, right?
I do remember that, yes.
by the way, Ms. Kappelman asked you after the last bump text that was received in the early morning by Donna Adelson. She asked you if anyone actually told the undercover, go to the police and collect your reward. You remember her asking you that question?
I thought that was before that text message.
Well, let's just make this clear, whether it's
Okay.
before or after.
Okay.
Isn't it true that that's precisely what Miss Adelson, Donna Adelson, told the undercover? If you have information, go to the police.
She did at that point. That's correct.
Right? That's what she said.
On that call.
Now, she didn't want to go to the police. She never went to the police, right?
Correct.
Charlie never went to the police.
No.
And you don't know why. You guess why, but you don't know why.
There's reasonable belief, yes.
But you don't know why he didn't go to the police.
Can't read his mind, no.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Take your time.
You know, I wouldn't read anything about what this conversation is about this juror, because I'm moving around doing the same thing. I'm tired of sitting here chained to this chair, and it's very uncomfortable. So they're just probably moving around, looking around. I mean, I'd be doing the exact same thing. So I wouldn't read anything into this.
Looking at those text messages, by the way, after the night of July 18th, do you see a decrease in text messages initially? So if you're looking at July to September between Charlie Adelson and Catherine Magbanua.
A decrease in text message, you're talking about 2014?
Yeah, initially.
I'd have to go back and look. I don't recall.
Do you see that the relationship, though, as time goes on, gets stronger? Not boyfriend, girlfriend, but does definitely get stronger.
I don't recall.
Now, I want to just make sure that something was clear yesterday because I think it was a little confusing. And I don't think it was on purpose, but I want to make sure that the facts are clear.
Sure.
After Professor Markel was murdered, Wendi Adelson gave complete access to the Markels. Isn't that true? Until the email was sent.
I don't know about complete access, but I know when that email was sent, there were things that were cut off.
Fair enough. But before the email was sent, there was a different type of access.
There was better access. I could say that.
Do you recall, and you know what, let me set it up first. It might take a second, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Especially with new technology. It's SX 130. It's your exhibit 130. It's one of the wires. Call 989. Hold on 1 second, Your Honor. Do you recall the Dave call?
Which one?
The first call I think that was played yesterday. It was a call about Charlie and Donna's affection for Dave.
Sure. I remember several of them, but.
And do you recall that Miss Kappelman played 19 minutes and 11 seconds of that call? And then she stopped it.
I don't recall how much or when, but that's possible, yes.
Well, let me play when it was stopped.
Okay.
If I just play it, is it going to go on this thing? Sorry. While we work on it. Do a test before I ask a question.
Go ahead.
To make money, they already have their kids.
Okay. Did it work in the headphones? No. All right. Well, I think we can hear it. Pretty loud. Let's see if we can hear it. I'm going to play you at 20 minutes and 20
Looking
seconds.
to make a whole want to make money. They already have their kids. I'm not looking to make a whole.
She owes it to those kids.
Yeah, but
She has an opportunity that she would throw in the garbage, and then these kids, and believe me, that's it. They're not going to have another dad.
No. Well,
And
it was a listen. They had a dad. It was a tragedy. What happened?
Yeah. Well,
what I'm telling you.
So there, 20 minutes and 25 seconds into the call, about 2 minutes after Miss Kappelman stopped it, Charlie Adelson says it's a tragedy what happened to their dad, right?
Yes, he did.
And that was in response to his mom saying Dave would be a great dad, right?
Correct.
And Charlie says they already had a dad, and it was a tragedy what happened to him.
He did.
When Charlie Adelson said that on this call, that was stopped before this jury, when he said that on that call, that's before the bump.
I believe it was, yes.
That's 21 months after the murder.
Correct.
He had no idea whatsoever that he was being recorded.
I would probably disagree with that.
But the other stuff, remember yesterday she brought in other stuff about Dave, and she asked you those same questions. She said this is before the bump. You recall her asking you that?
Yeah, it was before the bump.
And she said it was almost 2 years after the murder.
Correct.
I'll leave it at that, Agent. No further questions.
Redirect examination.
Point being, 2 years after the murder, they're still screwing around in Wendy's love life. Is that what happened?
That is correct.
All right. A couple other things. You were asked about, Mr. Rashbaum referred to it as the goodbye tour. I recalled it as the farewell tour, but you know what? We're talking about the breakup trip between Catherine Magbanua and this defendant.
Early July, I believe.
Okay. Is it your recollection that that was the end of that actually was the end of their relationship, or is there evidence that they continued seeing each other for some time after that?
I believe there was a little bit of, I believe there was some seeing after that.
Okay, would the text messages refresh your recollection on that
They
issue?
would.
Okay.
They would. It's been a while.
I have these for you to take a look and see if the blue tabs refresh your recollection. Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So when does it appear that Catherine McBanoa and the defendant broke up?
It appears like in August, around August 25th,
Around August 25th of 2014?
2014.
All right, and did they continue to stay in contact to varying degrees throughout the time from their breakup to the arrests in this
Yes,
case?
they did.
Did you have an opportunity during your investigation to conduct any surveillance on Catherine McBanoa and Sigfredo Garcia?
Yes, we did.
All right, and did you... Well, let me ask you if you've ever worked on or heard of a case where an extortionist commits their crimes wearing a fake Abe Lincoln beard and a floppy hat.
No, I'm not.
Did you ever observe Catherine McBanoa or Sigfredo Garcia dressed like that?
No, I didn't.
No further questions.
You may step down, agent. Please call your next witness, state. Please call your next witness.
Your Honor, at this time, the state rests.
Members of the jury, we're going to take a break at this point. The bailiff will escort you back into the jury room. Defense have any motions to raise at this point?
We do, Your Honor. Your Honor, we renew all previous motions and objections for the record, and we would move for judgment of acquittal.
As to which charge or charges?
All three, Your Honor. As to the first count, principal to first-degree murder, the evidence presented reflects no contact between Mr. Adelson or any members of the Adelson family, no substantive contact, and the shooters. The only direct evidence of Mr. Adelson's involvement came from Catherine McBanoa. She testified that Mr. Adelson, I believe at Halloween, asked her to rough up Professor Markel, and that at some point a piece of paper was placed in an envelope in her diaper bag that she never read. She testified she didn't know about the trips to Tallahassee, and she didn't even know that Professor Markel had been shot as of July 18th. So I don't believe that there's sufficient evidence to go to the jury on the element of whether Mr. Adelson did or said anything to cause or assist another to commit the actual murder. On the conspiracy to commit murder, Your Honor, again, there's no evidence of any agreement or any contact between the Adelsons and the shooters. The evidence from Mr. Rivera is that Katie McBanoa was the mastermind, and at most, again, as I said earlier, Ms. McBanoa's testimony reflects really that there was this request in October to rough up Professor Markel. And on the solicitation point, Your Honor, we rest in the same arguments.
Response?
One correction on that recitation of facts, Your Honor. Catherine McBanoa testified or clarified her testimony that she didn't know the person who was shot was named Dan Markel, but she did know that she was solicited by and conspired with this defendant to commit the murder of Wendi Adelson, his sister's ex-husband, which was done.
And applying the standard which the court must at this point, which is the evidence must be viewed in the light most favorable to the state, the motion for judgment of acquittal is going to be denied. As to all prior motions and objections that the defense is once again raising, That is noted for the record. Does the defense need a brief break to discuss its case before we bring back in the jurors?
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take a 10-minute break. Actually, we'll make it a 13-minute break. We'll get started again at 3:30.
I was going to ask for point.
Okay, that's enough for the state, I think. They did a great job. I think with the volume of information they had, that was on digits of some form or fashion, all the financial records, all that kind of stuff. The ability to present that on a big screen and all the TV screens in the courtroom was phenomenal. And I thought they could have rested actually, 2 days ago practically. So that's how strong this evidence is. And I think that the defense has just been spinning their wheels, just trying to throw mud against the wall, nothing's sticking. And they need to have something that's a cogent, reasonable, consistent theory on exactly how this went down. And they've not covered any details. It's just really absent of specifics. And I can't recall a defense attorney's ever done something like this that's so bare bones, nothing of substance in any cross-examination. And even the cross-examination against Corbett was just so long. It just was a spinning wheels, getting nowhere, no points raised. And so really for a murder trial, this few of points to be raised on cross-examination, I mean, there's a couple minor ticky-tacky ones I would say that he raised on this witness. I didn't even write it down though, but it's really grasping for straws here for the defense. And I think that the defense is maybe hoping that they can confuse some of the jurors that maybe aren't sophisticated enough, and they're easily swayed by defense confusion. And but they really didn't give you anything to really grasp to be confused by, is the way I look at this. So there's I think it's going to be a very quick deliberation. Karina Joy, no, the deliberations, I don't think they're going to go today because what they would need is, even if they call two witnesses, let's say it's 3:20 there, we start at 3:30, then to get through a couple witnesses for the defense, and if Charlie takes a stand, there's no way we're going to get to deliberations, because you also have to have jury instructions. There'll be a break, and the attorneys will get together and talk about what they both think should be the appropriate jury instructions. And so those things are going to take a little while. So for sure, we're not going to have jury deliberations today. I would estimate tomorrow late morning or early afternoon, I think, is when they may go ahead and send it to the jury. So I think it's even gone faster than what I expected on the first day of witnesses. I thought we could be done by send it to the jury by Friday, and here it is actually, I think, a day sooner. So I think it'll go to the jury by tomorrow after lunch. And so it remains to be seen. We have no idea how long Rashbaum's questioning will work. And I thought it was good that he got out of this one here for Agent Sanford as quick as he did, because if he was going to do it like the one we had for the other testimony we had for all the other forensic digital evidence, it would have been really painful. So thankfully he didn't hold us in our chairs for 2+ hours like that. And there's the only reason I think Charlie would not testify is if he wants to hold out and be able to flip on Wendi in case his parents die in the near future, and he wants to have that option to not have the chance to have his previous testimony be diminished because of his lies, sort of like Katie. You're less valuable if you've been a liar on a case where you've perjured yourself. So, but he could still be used, I think, if they're willing to cut him a deal. But they may not want to cut him a deal. If they're getting life without parole, they got enough evidence against Wendi, and if they had conversations where they told him through his attorney, let's now's your chance to get a deal. We're giving you a blue light special. We're going to allow you to agree to 30 years or some kind of sentence like that. I don't know what they have for sentencing options and charging options there in Florida. But let's say they drop, 2 of the 3 charges and let him plead to murder 2, and he's going to do 15 to 30 or whatever they have for Florida, then, you know, something like that could be something that Charlie would be able to jump at. But I think that they rejected that because Charlie thinks he's going to walk. And so I think they're going to, if he doesn't testify, that's the only reason, I think, because maybe he's holding out for a chance to have leverage and get a lower sentence after he gets life without parole on this one. Yeah, we got to do closing arguments. Yeah, so closing arguments, gosh, that, you know, Rashbaum was what, about an hour or something like that. I think opening statements tend to be like maybe half as long or a third as long as closing. So it's going to be probably long closings by Rashbaum, but gosh, it's going to be painful to listen to. So Susan, what's the defense call? I think they're probably just going to call this cousin of Charlie's. I don't really know much about him, but maybe he's going to say that Charlie told him about the extortion or something, or maybe he's going to tell him, yeah, there was a job that they knew about Wendi having down there or something like that. There's also an attorney for Wendi, I believe, that's going to testify that she'll maybe say, oh, they weren't worried about the motion and holding her in contempt for false affidavits, and there wasn't a false affidavit or something like that. So, and then you're probably not going to get any of the law enforcement witnesses they listed on their witness list because a lot of those have already been called. So that's what happens normally in a criminal trial, is that they pare back a lot of witnesses. They just do overkill on the initial in case something turns out differently the way the evidence comes up, develops through testimony. Some things can have deviations and sort of throw you off, so you want to have maybe some extra buffer in there. And I thought maybe they get more into the family dynamics of things and how there was how basically Dan was talking about how in the last days of his life, how basically he was taking Wendi to the mattresses, Tamara Demko said, because he was finally calling her out because she was denying all the visitation with the boys, wouldn't let him see the boys on, whether it's on Skype or when she's out of town, she wouldn't give him the first right of refusal. All that kind of stuff is like really something that's going to upset a loving father or loving wife, whoever the party is, if you're treating your children that way. So that's what he was calling her out on. So one of the things I noticed when they talked about this was like a acrimonious divorce and custody battle of sorts, it makes it sound like they were both being nasty. And I think Dan was writing such voluminous motions that they're probably not used to seeing that in the family court there. So maybe that sort of set them off, and maybe the judge was like saying, hold off on being overkill like that. But you know, as a father and you're being denied visitation and you love your boys, I mean, I think that's something that's okay in the sense he's fighting for his sons. He's not doing stuff to mess with visitation for Wendi. So Wendy's, on the other hand, she was probably looking at being held in contempt of court, perhaps based on the stuff that was going on. She couldn't be held in contempt of court for for what Donna was doing about telling the boys that their dad's stupid and he's trying to keep them away from grandma. Her sunshine's away from grandma. So that's the kind of really sick stuff that would not have held anybody in contempt, but I think it probably had a good chance of having that restriction granted for against Donna to have no unsupervised visits with the kids. Maybe the lawyer for Wendi here will say that no, that wasn't realistic possibility or something like that. But I don't know this judge at all, and I would say though that judges should be concerned about children being used as a weapon in custody battles and stuff like that. So I think this judge is really sharp from what I've seen. So I think there's probably judge would have sided with Dan on this issue, and I think that there's probably as far as the affidavit and stuff like that, how could there be no jewelry mentioned on her affidavit? So I just thought that was really bizarre. There was a lot of joint accounts between Wendi and her parents, so maybe some of that would have been them saying, well, no, that was really Donna's or Harvey's assets or something, but we don't know exactly. But definitely Dan was confident, and we heard from that attorney named Steve Webster. He actually said that he looked into it because he didn't really want to jump on a case in the middle of a battle like that, and he was willing to take it because he thought the proof was good. So, in any event, there could be some rebuttal witnesses called. So they sort of already did have rebuttal witnesses, if you remember, for Wendi. They had rebuttal witnesses that testified about how she did have a boyfriend, a steady boyfriend, actually, the whole time she was dating Jeff Lacoste, and also about the grandparent visitation, and all the time she said they had unfettered access was a complete falsehood. So I thought they scored really good points on that. For anybody that didn't get the fact that Wendi came across terrible as a witness. So if there's any questions, I'm not seeing any question marks here. I'm running the scroller here, right? Have I ever convicted somebody that turned out to be later innocent? No, I've not done that before. I think the evidence is always clear. What I've said on some of my videos is like, especially when you have circumstantial evidence, the circumstantial evidence tends to all line up together and indicate guilt, just like it tends to, all that stuff tends to indicate Wendi's involvement in this as well. They haven't presented like the level of involvement of Wendi on this particular case because she wasn't involved in all the digital forensic collection of information. But if you go with her actions, who she said what to, how she was acting the days and weeks and the day of and the days and weeks after the murder, then you obviously can see that she was not just somebody that they were doing this for behind her back. Yeah, the defense theory made no sense, Adam. I agree. But Rashbaum has nothing to work with, so I mean, it's like, I give the guy an A for being willing to take a case like this. I wouldn't want to take a case like this, have all this media attention, and basically I'm just up there making a fool of myself. So that does take some courage. So I'll give him an A for courage on that. But I would say, yeah, it does hurt your reputation. But I don't know. Some people I've seen on on big cases, they lose on a regular basis, it seems like, and they still get future celebrities and whatnot. Keep in mind, I think it's very, very, very good strength of evidence that the prosecution has that the defense has already conceded that they agree with most of the government's case. The only thing they don't agree with is that the money was ordered to be paid by Charlie. Otherwise, there was going to be violence against his family. So there is. So in other words, I wrote this down. So keep in mind, if you want to compare let's just call it extortion 1 and extortion 2. That's what I would do if I was doing a closing argument. I'd say in extortion 1, that was a fictitious event, never happened. Keep in mind, so Dan Markel is murdered, or let's just say shot on the 18th, right? Around 11 something in the morning Eastern time in his own garage. And he didn't die until about 13 and a half hours later, sometime after midnight. I think it was around 1 o'clock or so. And so what do you know after he's shot? What do we have? Coincidentally, Harvey and Donna showing up to the house. Yeah, granted, we don't know what they said, but just the fact of them being there, the timing of it, timing is very suspicious. And there are no coincidences in a murder case like that yourself. So I would say that you then also look at the fact that when, Katie wanted to come over that night. Why? Because she wanted to get paid. So think about the timing of that. She was wanting to come over. We know that Charlie worked late that night, but in any event, he met up with mom and dad, and Katie was not going to be met. And the reason being is that they didn't have the job done yet. No matter what assurances they were told by the doctors, hey, this is serious, he's not going to make it. You don't know for sure. And I think Charlie was saying, well, look, I'm not going to pay you guys unless if you botched up the murder. So that's a normal case with criminals. You botch something up like that, you don't finish the act, you only wounded the guy, we're not paying you. So I think that's why when the next morning rolled around, that's when they would have gotten word that he didn't make it through the night. Then, okay, now you're able to come get your money. So now you can come on over. And look how quickly they got paid, right? So if the extortion happened that night, I guess she did come over. Yeah, I take that back. She did come over that night. And if is that when the extortion happened, we don't know any details of the words that were said. Did she put a gun to his head? Just casually saying, "Oh yeah, Sigfredo says he did this, and he's gonna kill you and your family if you don't give me $100,000." I mean, that's just so preposterous. And look how quick he did it. So if you compare the extortion one and extortion two, extortion one, he did that in a matter of hours. He gave him $100,000. All of them met, split it up. Do you really think Charlie would do something like that? Give up $100,000 to some people that had done something that he didn't want to have happen? No, obviously that didn't happen. And then compare that to extortion two. Extortion two, there's hours and hours and days and days and I forgot the timeline of how long this drug out, but until the final call where Donna basically told him to go pound sand, that was pretty telling. And you know so over a $5,000 extortion, they're talking about killing the guy at one point, right? Remember Charlie said that in Dolce Vita. So he's willing to kill a guy over 5,000 to somebody he doesn't even know that's falsely accusing him of a murder up north. And yet he's not willing to do that, and they string it out, and he gets his mom involved. But yet she's the one that really had to shut it down because Charlie didn't have the courage to do it. So he wanted other people to do his dirty work. But he was the organizational planner for this murder, and it's very clear that his mom was the one that directed this and given the idea that we'll do this as a birthday present for Harvey. Yeah, the curtains is closing soon on the Maestro here. Wow, I can't believe the state's arrested. This has been a long time in waiting. Yeah, Stella, he didn't have a computer. Yeah, that's, I mean, that's probably what you do. Yeah, Adamson, divorce attorney outside. So hopefully this won't take too long. And let's see, defense for a weapon is a confusing question. That's all. Well, he's just throwing confusing questions out there that don't have any points that people can grasp is not effective advocacy. So he was not an effective advocate when he's basically can't drive home a point. So you're pretty much most of his questions, you're sort of scratching your head saying, what did you mean? Or, okay, so what's the point if the witness agreed to it? So what, there was 20 minutes between texts. What does that mean? Is there a point behind this? We just don't have that. So yeah, apparently for Tara's legal fees, apparently they did it for like a shoestring budget just to try to get the attention. I know Tim Jansen said that he suspected they did it really cheap, and I mean, I can't imagine shutting your practice down for that long of a period trying to work this case. And maybe they did other cases and not work it that hard or something, but just taking a case like that for fame when your client's got that bad of evidence against you, it's wow. So Nika Rich, let's hypothetically say was being extorted. He literally knows the night of the murder, and 9 years later he never reported it. Shouldn't he still be found guilty? Not if he didn't order the murder, no. I mean, it's one thing if, like somebody said, if he said, well, you wanted to go rough him up and they decided to go kill him or something, that'd be maybe a defense to murder. But I think with the hatred and all the planning going on, I mean, that none of these defenses would be credible to a jury. So there's no hypothetical theory that you can come up with that I would see in any of the state law practice reports that he's going to get acquitted.
Go ahead, everyone can be seated. And then from there, we'll address the defense's case.
Yeah, I don't think Rashmon's trying to set up an appeal for ineffective assistance. You're saying a crappy process, hotshot. An attorney's not going to try to set up their own ineffective assistance of counsel, but like I say, he's got nothing to work with, so he's just trying to poke away and try to make some ridiculous comments that have no traction. So I would say any court of appeals would see that. Orly, I've answered your question from somebody earlier today. What I would not take this case to defense attorney. I would take this case to defense attorney only if my client would flip on other folks. I would not want to be condoning a murder and what they're doing to the Markels, and I would try to be an advocate and tell them, you denying visitation to Markels is looking very bad. Well, I guess if I was Charlie as my client, I wouldn't have any effect on that, but I would try to maybe convey that, look, this is looking really bad.
Timing.
But I'd only take him if he flipped on the others. I would never do what Rashmon's doing.
Are you planning to call any witnesses at all?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And would this include the defendant or other witnesses first?
It will include at least one other witness first.
Very well. Please call we'll bring in the jurors and you may call your first witness from there. Do you wish me to colloquy the defendant at this point?
I think I'd rather wait till after the first witness.
Right.
Yeah, so Charlie's going to testify.
Keep him guessing to the very end. Please bring in the jurors.
So we got no specifics on this extortion 1 plot. So we're going to hear it for the first time out of Charlie's mouth. So my prediction is Sarah's going to do the cross on Charlie. Sarah's the one that did the cross-examination on Katie. 2 did a great job. She wasn't a part of Katie 1 trial. And so Sarah has done a brilliant job on the details of all this forensic digital type evidence. So it makes sense, I think, for Georgia to let her handle this. Georgia handled some of the other big witnesses in the case. So I think they're going to split it up that way. So for Wendy's lawyer to testify, she'd have to give a waiver of attorney-client privilege in the states I'm practicing, and the rules apply pretty much universally. And so there may be some limitations on how far she can go on what they can talk about, and they'd have to work that out ahead of time. So they probably have shared that with the prosecution, so the prosecution doesn't have that attorney say of it.
Everyone can be seated.
I cannot disclose that due to attorney-client privilege, so. It'll probably be really quick.
Members of the jury, now that the state has rested its case, the defendant is going to have his opportunity to put on his case as well. Mr. Rauschbaum, you may call your first witness.
Your Honor, the defense calls Kristen Adamson.
I know it's unfamiliar, but all the way up here, Ms. Adamson. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat.
Good afternoon, Ms. Adamson.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Kristen Adamson, and I'm attorney at law. I was Wendi Adelson's lawyer in her dissolution of marriage action.
Where did you attend law school?
I attended law school at Florida State University. I graduated in 1988.
Are you a member in good standing of the Florida Bar?
I am.
Do you specialize in any areas of practice?
I do. I specialize in marital and family law. I'm board certified since 1994, I think, in marital and family law by the Florida State Supreme Court. I also am a fellow in the American Academy of Matrimonial Lawyers, former president of the Florida chapter. I'm a fellow in the International Academy of Family Law Lawyers. I have been named a Florida super lawyer in family law and Best Lawyers in America since 2008, specifically Tallahassee Best Family Law Lawyer in 2012 and 2021.
You mentioned earlier that you are a board certified lawyer. What does that mean exactly?
To be board certified, the Florida Supreme Court promulgates a list of criteria that you have to become board certified in a specialty area. And you have to pass a test, both written and oral, and a peer review by your peers and the court as well. And you have to pass all three of those things in order to become board certified.
You mentioned in your introduction that you were Wendi Adelson's attorney in her divorce proceedings against Professor Markel. When were you retained?
I was retained, I think, approximately October of 2012.
Did there come a time during your representation of Wendi Adelson that you filed a motion to allow her to relocate to South Florida?
I did. I filed that motion almost immediately after I was retained. I filed an amended petition for dissolution of marriage to request that she be allowed to relocate, and a temporary motion that she be allowed to relocate. So that would have been in 2012.
Is there anything wrong with asking the court for permission to relocate?
No, it's especially in Tallahassee, because it is kind of a transitory community with the college and everything. It's fairly common for when people get divorced for one party to want to relocate somewhere else, either back where their family is, or they graduate from school and they want to move to someplace else because of a job, or they remarry. We do file these relocation requests fairly often.
In Leon County, in your experience, how often are such motions granted?
So that is the kicker. Even though we file them, I have now been practicing 35 years, and I think I've only actually won one that was allowed to relocate. They're very hard to do, and you have to have pretty serious circumstances that require the relocation.
Did you share that statistic with Ms. Adelson?
I did. I thought she had a shot at it because of all the facts surrounding her case, but I did tell her that it's very unlikely that we'll win this. But I did tell her that if you do plan to relocate or want to relocate, you need to do it now in this initial proceeding and not wait until everything's over and then ask. So we made that tactical decision to at least attempt to relocate.
And what was her reaction to that?
She wanted to be able to try. So we did. We filed the motion for relocation.
Was that motion ever heard by the court presiding over her divorce?
Yes, it was. We filed it and we set it for hearing for any number of reasons. The hearings kept getting, the legal proceedings take a long time sometimes and things get complicated. It kept getting pushed off, but ultimately, I think it was around June of 2013 that we had a hearing about that relocation issue.
And what was the court's ruling?
The court said no, she could not go.
What was Wendi Adelson's reaction to the court's ruling?
She was pretty...
Ms. Adamson, you may testify to what you recall about what you observed from your client, but not your actual words.
So she was pretty calm about the whole thing. She seemed to understand that it was not a given that it would happen, that it's usually a long shot. And I spoke with her afterwards, right after the proceeding, and then I spoke with her several times afterwards to sort of decompress, and she seemed fine about it. She understood.
Okay.
Pretty resigned to the idea of it.
Okay. There's been some testimony in this case that in the wake of that denial, the Adelson family was considering offering Professor Markel a certain sum of money, $1 million, to allow Wendi Adelson and the boys to relocate to South Florida. Are you aware of that offer?
No.
Okay. In your experience, have you ever heard of one spouse making a monetary offer to another spouse to allow for things like relocation?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor, the state has...
So that's a fairly common occurrence for relocations, and I actually just had one a couple of weeks ago where that's exactly what happened. Was the husband of the new husband of a woman who wanted to relocate basically paid my client to allow her to be able to relocate. I've also had people, it shouldn't be the case that money and children are connected, and we've tried hard to not have that happen, but it does happen sometimes. I also often have one say, if you allow us to relocate, you never have to pay child support. All kinds of those kinds of money things do get offered, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't.
Is there anything illegal about one spouse making an offer to another spouse?
Not as far as I know.
Okay. At some point, was Professor Markel and Ms. Adelson's divorce case mediated?
We mediated it twice. We mediated it once before the hearing on the parenting, and that mediation was just about the relocation and the ability to go, and we were not successful in mediating that, so we had the hearing. Then we mediated it again in July of 2013, and that was also an impasse. It was sometime in the around July 20s, 21 maybe, something like that. But then we settled the case a week later, because that happens sometimes. I tell my clients this all the time, just because we haven't settled it at mediation doesn't mean it's over. We continued to have discussions and conversations during that last week until we finally settled the case.
Okay, so there was no trial.
There was no trial.
There was a marital settlement agreement entered. Do you recall the date?
It was the end of July 2013, right? 2013, yeah. It's a long time ago, sorry.
Without getting into words spoken, what was your impression of Wendi Adelson's reaction to the settlement of the divorce case?
She was very relieved. Most people are when you settle their cases.
Did you continue to represent Wendi into 2014?
I did.
Do you recall that in February of 2014, Professor Markel filed a motion seeking to sanction Wendi and you?
He did.
Do you recall what Professor Markel was claiming, the substance of that motion?
The substance of that motion was in response to a motion that I had filed in October of 2013 when he did not pay her or me the money that he was supposed to pay according to our marital settlement agreement. He only paid part of it, and he didn't pay the rest of it, and he didn't pay me. And this was just about the financial part. It had nothing to do with the children. So I filed a motion to enforce. It took him several, the day that I filed that motion to enforce, his lawyer that he had at that time withdrew, and he obtained a new lawyer. So that new lawyer and I talked about these issues for quite a while, and ultimately what happened was Mr. Markel filed this response, and he claimed that Wendi and I had committed fraud in obtaining that marital settlement agreement by hiding an asset.
Do you recall what relief he was seeking?
several things he was seeking. He was basically saying that he shouldn't have to pay Wendi because she breached the contract, and one good breach deserves another, I guess is what his theory was. And second, that both Wendi and I should be disbarred.
Were you concerned about the substance of Professor Markel's allegations in that motion?
No.
Objection.
Sorry.
Government's moved to strike.
Sustained. Disregard the last comment from the witness. You may move on.
What was your view about the likelihood of success in your experience of that motion and of getting disbarred and of Wendi Adelson being disbarred as a result of that motion?
Objection, relevance.
Your Honor,
Approach.
If you notice the prosecution on that attorney for Dan, Steve Webster, they did not bring up the likelihood and outcomes expected for their motion that she's talking about right now. So now defense is trying to bring this up and say that, well, there's nothing to worry about. There was nothing that the judge would find, and that they had no reasons to fear for their law licenses. I can't imagine an attorney is going to say, yeah, I had something to be scared about because somebody's accusing me of something. I mean, that's really odd for them to admit that they did something unethical. So, and it sounds like she was trying to talk for both her and Wendi. So that's probably one of the objection grounds that they're also going to be discussing there right now. I think the biggest issue of concern was the fact in his motion in February, it mentioned that Wendi was unfit for serving as an FSU law school adjunct professor. And so with the clout Dan had at the school, he was like the most favored professor there at the law school. And based on his status, he could have told them, hey, look, you cut the contract for Wendi. I'm a tenured professor. She's making false affidavits in a divorce filing, and I don't want her to be working at the same job site I do. And they probably would have let her go. They could have terminated her employment agreement. It was just an at-will type contract for adjunct professorship. So those are not, there's no guarantee of longevity for those at all. They're just, a few years at a time kind of thing. So that's the thing that would have left her really up a creek without a paddle, because she would have been basically the trying to get a job knowing you're basically fired, don't have good references from FSU Law School. That's why I thought would be a real motive to really up the ante and get Dan killed before this sanctions was going to be heard before the judge, and what she hid for assets was going to be revealed to the court. Just looking at seeing if there's any questions here now. So the comment about Wendi being calm, took this fine, said, well, we had a shot. She's had one shot in 35 years.
Adelson, you may
she told that to Wendi she didn't want to do it.
You may testify as to what you communicated to your client concerning this motion.
Concerning this motion, I basically told my client that I wasn't concerned about the legal ramifications of this, either regarding the claim of the fraud, because I know we had covered that really well in our discovery process and we had litigated it, and I was not concerned about that. I was not concerned about, so much so that I was not concerned at all about any ethical issues that I might have had with the bar and or Ms. Adelson either. I was not concerned.
do you recall that Professor Markel, or his attorney on his behalf, filed another motion in March of 2014?
So in March of 2014, well after the first motion that was just about the property, he filed a motion that made some additional claims for why he shouldn't have to abide by the payment. And these claims started talking about the children. And he made and I don't remember all of the claims, but were basically the substance was that he should be allowed more electronic communication with his children that he was getting, and that Ms. Adelson's mother should have supervised visitation only with her grandchildren because of statements that he thought that she might be making to the children.
Did you communicate your thoughts on this motion to Ms. Adelson?
Yes, I did.
And what were those thoughts?
So I told her, as far as the electronic communication, I wouldn't worry about that too much because we already had a marital settlement agreement that outlined everybody's rights and obligations, and there had been no real changes on that. So, and the judge had actually already ruled on that kind of issue in 2013 at one of our hearings. We had a couple of hearings. So I wasn't really worried about that because they were kind of already set out what everyone should be doing, and I didn't see that there had been any changes that would make the court make any changes to that agreement. And then as far as the grandmother, I also told her that these kinds of allegations, while they're not nice or fun, they're pretty run-of-the-mill, and lots of people after they get divorced don't get along very well, and their extended families don't get along that well, but I wouldn't think that the judge would order supervised visitation based on these kinds of allegations, because supervised visitation is for pretty extreme cases. For example, I've had people who have maybe multiple DUIs and shouldn't be allowed to be with children because it's an unsafe situation. Or I have had people who were abusive and they can't be with the children, so they have to be supervised. Basically what happens when people aren't talking nice, and I didn't know if it was actually true or not, but it was an allegation he made, aren't talking nice about it, what we try to do is just have conversations with the judge, and the judge might say, okay, everybody be nice, and that's it. I wasn't worried about that issue.
Did there come a time in the divorce and post-divorce proceedings when you filed a motion to withdraw?
I did.
Do you recall when that was?
Right. So we had those first two motions. They were odd.
And by first two motions, just to
the ones that we just talked about. We had the first motion where he said it was okay for him to breach because she breached. And then we had the next one about the kids and all of that. And then he filed a memorandum. I believe it was in May or June. I think May of 2014. And it was a long, detailed memorandum of law that had a lot more facts in it. And I realized at that point in time that I was probably going to have to be a witness in this case because of what he was saying about me in the memorandum and the motions. And I can't be a witness and a lawyer in the same case by the Florida ethical rules. So I withdrew because I knew I would have to take a different role.
You spoke about a lot more facts in this memorandum. Did the view of the motions that you conveyed to Wendi Adelson change as a result of the memorandum, other than the fact that you had to withdraw?
No, it was just kind of reinstating all of the same kinds of things, but it was a lot more vehemently with a little bit different language. It kept upping the ante, and that's when I realized this was not going to be something that we were going to be able to probably resolve without a court hearing, because I had been trying to do that with his lawyer. So I was going to have to do that. So I moved to withdraw, and I called another lawyer and asked him if he would please step in my place.
Okay. Did you seek to withdraw because you felt you did something wrong?
No, it was only because I knew I was going to have to testify in the case, and that was the only reason.
And you mentioned you contacted another lawyer. Did Wendi Adelson ultimately retain that other lawyer?
She did.
And do you recall when she did that?
I know that he filed a notice. I filed a motion to withdraw, and then the court granted my order within a few days of that. And I believe he, which was in end of May-ish, I think, and then he came in the first part of June, I believe.
Okay, so days before what has been talked about in this case is the first attempt, Ms. Adelson retained a new attorney to represent her in the ongoing proceedings with Professor Markel?
She did.
Okay. One additional question, Your Honor. Can I have a moment?
Take your time.
And it is actually on lunch. There's been some discussion in this case, some testimony concerning telephone calls on the morning of May 2nd.
Okay.
Whether those telephone calls related to a motion to compel and a notice of hearing filed by Professor Markel's attorney on his behalf. And again, the testimony related to calls on the morning of May 2nd. Can you tell the jury, I'm showing you a portion of State's Exhibit 56.
Okay.
This is the notice of hearing that was filed, you can see, on May 2nd, 2014. Can you tell the jury what time?
It looks like it was filed at 3:14:48. They've got the seconds on there. PM.
And the motion to compel? What time is this filed?
3:14:48 PM as well.
And just to be extra clear, it's 3:14 in the afternoon or morning?
It's PM, so it's afternoon. Yeah.
I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
I can't believe defense is presenting this kind of evidence. I don't see how this is helping them at all. I think this is a really, really bad move here by Rashbaum. It's like you're trying to defend Wendi. How's this helping to defense? An attorney called to talk about their client cannot say anything adverse about their client. That's pretty much a given.
Offensive, demonstrative.
I think it's demonstrative B.
B, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay, so on May 2nd, 2014, I know you're not familiar with this exhibit, but if these calls occurred at, we're gonna have some clicking here, clicking assistance.
Members of the jury, this is our version of.
How many advanced degrees does it take to change a light bulb?
You were asked about a filing or two filings that were made on May 2nd. If the phone calls in question occurred well into the afternoon hours, it would have been after that filing. Would you agree with that?
I have no idea.
I think you
Sorry.
do, because I think you were shown the documents and asked about the time of the filings.
I know about the filings, yes.
Okay, so if the calls occurred into the late afternoon, we have it now 3:15, 3:49, 3:54, all of those times 3:56, 4:39, 4:55, would have been after those filings.
That,
would you agree
that would
with
appear to be correct.
Okay, thank you. And were you familiar with Professor Markel's practice of emailing Wendi prior to making these filings and saying, basically laying out the whole thing in an email? This is what I'm going to do. If you don't comply, I'm going to make this filing. Were you privy to those emails?
Sometimes.
Stay, Ms. Kappelman, if you can go through that with the witness.
I'm sorry, what did you say, Your Honor?
Foundation.
Okay, were you privy to emails from Professor Markel to your client, Wendi Adelson, previewing the filings before he made them?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Overruled. She's trying to lay the foundation now.
I'm aware of that he did that on occasion.
Okay, and do you know whether he did that in reference to the May 2nd filing?
I have no idea.
All right. And the case you talked about where you recently had somebody buy out their former spouse's rights to their children, basically, relocate for money, relocation for hire. How much money did that person, how much money was exchanged for that relocation?
That was not $1 million, but it was basically when we did all of the child support and everything that would have been paid, it turns out to be somewhere probably around $200,000.
Okay. If what was alleged in Professor Markel's motion about Wendi having lied and hidden assets and all that, if she had taken those actions, that could have had serious consequences to her personally as well as her law license. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You described, I'm sure you were referring to different parts of the case, but you referred to the case as run-of-the-mill and you referred to it as odd. Was this a particularly contentious or memorable case for you, or was it run-of-the-mill?
So those are two separate statements, I think. I think that the quibbling about the children was run-of-the-mill. I think the case was odd.
Okay. How much, I guess in general, would you agree that divorces come with high emotions?
Yes.
And do clients always take your advice?
No.
Do clients always chill out when you tell them this is nothing to worry about?
No.
Did you have any contact with Donna Adelson, the mother of Wendi Adelson, in reference to Wendi's divorce?
The only time I had any communication with Wendi's mother was at the relocation hearing that we had in June of 2013.
Did Donna testify at the relocation hearing?
She did not.
All right. So is it fair to say your contact with her was almost nothing?
Yes. She and her husband were at the hearing, and my contact with them was minimal.
All right. And so have you had an opportunity to review Donna Adelson's emails to Wendi in reference to this divorce, and in particular, your representation?
I have not.
No further questions.
Redirect examination.
Very briefly.
I do. So 12 a.m. is morning, 12 p.m. is noon, right? So it's one of those ones that my husband always says we should use military time. I think it's 12 a.m. means morning, right? Right after, yeah, okay.
How about 9, 10 in the morning?
Yes.
9:25 in the morning?
Yes.
So on.
Yes.
5 in the morning? And you were asked, Ms. Kaplan, if Wendi had done the things that Professor Markel accused her of, failing to disclose assets and such, whether that would have been a serious matter, correct?
Yes.
Were you aware of Wendi Adelson failed to disclose assets in the context of the divorce proceeding?
No, she didn't. And in particular, the particular asset that he was talking about, it was a non-marital asset of hers. And it was, her parents had given to her, and she basically took it back, but we showed him the whole paper trail of it. And his argument was kind of an esoteric legal argument about why it should be his and part of the marital estate. So it was kind of weird. And when I say the case was odd, what I mean it's odd for the opposing party to make claims against me, to want me disbarred as well as his wife. So that was what was odd about the case, and I remember it because that doesn't happen in my cases. But that was the arguments that he was making, and we several times, it was one specific retirement account, so several times we gave him the documents that he requested. It just never was what he wanted.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor.
You may step down.
Thank you.
If the attorneys can approach.
All right, I didn't see an opportunity for redirect being offered to the prosecution, so I guess they somehow signaled to the judge they were done. And what they're doing now is talking about reading Charlie his, they may read Charlie some kind of rights on whether he wants to testify or not. I don't know if they do that in Florida. Some states they do that, where you have, before the client gets on the stand, they may tell him some kind of instruction. Definitely if the client does not get on the stand, there's instructions.
And then we'll
I don't
resume
think
with the defense's case.
Yeah, I don't know why the Holocaust ring didn't come up. That would not be a joint marital asset. And so I guess the prosecution is figuring they don't need to get into that issue at all. But I think that, you have two battling attorneys now. Dan's attorney said he thought he had a good shot. Prosecution didn't ask him really the details why.
Can be seated at this time. Mr. Adelson, please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes, Your Honor.
You can lower your hand. Mr. Adelson, do you understand that you have the ability to testify on your own behalf?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand that if you choose not to testify, your silence cannot be held against you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you had an adequate opportunity to discuss with your counsel whether you wish to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you also been able to discuss with your counsel how this decision would fit into your theory of defense and also the strategy that you wish to present before the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you made a decision concerning whether you wish to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
What is that decision?
I will testify.
Are you firm in this decision?
Yes.
Do you need any additional time to discuss with your attorneys whether you wish to remain silent?
No, Your Honor.
Do you understand in testifying you will be cross-examined by one of the prosecutors?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you also understand as well that your credibility will be placed before the jury as it relates to the testimony that will come out.
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have any questions concerning that particular issue that you wish to discuss with counsel or raise before the court?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Rauschbaum, do you wish there to be any further inquiry concerning this matter?
No, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Your Honor, may I be heard? It's the state's request that we either go late tonight, plan to go late tonight, or begin this examination tomorrow so that the examination of witness can be
Unfettered.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Rauschbaum,
May we approach, Your Honor?
you may.
I think Rashman wants to get started with this, but he realizes if there's a break and he doesn't finish, then they have all night to prepare for his cross-examination. They know everything he's already said. So I think this is a good move by Georgia. I will say that having a defendant testify as a prosecutor, you love it because it's so much easier to have the conviction stick on appeal. And the ineffective assistance of counsel is the #1 way to get a case overturned. And if you have a client that testifies and you can see from the record the stories that just don't make sense, then it's much easier to have a conviction stick. So I think this is a good thing for the prosecution to have him testify. And Charlie can't ever blame his lawyer, because if Charlie doesn't testify, think about what he's going to do. He's going to blame his lawyer and said, I had a great story of what to tell, and my lawyer just didn't get into details when he cross-examined Katie, and he messed it up that way, and the jury didn't have any ability to consider any level of credible details for my extortion efforts against me. And so what basically is going to happen is his whole story, his whole defense is right here on the line in his own words. And his own words have got him here, and his own words will once again convict him. So there's a good shot the judge will say, let's just start tomorrow. It's already 4:20 there. You're not really going to get far. I think it's hard for jurors to sit there in those chairs that long. And so I'm sort of leaning towards the fact that I'll probably just start tomorrow. Listen to 2 days worth of Charlie is probably a bad thing for the jury also. Charlie's smiling there to his lawyer, and his lawyer's laughing. That just looks bad. That's wow. You got your client on murder charges, and you're
let them know they're going home early for the
like
evening.
that. Looks like you're not taking this serious, is what the jury's going to think. Yeah, a lot of attorneys would do that in a case like this serious. They would advise him that they told him not to testify, perhaps, or if he doesn't want to testify, advise him of the pros and cons. Yeah, I would definitely say that's the normal thing to do. He's looking pretty relaxed and happy. I think he's happy he doesn't have to testify today. That's my guess. I could be reading him wrong, but just a really strange behavior here. Yep, there you go. He's going to start tomorrow. That's why he's relieved.
Members of the jury, after consulting with the attorneys, we are actually going to end a little bit early this evening. So you'll get to go home in just a few minutes. Once again, I'm going to give you the same instruction. Don't discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Don't seek out any media coverage. don't read anything or watch anything concerning this case. We will resume with the defense's case tomorrow morning. Please report at 8:30, and we will try to get started at the normal time of 8:45. Enjoy your early night off.
Hopefully they'll go through jury instructions right now to get that out of the way. If it's sort of out of order, but maybe they could start talking about that already. Otherwise, they'll just say, let's go ahead and type any other minor loose ends and otherwise report back at 8:30.
Be seated. Do the parties have anything additional to raise before we go into recess for the evening? Right, Mr. Rauschbaum, if anything changes as far as the expected witness lineup, please email Ms. Kappelman, my assistant. This will probably go a long way towards getting to the finish line.
Understand, Your Honor.
All right, we're in recess. Have a good night, everyone.
All right, so they didn't want to take up those matters now. So I think that him testifying is a good thing for the prosecution. So they're going to be able to lay in a lot of details. I mean, I would say that they don't even need to cross-examine him when he gets done with the direct from Rauschbaum. They already got this case in the bag. Obviously, they're going to go over cross-examination though, but there's nothing he can say that's going to put himself out of this. So I think that he's just so relieved that he has another day to put this off. So I think he's not. I think that's another sign he's not going to do good, because what I've seen is somebody that's really been set up and facing accusations that are false for a long time. They're chomping at the bit. They're ready to go. They want to testify. They don't want to delay. They're tired of being falsely accused and having that over their head. So this is the kind of behavior I would say is consistent with somebody that's not looking forward to their story, because he's probably not going to admit it to his lawyer, but he's got issues of concern and whether he's going to come across credible or not. And yeah, like Rauschbaum said, they had 6 or 7 days of witnesses. What did they have? One witness and Charlie. So on a murder case, this is like really extremely rare to have no witnesses to rebut the government's theory, but you got nothing else to go on. The government's case is so strong with all that forensic digital type stuff. So in any event, there's other stuff I thought that you might want to be creative as a prosecutor. They could have brought up, like when there was some video that I had seen of when they read the indictment when Charlie was first brought in, almost a year and a half ago, when they read the indictment of charges against him, and they describe how Dan Markel was shot in the head. It looked like he said good, and I thought it was pretty clear that he said that. So stuff like that, if you got on video, bring it in, show the state of mind of the defendant or something like that. Possibly could have been a good way to bring about a little additional evidence if you wanted. But really, by and large, this is all. They've got enough in there to go ahead and rest and just let this go to the jury. I think the jury's mind's made up. I mean, with all the conversation I've already heard of Charlie, do you think Charlie's going to say anything to change their mind about their opinion of him from what he said on all these many hours of recordings? No. So they're just going to be amused. It's pretty much going to be amusement hour for whenever he's there. So other than that, if there's any questions, I'm just going to leave it. There's a few things I guess I could cover right now. I don't think I'll be on tonight because I'm going to be on Court TV at 7 Central Time, and they're talking about
First
the
of
Adelson
2018.
case.
And what was that for? It was an online purchase for three entire bedroom sets totaling $3,134.31.
And this is Miss Lynn Hernan's Menard's card, correct?
Correct.
Did the purchase on October 1st, 2018, did it show like a delivery address for those bedroom sets?
It did.
Whose delivery address was listed?
It would have been Jessie's address in West Dallas, where she was living with Scott Craig.
And again, were you present in court when Mr.
All right, so I
Craig
don't have the
testified to those
ability to
bedroom
shut
sets
this
kind of
off.
arriving unexpectedly in early
So-
October?
Yes.
And then.
Yeah, they could discuss a
again,
deal
what's that
tonight,
last
Denise,
entry on
but they
exhibit
won't.
146?
It's usually, a guy like Charlie, I don't see that happening.
There was, on October 11th of 2018, there was,
Yeah, there's no Fred's
I guess there was a
experts.
return.
There's nothing to refute. It's a rock solid
associated with a box spring that was a part of that original bedroom set that was ordered on October 1st.
Against
Okay,
these,
and fair to say on October 11th, 2018, Ms. Lynn Hernan was not
he's got nothing to
making
work
that
with
return?
it, as I've said a number of
she was
times
not.
now. So
Okay.
he's-
Moving to exhibit
he's done
147.
the best he can, and it's not going to be good enough. So we shall see.
Dennis, what are we looking at with this account?
This
So
is
there's showing another case here. This is
J.C.
on
Penney's
the long crime
8961
network,
account.
and
Do
so
you have a
we're
chance
not
to
able
look at early patterns of
try to
behavior on this
stop that.
account?
Ben is already actually
No.
flying right now, so I'm
Because it
not able
wasn't
to have this
open
stop it. I'm just going to
until
shut down the whole
October
thing.
3rd of
So
2018.
I will
And
have that
in
done here
fact, if
momentarily.
we go to slide 2 of this,
I'll perhaps
is
see you tomorrow
this
then at 8:30.
slide taken
Fine.
directly from
Eastern
exhibit
time, which is
114, the
7:30
actual
Central.
financial documents you received from
Have a good
Synchrony
night.
Bank, J.C. Penney?
Yes.
And you have something highlighted and circled at the bottom of the screen. What is that?
That was the purchase on October 3rd of 2018.
Okay, and it says approved there. Does it give a time?
It says